There should be a webcam.
We need to get you off the phone.
Sorry, I take off speakerphone. There should be a webcam icon at the top of your screen. Can you make sure that's selected?
Yeah, webcam. Yeah, turn camera.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, here we go. Something's coming up.
Oh. I could hear you through the computer before, and now I can't. I wonder what happened. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I don't see you guys. So okay, okay.
All right.
You're live, Will.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our live Giving Day event feed. Again, we are very excited that we are able to raise a lot of money today for some great causes at Rutgers University. Our next guest will spend some time talking about what's going on in the School of Public Health and as well as other areas as well. So we're going to go ahead and switch it over and let you introduce yourself, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Great. Hi, my name is Jaz Ahluwalia. I'm the Dean of the School of Public Health here at Rutgers. Joined the school as the Dean about 5 months ago. I previously was at the University of Minnesota, and am privileged and delighted to be the Dean of this young and small School of Public Health, which over the next couple of years is going to grow very rapidly and play a greater role within Rutgers and within the health, improving the health status of people in the metro area in New Jersey, the United States, and ultimately our globe. Our School of Public Health is involved in a number of things in areas ranging from cancer prevention to reducing the illness and death from tobacco, as well as global public health. And all of the activities that we do are ultimately anchored around our main mission, which is as a school, we are here to train and educate the future leaders of public health in the country and in the world, and those are our students. So we have graduate students who are pursuing a master's in public health, and we have doctoral students who are pursuing PhD degrees and a degree known as DRPH, which is a doctorate in public health as well, alongside a PhD. And the students who are interested in research, academic careers, and science pursue that PhD degree, and those who are interested in doing the practice of public health and applied public health sort of in the real world will often pursue the DRPH, although to some extent they're somewhat interchangeable. The master's degree is an MPH, standing for Masters in Public Health. It's the main degree in the United States for those pursuing graduate studies. It's often a terminal degree, and people get jobs after that, and sometimes it's the gateway degree to getting a doctoral degree in the School of Public Health. Our school is young. It's about 15 years old, and has a relatively small faculty of about 40 faculty members and about 400 students, a number of whom are part-time. Our students increasingly over time will be full-time students as our School of Public Health grows and as we increase the number of daytime students and create more of a campus feel here inside the school. In the area of tobacco and nicotine addiction, we have work spanning a number of areas. One of our faculty members, Chris Del Nevo, is working in the area of FDA policy and the regulation of tobacco and better understanding the addiction of different types of tobacco, from e-cigarettes to combustible tobacco such as cigarettes, to non-combustible tobacco such as oral spit tobacco, and understanding the different levels of taxation, the use based on price, the use of one tobacco form and switching to another to try to save money? What does that do with regards to the addiction potential? What does that do with regards to the risk for disease? Then there are other folks in tobacco, including myself, previously as a researcher, very interested in understanding the genetics and the metabolism of nicotine and understanding why certain subpopulations, such as African American smokers, actually get higher cardiovascular and cancer disease relative to the amount they smoke, and understanding why that is. And we've begun to unravel that puzzle. There are people also working, as I mentioned, in global public health, understanding air pollution. One of our interim department chairs of environmental health is in China today as we speak. And he sort of did a play on words when he emailed me, said, "I'm choking in China," no pun intended, because as many of us know, the air pollution and air quality in a number of very large cities in China and other growing countries like India and Brazil and other countries has become quite problematic with the use of fossil fuels for transportation and cars, but also as well as the use of coal for the production of energy. So that's public health as well. I'm doing some work on global health, understanding head and neck cancer in India. India is one of the few countries in the world where lung cancer is not the leading cause of death, but head and neck cancer is in fact the leading cause of death. And there's very clear reasons as to why that case is. In most countries, the main form of tobacco use are cigarettes and manufactured cigarettes, such as Marlboros, Virginia Slims, and things like that. While in India, the main form of tobacco use are sort of homegrown products, ranging from gutka and pan, and basically different forms of non-combustible tobacco that you put in your mouth, and it just sits there, and you absorb the nicotine from the tobacco product. You get the taste from the tobacco product sitting in your mouth. And unfortunately, the 50 cancer-causing agents in that tobacco sit in your mouth and lead to things like leukoplakia and ultimately head and neck cancer. And so these are the things that that we're working on in India.
All right. Sounds like some amazing programs that you guys are working on there in India. We definitely appreciate you taking some time to talk about your programs. I just wanted to give everyone another update. We currently have raised over $716,000 during Rutgers Giving Day, our first inaugural Giving Day, and in total gifts, 3,474 total gifts have come in thus far. So keep it going. We will be here until 12 midnight tonight. Again, we want to thank you for talking about some of the public health programs that you're working on. We really appreciate it. And definitely all of our viewers give to those worthy causes. You can find them underneath the Rutgers Biomedical and Health Sciences link on the givingday.rutgers.edu platform. So thank you again for talking with us.
Absolutely, and this is really fantastic news to see such tremendous success on Giving Day. I think this is a very important cause. Ultimately, the work that we're doing here domestically to help people in New Jersey and the work that's going on globally is really going to ultimately improve and the lives of ourselves, our siblings, our friends, families, and ultimately all humans around the world. So congratulations and good luck for the remaining 6-7 hours as we try to surpass the goals that we hope to achieve. Thank you very much for allowing me to join.
And thank you again as well. We have another amazing initiative here at Rutgers University that's all about impacting and advancing opportunities for women at Rutgers. So I'm going to turn it over to our next guest. They will talk about their programs and their opportunities. And remember, keep going to givingday.rutgers.edu to make your donation count. Thank you. Come on over. We're going to do another one of those live telecast transitions. So just shut your eyes for a couple of minutes. And when they start speaking, you can open your eyes again.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Ismelka Gomez. My name is Lisa Hetfield. I'm the Associate Director and the Director of Development at the Institute for Women's Leadership here at Rutgers. and we're very excited about Giving Day. We've just finished our first ever crowdfunding for an exciting project, so we know how the excitement builds as you're going toward a goal of donors and dollars. So I want to say a little bit about the Institute for Women's Leadership, and then ask Ismelka to talk about her experience at Rutgers and also with the Institute for Women's Leadership as a leadership scholar. I want to say, first of all, about who we are, because we are not a school and not a department. We are a distinctive arrangement, being a consortium within the university. And I guess we should say it really began over maybe almost 30 years ago when the then dean of Douglas College got together with leading women at Rutgers, and they realized that at Rutgers we had a great deal of resources devoted to women's education. We had Douglas, the College for Women. We had the Center for American Women in Politics. We had the Institute for Research on Women. We had the Center for Women's Global Leadership. We had the Department of Women's and Gender Studies. And we realized that if we took it collectively, it would be greater than the sum of the parts. In other words, we would have an array of resources at Rutgers unlike any other in the nation, any other at a university in the nation, and maybe even the world. And that's just what they did. In 1992, they brought together all of the existing women's programs at Douglas and on the New Brunswick campus that had shared in their mission something about advancing women's leadership. And it came together as the Institute for Women's Leadership Consortium. We now have 9 members of the consortium, 10 if you count the institute itself as an operating unit. So what do we do? Advancing women's leadership for a just world. And we're thinking about every arena where women are underrepresented in leadership, in government, in business, in law, in the boardrooms of corporations. So this is an institute that is thinking about preparing women to take leadership, advancing women to leadership, and supporting women already in leadership. And now I want to just stop for a minute and talk a little bit about what that means for students. Undergraduate students can apply to become leadership scholars within the Institute for Women's Leadership. And that is a 2-year program, 19 credits, certificate program, in which they take courses, they do an internship, they have to do their own leadership project. And I'm going to now kind of turn and face Ismelka because she is a current leadership scholars, we call IWL leadership scholars. And I want to ask you a little bit, Ismelka, about how you came to be in the program and what drew you to the program.
Well, I became a Douglas woman at the end of my freshman year in college. I came in as a regular Rutgers student, lived in a co-ed hall my first year, and my roommate drew me into applying to be in Douglas. And then through Douglas, I got a lot of emails about the Institute for Women's Leadership. And then once I lived in Douglas, my sophomore year, my peer academic leader, she encouraged me to apply for the IWL program. And I consider it because of the credits and also like the different opportunities, including internship and working on my own grant proposal, which can give me a lot of experience to work in the nonprofit sector.
Right. So tell us, what is your major now? Now you're a senior.
Yeah, I am.
Right.
I'm a cultural anthropology major and a minor in planning public policy.
And what did you hope to learn in the Leadership Scholars Program? Was there an issue you wanted to work on? Did you have a particular interest in a policy area?
I mean, just like any other freshman and sophomore, I was confused as to what I would do with like anthropology, and I didn't have a minor yet. I was really thinking about it, but when I became a IWL scholar, I noticed more of like my voice and the power that I can have in the public policy sector as well as the human rights sector. So I guess like opening my eyes to like human rights issues and like international affairs arena through the classes that we took and learning about all the different women that were involved in the women's movement and immigrant women as well, and women of color being involved also in public policy. So I feel like that kind of opened my mind more.
And you had a special interest in the immigrant experience,
Yeah.
having grown up in the Dominican
Mhm.
Republic and come here as a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
So that's terrific.
Yes.
So you had to do an internship as part of the
Mhm.
program.
Mhm.
Tell us about that.
So the first semester of the program is a Woman in Leadership course, which I took with Charlotte Bunch, who's an amazing women's leader known worldwide. It was an amazing introduction to leading me into choosing my internship site. She really helped me out during office hours and every time I talked to her after class and figuring out like, well, I do like doing research, but I don't know what I can do about it outside of academia, which was always a struggle for me. Professor Bunch offered me like thinking about like nonprofit organizations that do research and they do impact public policy. So I ended up applying for an internship in Human Rights Watch at the Women's Rights Division, doing quantitative research for the Dominican Republic. They assigned me a country. I did quantitative research on women's rights issues in the Dominican Republic, both in English and Spanish. Looked at the Dominican Constitution, the criminal code of the country, and how like implementation can happen through public administration and government.
This was a semester-long placement in New
Yeah.
York.
In New York, and my boss was actually in Washington, D.C.
Fantastic.
So I did a lot of remote and online work.
So from that internship, and that was also affiliated with a course you took at the
Yes.
OWL.
Mhm.
So you could come back to class and share with your classmates. So I'm hearing a couple of things.
Mhm.
One is individual attention from your faculty members, in this case Charlotte Bunch,
Yeah.
and also classes, a small seminar class.
Mhm.
So that maybe is a
Mhm.
particularly good benefit at this huge university.
Yes. So with my cohort, we were around 19 people,
Mhm.
and we all had different internship placements our second semester.
Great.
We got really close our first semester in Professor Bunch's class, and by the second semester, it was a 6-credit course. So 3 credits being the internship outside of the university, and also the 3-credit seminar where we would come to class and discuss anything that happened in our internships, from like conflicts to awesome things to learning how to commute, manage our money when we commute.
Right.
So different things and like women's
The practical
place.
side.
The very practical side
Very good.
that some of us didn't have before.
Mhm.
Also like the more like social issues of learning like what's our gender roles in the working place. How do we manage that, and how do we manage the hierarchy within the workplace, like talking to our boss and our coworkers and other interns. So it was a good experience
Sounds
to
like
have.
a good preparation for being out there now that you're a
Yeah,
senior,
in real
right?
life.
So tell
Mhm.
us about the next step was writing a proposal
Yeah.
for your own leadership
Mhm.
project.
Yeah.
And what did you
Mhm.
design? What was your social action project?
Well, in our second semester in the internship class at DM, we do have to write a grant proposal for our own social action projects. That's more of an individual social action project that we would do, but always discuss with our cohort members. And my social action project is with the organization here in New Brunswick called Lazos America Unida, and they're a migrant rights organization. They help different migrant issues here in New Brunswick. It's a grassroots organization, and I wanted to focus on women's issues within New Brunswick, especially for Latino women. And I wrote my proposal to work with them and do different like public relations materials to have more information of the centers and the resources that are here in New Brunswick to help with domestic violence and sexual abuse. I did it in Spanish, and I also did it in conjunction with my honors thesis. So I did some
Oh, wow.
interviews with some women from the city, and at the end of the interviews, I would have a section of questions asking them of the resources that they knew of
Mhm.
in the city. And then I would also ask those questions to the activists that work with those organizations. So at the end, I compiled all that information and took the main resources that I knew helped them and they felt comfortable with. So the more like resourceful, like also like bilingual resources and legal help as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sounds like you made a great contribution to the organization and to individual women.
Yeah.
And what was your biggest takeaway from that leadership experience?
Well, I'm still in the process, but
Okay.
I'm almost done with it. I was previously a visual arts major.
Oh,
So I
didn't know
took a lot of those skills into my pamphlet making, flyer making, and also like having to find like meaning to the pamphlets.
Mhm.
So making them a little bit more colorful and making not usually domestic violence, public relations materials are really sad and they have really sad images, and that also makes a woman want to like avoid looking at the information, which I also ask questions about that. So I made it a little bit more colorful and to help them on look for help
Mhm.
within their own
To feel
communities.
supported, to have
Yes.
resources.
But it's been a great experience working along with a grassroots organization and a local problem that happens all over the world.
Yes.
So it's helped me in that sense and reflect on my own experience of what I want to do in the future and what I'm doing now.
Well, no pressure, but what are your plans? Do you have them? Do you envision, let's say 5 years down the road, do you see where you'd like to be?
Well, I'm currently applying to graduate school.
You are, okay.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
master's programs in international affairs and also social work, public policy, and 2 minutes.
So
Yeah.
you could go in
Mhm.
several directions.
Yeah. Different
Um,
plans.
Great. I want to close by your sharing a little bit about your experience last summer, because I know you were selected by the Institute to represent us in South Africa. Could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah. So this summer, I had the pleasure to go with 2 people from my cohort and 2 other Rutgers students and Barnard students from Colombia to go to South Africa, Cape Town, to University of Cape Town to take a course on race, gender, and sexuality in Cape Town. It was an amazing experience. It was a class in conjunction with the Institute for Women's Leadership here at Rutgers, UCT, and Barnard College. So it was an amazing experience. We had different trips. We also had a lot of in-class time, and we had the experience to like meet with some of the students and talk about their experiences at the University of Cape Town and learn a lot of the history of Cape Town, a very unique site in South Africa.
So you're getting I would say, a global perspective
Yeah.
on your interests. I guess that an important thing for me to close with is that the particular experiences we've discussed connected with the Institute are only made possible because of donors' support. The experience to go to South Africa,
Yeah.
the Institute was able to partially fund that for each of the students, and that was because of the generosity of individual donors. And so I think what's going on today will directly benefit students.
Yeah.
And it's the same with our Leadership Scholars Program, made possible because of donors. Some who are alums, some who went through the program, and others who care about advancing women to leadership. So we should say thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Ismalka, thank you so much for speaking with us about what you've been doing, and congratulations on all you've accomplished.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. I think that's it for us.
Okay.
Great.
Donna, take it
Thank
over.
you.
Nice job.
Donna.
You gonna mute it? Are we ready? I'm not ready. Donna, you're up.
Okay, hi, this is Donna Thornton, and I'm the Vice President for Alumni Relations, Annual Giving, and Communications. I'm delighted to be here this evening to take us to the next couple of hours. And joining me right now is my colleague Lisa English, who's the Director of Alumni Relations at Rutgers University, Newark. And I thought it would be fun to start my segment off with talking about what happened in Newark today.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Donna. It's great to be here. And we had a fabulous day in Newark. We were located in the Paul Robeson Campus Center, and we had tons of students and alumni and staff who happened to be alumni come by. And the thing they liked the most definitely was the Giving Day boxes.
Oh, yeah.
And we had a lot of fun with students in lots of different ways, giving away the boxes to each other and sharing them randomly with people they didn't know in the libraries and in the student center at the dining hall, and really having a great time with that. So they seemed to really enjoy paying it forward that way. And we had many, many students also share the Giving Day message with people. So at first they would come up to the table and say, "What's this about?" And as soon as we started to explain the pay it forward and do a random act of kindness or help support your favorite organization, they caught the bug, and everybody started either donating themselves or taking the box, giving it to someone and asking them to support their organization.
That's really what we were hoping was going to happen. And also, I think Giving Day is about philanthropy, certainly, but it was also about volunteering and understanding what it means to volunteer on behalf of the university and to support the university in that way. Did we have alumni who participated with us?
Our alumni were participating online, and in fact, we still have a Newark Alumni House Challenge going on that is being matched by one of our board members and double alumnus, Carl Burns. And so our alumni leaders have taken up that challenge, and they're hoping to raise $250 in challenge money, plus we hope more, to support Newark's Alumni House, which we hope will be coming online in 2017.
That's exciting. Why don't we talk a little bit about the Alumni House
Sure.
in Newark? We've got a location for it.
Right. It's located at 47 Central Avenue. So it's right on the corner of Washington and Central, literally across the street from the Newark Museum. So it's centrally located to the city and to the campus footprint of Rutgers University, Newark.
And I know we're still working on the details of how the house will be used, but it will house the development and the alumni relations staff in Newark.
Correct.
And hopefully will be available for our alumni to use for meetings and especially our chartered groups with the Rutgers University Alumni Association.
Right, exactly. We're really excited because the RUAA will be housed at Alumni House in Newark, and the space it's a historic home, and it's being renovated to update it with technology and yet preserve the historic detail of that neighborhood. So it's very, very exciting for us.
It is. And it's all part of the vision in Newark, which is to have the Rutgers University Newark be an anchor institution within the city. And I know that the leadership in Newark and you and others are very, very active in partnering with the city of Newark. And so how are those projects coming together? The Haynes Building and
Sure. Actually, we are partnering with the city on so many different levels. And in fact, we had a representative from the city of Newark meet with us recently because not only is it Rutgers' 250th birthday, it is the city of Newark's 350th birthday next year. So we're combining a lot of the celebrations that are happening in the community and in the city with opportunities for alumni to come back to the city of Newark and really explore the incredible dining and entertainment options that are there and get refamiliarized with a campus that has just had so many incredible improvements happen to it, especially over the last 5 years. And then with, as you mentioned, the Haynes Building, which is truly an iconic former department store in the city, that's going to become Express Newark, which is a combination space, almost like Newark's living room is how the chancellor describes it, because it will have maker spaces for artists. It will have a Whole Foods store in it.
Nice.
And Rutgers will occupy, I believe the correct figure is about 30,000 square feet. And it will have an iteration of the former photo studio and just some incredible spaces and retail shops and residential spaces as well. So it's really going to change the neighborhood and as Prudential is an anchor institution as well and an incredible partner with Rutgers, they have 1,100 alumni. So we work with them very closely, and they've made a big impact with their new headquarter building right next door.
Uh-huh.
So once Express Newark is completed, it's truly going to change the face of the neighborhood again for the better. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
some really incredible
It's
stuff.
really exciting to see the university take a leadership role in the rebirth of Newark and
Yes.
helping the community become a much more thriving and vibrant place. In fact, on Friday, I'm going to get to go see the new alumni's house. I'm
Mhm.
very excited about that. I guess it's going to be a hard hat tour.
Yes, right now it's under half renovation, so from the former owner, but it's
Looking
really
forward to that,
incredible.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so many of the historic details in the house are still there. So the wrought iron staircase, travertine tile floors, some of the original plasterwork is still there. So a lot of that will be preserved. And I believe the architect is in the process of being chosen. So we're going to move that project along fairly quickly and hopefully occupy again, probably in about a year and a half,
Great.
which is really exciting.
So going back to Giving Day in Newark, I participated at the Student Center on the College Avenue campus here
Mhm.
today, and handed out the boxes, and we had the students write, "What does philanthropy mean to you?" Did you do that there?
We did that as well. We had the pens, and in Newark, the students wrote it as one word. So many of them wrote things like it was positive and it meant opportunity. In fact, we were getting out the thesaurus because one of the students said, "I want a different word for opportunity." And we were using the words like adventure and possibilities. And so they were really writing all those words on. And really seemed to enjoy that as well. They were bringing other friends over to write on the box. And in fact, writing on the box became a reward for some students with each other for making a gift.
That's great.
And so I think part of the volunteer spirit that you spoke about before, and part of the education, the philanthropy education that went on today, was really exciting because students were teaching each other and helping each other understand how the small gifts could make a difference. And the challenge money for Giving Day really made a difference. And the students really enjoyed the hashtag challenges and the social media postings and the volunteerism there. In fact, we had a record number of students come out to volunteer, so much so that we had to, flip the pages over and have them add their names to the list, because once they found out their friends were volunteering and how much fun it was, they really got into the spirit of Giving Day. So it was really fun.
Well, so what some people don't know is that our colleague Barbara Turman is here in the office with us running this show. And she just told me, and Barbara is the Associate Vice President for Annual Giving. And Barbara just told me that we've had over 2 million social media impressions today, and our goal was 100,000. So
So we knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, we did knock it out
We
of the
did.
park. And I
We did.
stopped tweeting and Facebooking and Instagramming about 2 hours ago. So
So now it'll probably only be 1 million. Yeah, we had a lot. We've got Rutgers University Newark's own account is posting, and we've got the PRCC, Paul Robeson Campus Center. So again, the student organizations really took a hold of this and
this has
enjoyed
been
it.
a great community building event.
Absolutely.
In addition to a fundraising event.
Right.
So, Lisa,
Great
thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you being here and taking my questions. And
Absolutely.
actually, Lisa, in case you wanted to know, was a surprise guest.
But I can think of
And she did a great job.
Happy to be here. Thank you, Donna, for the opportunity. And again, Rutgers University Newark had just knocked it out of the park today with Giving Day. So
Great.
we're really excited.
Congratulations.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later. See ya.
You guys are live, so you.
So we're all live here.
Join.
All right,
We're
come on
live.
in.
Okay.
Grab a seat.
My
Right
next,
over here at the table. The
my
camera's
next
facing
guest
this way.
is Rudy Bell.
So just pull a chair around and right there.
In here?
Join
Come
Donna.
right in, right over here.
And I brought along 2 of the student researcher videographers who worked on this course that we're going to
Oh,
talk
great.
about,
Okay,
which is
super.
especially good since I have a little laryngitis, so they're going to
That
talk.
seems to be going around.
So let me.
Cozy up. Otherwise you won't be in the frame.
So I'm happy to introduce Professor Rudy Bell. Professor Bell is a history professor at Rutgers, and is working on an online course that is going to be offered in the spring and then next fall regarding Rutgers history and the 250th. And it's open to alumni and students and whoever wants to take it. So why don't you introduce your colleagues and we'll talk about the course.
Okay, well, in planning this course, it seemed to me very important, and to Paul Clemens, who co-teaches it with me, to involve undergraduates from the outset in the building and development of the course. And so we had 5 students all of last spring doing, actually it's a 3-credit historical research and videography class. And so they each took 2 topics of the more than a dozen, 14, I guess, that we're going to do all together.
Great.
And zeroed in on the research behind it, picking the readings. So if the students don't like the readings or the videos, well, blame them too. So it's a very collaborative effort, and they were able to join me today.
Oh, that's
so
terrific.
Michelle Choi, you worked on
I worked on the residency segment as well as the segment on, it's called Land and Sea. And that was focused on the fact that Rutgers is a research institution.
Okay, great.
We'll talk about that more.
Sure.
And Jordan?
I was
Jordan Cohn.
Okay.
I did the Rutgers athletics portion, focusing especially after World War II, and I also focused on Rutgers in the second 100 years, from 1866 to 1966.
And the projects we did on those, we did the first students from Japan.
We did the first students from Japan. We were one of the first students from Japan actually graduated at Rutgers. Focused on the marching band, especially because it's a national type of organization that started here in 1915. And we also focused on Paul Robeson. He's one of our most famous graduates.
And the marching band is celebrating its 100th birthday this year too. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
And the 4th segment was actually with Richard President Richard McCormick on the found and becoming a state university in 1956.
Sure.
So anyway, we do all these various segments, and the alums do not have to take the test.
Wow.
And they don't have to do the research paper, but they become resources for the research paper. So right in the middle of the class, spring break it's not a great course if you want to be in Cancun for spring break. I guess you could do it because it's online. So you could, if you had good internet, you could do it. But basically, they're going to do individual research projects, looking at old Targum newspapers, looking at the Chilean and the Gleaner at Camden, so the different student newspapers, and other artifacts, maybe against some Board of Governors meeting minutes and so forth.
Sure.
And I'm very interested myself in how students responded to major historical events, Kennedy assassination, or the Gulf War and so forth. So I could tell you a little bit about the various topics that we do, and then maybe Michelle and Jordan did some wonderful interviews.
I'd love to. I'd love to hear both of them.
You
talk
will.
about their segments. Okay.
So we do the first 100 years one week, then we do the second 100 years. We do a week on Newark, a week on Camden, a week on the medical school and the re-entry of the medical school into Rutgers. We do a week on academic freedom and 3 major incidents. The Burgle case in the 30s, the Moses Finley case in the 50s, and the Genovese case in the 60s. What are some of the other ones we're doing? I'll get them all down.
Yeah, we'll get them.
We do veterans, returning veterans, starting with the American Revolution.
Right.
But then we also interview veterans right up to Iraq and Afghanistan. So running the whole sweep of the 250 years.
Douglas.
Douglas is not a separate. That's part of residency, which Michelle has worked on. So we'll talk more about that. Anyway, why don't we hear a little bit more about, you want to start us, Jordan, with that? No, Michelle. Okay. So tell us what you did. No, tell us what we did for residency. It's a very good.
I'd like to hear about it. Yeah.
One of the segments was residency, and I got to interview 2 alums from Douglas so that I could get a history of what it's like to for the Douglas Residential College.
Way back in the 50s, and they graduated in 1959.
All right.
Yeah.
Great.
So
there were great memories there.
It was very interesting to hear how strict the rules were back then.
Right.
And then how what they did for fun. And then I also got to interview Peter Klein, who was actually a faculty member living in the residence halls on Livingston campus. And so there were very interesting stories about that as well, with regard to how the rest of the university, which wasn't at that time apart, together, kind of viewed Livingston as that, the kind of outsider campus.
Yeah, the whole Livingston community has changed so much in a very short period of time. And so it's really interesting to hear what it was like, when it was first founded in the 70s, right?
Well, late 60s,
Late
actually.
60s?
And by the time they actually are admitting students, it was 1970, 71. And Peter Klein is just wonderful
Right.
on early issues in race relations, in, I'll call them campus police and self-policing.
Yeah, and he was talking about how students would patrol the area as well because the police weren't active on campus.
Sure.
And then he was talking about how there was a lot of diversity on that campus. It had female and male residents living together on the same campus. And then there wasn't much of an issue of race, as he was saying, but there were a lot of different types of students around. Like the demographics were very interesting in that way, and each of the residential halls, like the quads, had their own kind of names and nicknames,
Sure.
and they were a little bit racially segregated, but it wasn't because of very serious racism. So
People lived with who they wanted to
Yeah,
live with, is the way he described it.
Exactly.
Uh-huh,
So it's just the way it was.
Yeah.
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, it was very interesting.
And then Carla Yanni,
Yes.
in the art history
Sure,
department, who worked on architecture and so forth.
Okay.
And then the students do some reading, so they read a little of Clemens's book
Mhm.
and a little of the Rutgers 250 book,
Uh-huh.
more pictorial representation. And then we have them reading the Red Book, actually, a 1920 version from Douglas and 1955. So they're going to read the rules. So
Oh,
we emphasize primary sources
Uh-huh.
because this is class. And the history of an institution is not always easy to do because we're not simply saying the glories of Rutgers. It's a wonderful place. I've been teaching here 48 years, so I like it
right.
pretty well. But we want to get at how do historians work and what is memory, what is a historical document, how is
that was one of the challenges of publishing the 250th book was you can't really tell the story of Rutgers chronologically. It doesn't tell the whole thing, but which is why we chose to do it topically.
Mhm.
And it seemed to, I think, has brought the university to life in many ways. So
Well, we're
sounds like
using
this
the book.
course is going to be.
Well, we're using the book. It's
Great.
a signed reading.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
We're going to see how, the Rutgers University Press
It's a
gave
big
us
book.
well, but they gave us a fabulous discount.
That's
It's,
wonderful, yeah.
Nearly 60% discount.
great.
On this. We're reading Clemens and Congress edited book, and then Richard P. McCormick, the father of Richard L., on the Black student movement in the 1960s. And then another, and McCormick's own Raised at
It is,
Rutgers.
right, Raised at Rutgers.
Yeah,
Sure.
so it's a heavy dose of reading.
That is a lot of reading.
Jordan, tell us.
So
Talk.
I mean, my personal passion is with athletics.
Uh-huh.
So for the athletics portion, it's basically focusing on two separate kind of identities of Rutgers. You have, that Rutgers private college that thought of Princeton as its biggest rival. And then Princeton, despite beating us 38 times in a row, decided that as soon as we started winning, they were out of this. And you have people with those kinds of memories, and they
Sure.
remember when Princeton was the big game. Dick Lloyd, who's a Hall of Fame alumni.
Right.
You have, we interviewed Eddie Jordan on that fantastic 1976 team, and now the head coach. But then you also and Don Heilman, who is who works at Rutgers in Student Legal Services, and is also one of the first. He was an All-American in 2 different sports, but then you move forward and you have this kind of more recent history of bigger time.
Sure.
Bigger time is Laustein described, but then big time with Bob Mulcahy, who does a fantastic interview, and he actually has some very interesting points to talk about at the end of his tenure, and the kind of
Getting dismissed.
Getting dismissed.
This is a rough
Yeah.
and tumble class.
Uh-huh.
We talk about
Getting
that.
dismissed, and a bit of a disagreement with how Professor McCormick describes the
Uh-huh.
event in his own book. It's a very, there's some stuff in here that I don't think people have ever heard before. And then with the second 100 years, it really, I think, does give an example, and the interviews with archivists at Rutgers Archives really give a great idea of, Rutgers was a private college, and these kinds of ideas of, something like having one of the Black student like Paul Robeson being such a prominent alumni of a small private college in the early 1900s was a huge
It's
deal.
remarkable. Yes.
It was much bigger than now when we're
Yes.
one of the most diverse in the nation.
Yes. Absolutely.
Other interviews, ex-head coach Kyle Flood, Tom Lucci. There's some really great interviews.
Great.
And then, of course, Michelle schlepped all over the state. She was down there in, what was this, Tuckahoe someplace? Down
Yeah,
there,
I went down with Professor Belen Clemens to Tuckerton. The
Sure,
field
I know.
station.
I've actually
Yeah.
toured Tuckerton.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
really?
a
beautiful.
lot of mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's right.
Drove
Yeah.
me crazy. You'll see students take the class going to see itching.
That was very interesting.
I bet.
And then we were out in, what is that, Hackettstown, right? So sitting there in these strawberry fields and
Mhm.
tomatoes, the new Rutgers tomato.
Uh-huh.
Got a couple of free samples. That was a good
Yeah,
day.
they're so
I missed
fresh.
that
The
one.
tomatoes.
So just a little bit of, tell me a little bit about each one of you. What's your background? What are your majors? What year are you and all of that?
I'm a junior and I am studying English as well as possibly computer science and a minor in international and global studies.
Okay.
And I got involved with this project because I'm very interested in videography and the way that, and editing. And I just wanted to I wanted to be a part of building a curriculum for
Uh-huh.
a course. So
Great.
that's why, yeah.
Sounds like it was a great experience.
It really was.
Yeah.
It was.
I'm a history political science joint major. I'm a third generation alumni. I will be a third generation alumni. I'm a third generation student on one side and
Uh-huh.
second on the other. And I've always loved Rutgers, and I've got an email in my inbox that there was a course being taught in this, and to email either Professor Bell, Professor Clemens about if you're interested. I was like, I have to get in on this.
Oh, that's great. Great. Well, I'm glad that you got
Sure.
them involved in them. That sounds
Me
like
too.
a
They've
wonderful
been
thing.
wonderful.
That's great. So the course is available. You can sign up for it at ouralumni.com and
Mhm.
also through is it through continuing education?
For regular students,
Re-
to get
regular
3 credits,
students to
just
get- right.
register. Any campus, Newark, Camden,
Okay,
everywhere.
Right.
And the
Right.
alums are doing it through the Alumni Association.
Right. Exactly. So that's ouralumni.com or call the office and we can help get them registered.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
And it starts January.
January 19th, the first Tuesday after Martin
Uh-huh.
Luther King Day, and the alums are going to be our resource people. And
Great.
so we've got over 100 students already signed up.
That's
and
great.
Dozen
That's a-
alums.
Great. So we now have a tally. So this is where we all go, yay! We are at $720,123 raised and 3,520 donors. So that's pretty amazing.
Great, good.
We have blown past our goals today and are really excited about that and very, very thankful to everyone who has joined us in this day of giving to support Rutgers. And I'm thankful for you to be here today and appreciate the information and look forward to hearing more about the course.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I'd have had to throw.
Okay, here we are. Again, I'm Donna Thornton, Vice President for Alumni Relations, Annual Giving, and Communications. And I'm in the very enviable position of interviewing these three very talented student leaders here who are members of the leaders of the Scarlet Council. And I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves to you.
My name's Jeremy Scardino.
My name's Emma Russos.
And my name is Connor Ryan.
Okay, maybe a little bit more about yourselves. Let's loosen up, okay, guys?
Okay. I'm
Major.
VP of Communications for the Scarlet Council, Business Analytics and Information Technology major, junior at Rutgers.
Great. Okay.
I work under Connor. I'm in the communications department in the council. I am in the School of Engineering, and I'm a junior.
Okay.
I am the Vice President of Organizational Development, which has to do mainly with recruitment for this organization. I am also an environmental business and economics major. And I'm also on the executive board for my fraternity here at Rutgers, Sigma Pi.
It's great to have you guys here tonight. So maybe you could start off and maybe Connor can start off and tell us what's the Scarlet Council.
So the Scarlet Council is a new student organization here at Rutgers University. We are in our second year. One of our main goals is to connect students with alumni through various events throughout campus. Also, we are to inspire students to a lifelong commitment with the university. And lastly, one of our primary goals is to make the undergraduate student body aware of the Rutgers University Alumni Association throughout their years here at Rutgers.
Anyone want to say anything more about that?
I think that pretty much sums it up.
Okay.
Inspire commitment to the university, connect students with alumni.
So tell me about what you've been doing. Your organization is little bit over a year old.
About a year and a half.
About a year and a half. So tell us a little bit about what you've been doing and what your plans and your future goals are.
What we've been doing this year is trying to grow. We are a new organization, like you said, so we've just been trying to expand. We did some football giveaways at Ohio State and Nebraska. We had those banners.
Some here.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did the Alumni Leadership Conference Awards. We did the Real Awards. We did the reenactment of the charter signing.
Yeah, that was fun.
So we
was
connected students and alumni through that. I think that's all, right?
That's most.
Sums it up for the fall.
Yeah, and what's your long-term plan for this organization? Like, how big do you want to become?
Well, like Emma said, we're focused on growth so that we can handle the kind of events that we want to put on to connect students with alumni. So, I mean, looking eventually like 65 to 100 members, probably long term. For next year, we're probably looking to double to about 30 members. So first year we were 6 members, now 14. Now we're looking to double again to 30 so we can put on those events. That's the main goal right now, to be able to put on those large scale events, connecting a lot of students with a lot of alumni.
Sure.
And right now, I believe our Vice President of Events is planning a dinner for February with our organization and alumni. Nothing's set in stone, but it's something that we're focusing on doing as an organization.
That's great.
Mhm.
Why is that alumni connection so important to you as students?
I mean, obviously, when I came into Rutgers, obviously academics, from the get-go, are the main thing of why we're in school and why we're paying tuition. But ultimately, at the end of the day, connections are what drive careers. And I believe through this organization, you have the networking experience that you cannot really find at any other organization on campus. So that's where I find the true value in this organization.
I mean, 470,000 alumni. And, we're an incredibly diverse school. So there's so many alumni out there who do so many different things. So there's always an opportunity to connect with someone who's in the field that you want to be in. And then it's, becoming more and more important every day.
Right.
Is, it's not everything, but who you know and what you know. So it's definitely important. And we're trying to share that with everyone, let them know that there are resources that, we can get in contact with successful alumni through the RUAA.
So I know that you attended the event that we had with the Prudential a few weeks ago.
That was awesome.
And that was a networking event. How did you do with that? Did you like it? What
I'll
were
answer
the
that.
outcomes of that for you?
So that event was awesome to me, especially because it was very focused on Prudential and Rutgers solely. So the whole event was based on Prudential employees talking to us. And at the end of the day, I actually came away with a few business cards, just introducing yourself, showing that initiative that you do care about meeting Rutgers alumni. And at the same time, it was great for career networking if you did have an interest in Prudential.
Yeah, I mean, Prudential is the largest hirer of Rutgers students. Big company, and I mean, all three of us have interests that could be, we could be working at Prudential in the future. Obviously, business, but also engineering.
Yeah,
Big technology company.
It was mostly business, and I even felt like I fit in, even though I'm in engineering. It was great. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. So Giving Day, I was able to monitor some social media today, and saw a lot of Scarlet Council posts and reposts. So thank you for supporting that. What do you see as the benefit of a day like this in terms of the Rutgers community?
I think it brings about awareness of the importance of giving back to the university. So a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the opportunities that we're given as Rutgers students, it comes directly from alumni. That not everything is paid by tuition. That a lot of it is from alumni donations. So giving out the little boxes and having the social media challenges, it kind of made it hit home a little bit more that all the stuff that we get to do here, we have to pay it forward. We have to give back. So it was a good way to incorporate Giving Day and philanthropy for the university.
Right.
Nice. And even as a student organization, it means a lot to me, just because Rutgers has, just in my 3 years here, has given me a great education. The Rutgers University Alumni Association has allowed me to work there for about the past 3 years. And also, just by talking about this, our council in general, the opportunity that has given me definitely makes students like myself want to give back to the university.
I didn't even realize how much money comes from philanthropy until today, honestly.
Oh, that's
And-
great. Well, I'm glad that we were able to educate you a little bit. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's really important. We are focused on philanthropy today, but we also it's also about volunteering and supporting the institution in a lot of other ways too. I always like to say I use the acronym AGE. It's advocacy, giving, and engagement. And if an alum does those three things, then that's the best alum in the world. So, what you're doing to set that stage going forward is really important work for the institution. So what can alumni do to help you? I mean, I know the RUAA as an organization is supporting you and helping, but what could alumni do to help students and help the Scarlet Council?
One of the things I would say is definitely come back to campus more often. I mean, just to meet the students, even for networking purposes, but also even though a lot of the stuff we do is for professional development, it's just great to share that Scarlet experience. Sharing what you did at Rutgers, what we're doing at Rutgers, it's just great to be in contact in general. So I would say it would be great for more alumni to come back to campus throughout the year.
Right. In the future, we're trying to do events with students and alumni. So we would really love for alumni to be interested in coming back to our events and, just be there for us, help us out with these. So.
Drive the mission.
Drive the mission, right.
I was just going to say, help us transition to becoming alumni.
Yeah.
Help us when we get out. Well, help us before we get out in the real world.
With that networking and helping with connections and finding a job and things like that, those kinds of things. Yeah. So I'm going to get back to that. I wanted to talk a little bit about coming back and interacting. I had such a good time at the charter signing. I got to admit, going in, I was like, really, you're going to make me put a costume on? But once I got there, and I'm not an alumna, but I pretend I am a lot. But seeing the alumni who were there get excited about this and really, get into it was really a lot of fun. How did you come up with that idea? What inspired you to reenact the charter signing?
I can't take credit for thinking of the idea, but I mean, I think it helps to instill pride in the university. And kind of just remind people, we've been here for 250 years. and this is what it looked like back then, and this is what it is now. 250 years ago, it was just old Queens, and now it's
Yeah.
really 5 campuses in 2 cities.
What I was gonna say is what I really liked about the event is that it was very laid back. Like Donna was saying with the costumes, it kind of offered a more laid back feel. But at the same time, we were able to talk with alumni and mingle with them. Some of them I never talked to and met before, and it was also great for networking.
And when you drive around campus, you see the banners and stuff with the Rutgers 250 in that picture.
Yes.
So it was funny
Yeah.
to see people today dress up like that.
Right.
and
So
take the
so
picture.
for those people who don't know, we reenacted the charter signing, which is a stained glass image that you are seeing associated with the 250th, and is in Kirkpatrick. The actual stained glass is in Kirkpatrick Chapel, and the Scarlet Council did a great job going out and finding the costumes that actually matched what those gentlemen who were signing the charter, right down to the color and everything, and everyone had to sit the right way, and it was really, really well done. I was really, I haven't seen the pictures yet, so looking forward to that.
And I want to give a shout out to Martuza. He's one of our student members. He did the backdrop, which took him about over 50 hours to complete with one of his friends. And really, like you said, I can't wait to see the pictures because what he did was a true work of art.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. I just want to, she's off camera, but my colleague Tara Kissenberth is here, and Tara is the advisor for the Scarlet Council and works in the Alumni Relations Office and does a great job providing leadership and advice and mentoring to you folks and everything.
100%.
Hi.
She's the
best. There she is. All right. It's after 5 o'clock, so we're getting a little giddy. So you had mentioned talking about helping with the networking before you graduate and everything. And one of the things that I'm hoping that we can do in our Alumni Relations Office is add a program for career services and have someone in our office dedicated to developing career opportunities and career networking opportunities for students and alumni, and really engage with us in that way, because it really is about reaching back and reaching forward to help employ, because that's what some of the strongest institutions in the country do.
Definitely.
Yeah. So when we go to places like Prudential and Bank of America, and where there are large numbers of Rutgers alumni who are employed by those companies, it's really a great opportunity for us. And we want to be able to capitalize on that and provide those networking opportunities.
And with that, and along with academics, it's the best of both worlds right there.
Yeah, it really is. So this dinner that you want to do in February, I know without committing you to anything yet, what's that going to look like? What's your vision for that?
So actually, this has been a vision of mine just through going to leadership conferences throughout the summer, talking to other Big Ten schools and what their student alumni orgs do. How I picture it is almost like a career panel type of event. At first, it would open up as a dinner, but then it would turn into a networking type of event. That's what I'm hoping. But then again, it takes a lot of planning over winter break, so we're yet to solidify.
Yeah, and solidifying who your panelists are going to be is, and how you're going to handle that. So, Connor, you mentioned something that reminded me. I don't know I know you obviously went, but I don't know if the other two did. Went to Washington, D.C. this summer?
Yes.
Did you go? Yeah? What was that like? What was that experience like?
It was a good experience to get input. We're a new organization, so sometimes it'd be kind of hard to figure out, how do we get to achieve those goals? So to talk to people from other similar schools who've had the same kind of program but well established, that was probably the best part of it, to get to able to talk to other groups and get their input, talk from their experience to help us do that.
I know when I do that, I always come away feeling that it's nice to know that the problems you have or the challenges you face are not unique to you, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Like Jeremy was saying, just like the exchanging of ideas, whether it's recruitment wise, event wise, it's just good to take away from other schools that are about the same in size as us.
And they also had presentations about really particular subjects. A lot of it was probably more to do with recruitment and stuff like that. And
It
events. It was very valuable. And
great.
Went to Washington D.C.
Yeah, that never hurts.
Mhm.
And I believe the next conference is in Atlanta, so I'm hoping that we get to go to that. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that we will.
Okay.
Let's go.
We'll be there.
Hope so.
I hope you get to go
I
too.
hope.
I
you guys
hope.
were
It's
in
my third
DC,
one.
you guys also met with the club down there too.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. One of the nights we got to have a dinner with the Rutgers Club of Washington, D.C., which was also, like we've been talking about, a great networking opportunity. And there were a lot of them that came out.
Yeah, that was another benefit of getting to another city,
Mhm.
because then you experience the charter clubs that are in pretty much every major city in the country and in other areas of the world.
Right.
So that was cool for us to not only to network, but to get to know what the charter groups really are, not just by reading about them, but by meeting with them.
Sure. And the charter groups are key to our outreach, especially outside of New Jersey, because we really need them to, be like the hub for connections to Rutgers. And we hope that when somebody moves there, that they reach out to the club leaders and, become involved and get engaged with us. So do you have any, anything you'd like to add about?
Oh, yeah. So,
Anything?
I'll add one more thing. Just because it's very relevant as of now, we're actually, as recruitment chair, we're having our last social reception this Tuesday before we go away for winter break. So this is, like Jeremy was saying, this is a crucial time for growth, recruiting new student leaders. So that's something that I'm definitely looking forward to in my vice president role.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing right now.
What kind? So what are the qualities that you're looking for in the students that you're trying to recruit?
Definitely strong leadership abilities. We're small right now, so there needs to be. You have to be responsible because everybody's got to be on top of what they're doing.
100%.
Right. Yeah.
We have the executive board and then teams under them. So the executive board, we're all very responsible. We all get everything done. And we're not really looking into GPA requirement too much, stuff like that. Obviously, should not be below a certain level.
Right.
Exactly.
But yeah, really just more of the soft skill qualities. Be comfortable connecting with alumni, that kind of thing. It's something that's really relevant to our organization.
It's a great answer.
Yeah, that is great. Tara, do you have anything else you want us to talk about? We've got 10 minutes.
What's been your fondest memory of Scarlet Council so far and why?
Ooh. So I would definitely have to say the first ALC conference, just because it was our first year in the Scarlet Council. And I remember it was the Penn State weekend and it was held in the multi-purpose room. And just because that was my actual real first event with alumni, so I came in there not knowing what to expect, was at a table with 5 different alumni that I never met. And just to talk with them and engage with them was a great opportunity. So as of now, I'd say that's my favorite memory, just because it was one of the first things I did as a member.
Honestly, I thought the T-shirt giveaways were really fun. I actually got to go on the football field.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I got to stand next to like the 6' something football players, and it made me feel smaller than I usually feel. So I don't know, it was fun. It was fun. And then you've got like all the fans screaming at you to throw them a T-shirt. I can only throw so far, so I tried my best. But
Are T-shirt guns allowed, or are they not?
they are, but we are not allowed to use them. The athletics department has trained people.
Oh, I
Uh,
see.
yeah.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
special.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
I would say my fondest memory thus far would be the Fall Fest at the President's Residence.
Oh, yes.
That was an example of exclusive event we got to go to with alumni. It was just kind of neat. I was helping out Dr. Barchi with the tractor rides. So it was interesting to see him in a different setting, in a more personal setting. Yeah, it was just a great event, I think.
That's a lot of fun. We like doing that event. Yeah.
And definitely what's another thing that's very cool that I love doing about a month or two ago. So I got to sit on one of the board director meetings, which was in Newark. So as a student to have that opportunity to be exposed to that type of professional development type of stuff was a great opportunity as well.
And DC.
In DC.
Yes.
That's a good development
Can't forget about
opportunity. And building that network too. I mean, you're not only building a network within Rutgers, but you're building a national network for yourself as well, which you never know where those connections are going to come back to you in the future.
Mhm.
It's really great.
Definitely.
Jersey Roots Global Reach.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
So is it finals yet?
About feels like it.
Yeah.
Feels like it already. I actually have a final tomorrow and a paper due tomorrow, but I'm on top of it.
I bet you are.
Yeah, I am.
I don't want to talk about.
Okay, we won't talk about finals. No,
No.
Classes do end December 10th though.
Okay.
So we do have just a little over a week, and then finals are going to start to kick in.
You're right, right.
A lot of library hours.
The final push for the end of the semester.
Definitely.
Great. Okay, I think we're done.
Nice.
I really appreciate you all being here
Thank you for
and
the
talking to
opportunity.
us about what you're doing. It's the Scarlet Council.
Yes.
They are the leaders of the Scarlet Experience and work very closely with the Rutgers University Alumni Association. And we appreciate everything that you do to support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, again, my name's Donna Thornton. I'm Vice President for Alumni Relations, Annual Giving and Communications here at Rutgers University. And with me tonight are Alexis Holmes and Daria Voskoboynikov.
Yeah.
And they are students in the new School of Arts and Sciences Honors College or program. You're in the program in the School of Arts and Sciences Honors program. There is a difference, and are joining us tonight to talk about what their experience is and to share a little bit about what that program is about. So why don't you start off by you telling us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what your major is, what your year is, and then we can talk about the honors program.
Sure. Would you like to go first? Sure. So, again, my name is Daria Voskoboynikov. I'm a senior in the SAS honors program. I am double majoring in economics and psychology and double minoring in French and music, which is a little bit
That's
random.
a big,
yeah.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, it's a little bit random, but it's been great. I'm lucky that I can even do that here. Yeah. What else? I'm from Fair Lawn, New Jersey. Yeah.
Okay.
Brief history.
So again, my name is Alexis Holmes. I am currently a junior. I am majoring in biological sciences, minoring in nutrition and economics, and I'm also doing a certificate program in chemical education.
Oh, wow.
So I'm kind of all over the place. I'm also pre-med. And let's see, I'm from Marlton, New Jersey, which probably no one has heard of, but it's South Jersey, near Cherry Hill. So.
Great. So why don't you each tell me what this program has done for you, for your academic experience and your overall college experience here at Rutgers?
I'll go first again. I think for me, the best part of the honors program was living with people who are also in the honors program. So my first 2 years here, I lived in Brett Hall, which is the honors housing on College Avenue campus. And it was just great being in that type of environment where everyone that was around me was kind of like me, had very different interests, but I got to learn so much. And it was nice to be in an environment where everyone else kind of like wanted to make friends and wanted to have a cool college experience, but also when it came time for midterms and finals, kind of respected each other's space and time. And it was just great. It was a really, really cool environment to be in. More so academically speaking, right now I'm writing my thesis in experimental economics, and that's a really great opportunity for me. I think if I wasn't in the honors program, I wouldn't want to endeavor on such a difficult course. But yeah, I think I'm learning a lot. I think I'm getting a taste of what it might be to do research and seeing if I like that or not. And I think if I wasn't in the honors program, I wouldn't be really getting that type of experience.
As for me, I think one of the things that really has made an impact on me the most with being in the honors program is given the opportunity to be a leader in the Rutgers community. So I am an ambassador for the honors program. So I kind of basically help, bring in new students and, also serve as a mentor for that short time, answer any questions that they have. And in addition to that, I also was a peer mentor within the honors program. So that really gave me the opportunity to, grow a relationship with an incoming freshman and really help her to find her way. And that really inspired me to continue to mentor. And now I'm a mentor to 50 mentees in the honors college.
Wow.
So
that's a plateful.
Yeah. So without the honors program, I really wouldn't have had that experience. And it's made such an impact on my life and really has shaped what I want to do in the future.
It sounds like it's helped you with time management, both of you.
Yeah.
I talked with a student who graduated in 2015 and asked her how she was doing, and she said that she actually has free time and then she's had to learn how to relax. And it sounds like you're going to have to do that when you graduate. How in terms of the extracurricular activities that you're involved in, are they centered around the honors program, or do you get involved in other kinds of student organizations?
So like Alexis was saying, like there are so many opportunities within the honors program. So I'm also a senior honors ambassador. I was also a mentor. I was part of the tutoring program. I'm on the honors council. So that sounds like a lot, but it's just like these cool different ways that I can get involved within the honors program. But then
in addition to that, I'm also a very big part of Livingston Theater Company. That company has been
Sure.
a huge part of my life. And it's nice because I kind of lived in the honors program, was always around the honors program, but it's also nice to be able to kind of just do something that is for me and for
Sure.
my enjoyment. So
Sure, that's great.
So a lot of my extracurriculars are focused within the honors program and the honors college through the ambassadoring, as well as the mentoring. But I also, another thing that takes up a lot of my time is I'm a teaching intern for general chemistry. So that's not necessarily through the honors program, but it is through another academic department.
Sure. Wow. So we've got 1 minute left. Just briefly, can you talk a little bit about what you've observed during Giving Day today? Have you had any interaction with what's been going on across the university, and what have your impressions been?
I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook actually from different organizations kind of saying like, I think that Giving Day should donate to, for instance, I have a lot of friends who are in dance marathons. So I've seen kind of posts like that, kind of people trying to rally for their own cause.
Yeah, so at the Honors College, they had a whole Are You Giving Day party type thing this morning to really get all the students involved. So it was really fun to be a part of that and see the students wanting to give back to
That's
the
great.
university.
Yeah, that's great. It's been a lot of fun today to build community and to, draw attention to the fact that philanthropy is important to this institution. Yeah.
Yes.
So, well, thank you both very much for joining me this evening, and I wish you the best, especially as you're getting into your last couple of weeks of school before the winter break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
Great.
talking
Thank
to
you. Nice to talk to you too. Thank you.
We have Georgia and Monica right on the phone waiting.
They
for you.
are?
So
Okay.
you ladies could. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I know them.
You might want to get to the phone. You need to ask them to unmute themselves.
So next is my guests are via Skype, and they are George and Monica Rears. And if you could take your phone off mute, that would be great, and say hello to me.
Hello?
I'd like to think we're off mute, but you can only be the judge. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us now?
This is not good. I don't know if you can hear us, so
Me?
Oh, we heard you a second. Hold
Can you
on.
hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Sorry about that.
can you hear us?
This is hour, I don't know, 17. Maybe even 19 or 20. But who's counting? Joining me are George Rears, who is Rutgers College 89 and Graduate School of Rutgers Business School 95, and Monica Rears, who is Rutgers College 89. George has been a volunteer for many years at Rutgers. He's a current member of the Board of Trustees, member of the Camden Board of Directors, past RUAA board, and a loyal son of Rutgers. And they have a daughter who attends Rutgers and is a member of the marching band. And her name is Erica, and a son, Andrew, who we hope is going to be a Rutgers student here in the near future. So welcome, George and Monica. And I'd like to just start off by asking you what you always exude so much pride in Rutgers. Why?
Well, I'll just say that Rutgers has been so meaningful to me in my life. I think I grew up at Rutgers. I went through high school and did very well in high school and did my thing in high school. But it was at Rutgers where I came into my own, where I learned to deal with other people, where I learned really all my life lessons. And without that at Rutgers, I would have not had the success or that I've had up to this point in my life. And probably the best thing Rutgers did for me is enabling me to meet my wife of over 20 years. So Rutgers has been good to me. So I've been trying to be good to Rutgers back.
And Monica, you work at the Walter Rand Institute in Camden as well. Why do you exude so much Rutgers pride?
Basically, what George said has a lot to do with it. I mean, Rutgers really changed me. I think it changes just about anybody. You're in that formidable years, and it's when you're becoming an adult, you're becoming the person you are. I started college a shy person who wouldn't talk to anybody, and I remember my parents when I came home, I think it was over Christmas break, and they said, "Oh, well, let's get pizza for dinner." I said, "Okay, I'll go order it." And they were shocked because I would have never done that before in high school. So it just, it gave me confidence. And it just, the experiences at Rutgers were just like nothing else.
So you were both here in the late 80s. What was it like at Rutgers in New Brunswick in the late 80s? Well, or university-wide even?
Sure, we had two completely different experiences. I was in College Avenue for 4 years. So I'll talk about College Avenue, and Monica can talk a little bit about
Bush.
About Bush. But ironically, College Avenue up until about a year ago looked almost exactly the same as it did back in 1989. But the opportunities back then were everything was college centric. The staff was university centric, but the real activities were all college and even breaking down for the old Rutgers College, campus centric. And a lot of the more active people and organizations were on the College Avenue campus, closer to the Student Center. I was a member of the honors program and lived in honors housing, so I was one of those crazy people who lived in a dorm for 4 years, but primarily because of the esprit de corps. And you talk about loving Rutgers, it was that experience of being with other people that fed into it. But it was going to New York on weekends. It was being part of the campus community. New Brunswick was really still just coming out of its shell. There wasn't what you had down on Albany and George Street today, but you really pretty much were on College Avenue or Easton Avenue was where everything was. And no cars on campus, so if you couldn't walk to it, you basically didn't go.
So I was on Bush campus. I did have a car, lucky me. And I like to say George went to that small, almost private type college, whereas I went to the large university. It was, between the football games and I don't want to say the big classes. I started out in engineering and then switched to economics. So I had some very large classes. Kind of, I don't want to say parties, but a little more of a social life than probably George had.
I was busy.
So I went to large public university where he went to more of the smaller, he knew the deans, on a first name basis. And, I didn't even know we had deans probably when I was in college. So yeah. Different experience, but both of us, really, really benefit from it and enjoyed it.
So how did you meet?
We met during senior week. George likes to say he almost got away, but
one more week and I was scot-free.
We during senior week they planned different activities, and my college roommate was involved with planning those activities, so she knew George. So whenever we'd go to these activities, she would always go up to him and say hi, or he'd come over, and so we kind of kept running into each other, and then we started talking one night and kind of continued.
Basically, it was senior week is the week between finals and graduation. So the finals had wrapped up, and quite frankly, she needed a ride back to College Avenue where the senior week housing was. And I had a 55-person bus that we had arranged for with the group. So there was one seat that we could give her. So
yeah, I decided to stay.
She wanted the free T-shirt.
I wanted the free T-shirt, and so I said, "Well, I'm going to stay." And I knew lots of people where we were. We were at Hunka Bunka, and my roommate said, "Well, we'll go back and we'll meet you later at the nightclub." I said, "Okay, that sounds fine. I know lots of people." And then I'm walking around, and I realized everybody's gone that I knew. So I saw George over there dancing with some people. So I asked him, how he got there, and he said he had a bus, and I'm like, well, think I could get a ride? And he goes, sure. And I said, well, do you think I could dance with you guys too? Because I don't know anybody here. So so I stayed for the free T-shirt. Never got that T-shirt
I got mine.
until about a couple years ago. They found it in an RA closet. But yeah, so that's how we met.
That's great. That's a great story. Thank you for sharing it, and I appreciate you letting me ask the question. So you live in South Jersey, and so you sort of see Rutgers from a Camden perspective as well. What's it like? Do you participate in Camden activities, and are you involved in there as well?
I am, as far as, like whenever they have holiday parties or any activities. Sometimes I go to things on campus during the day. We've done a few things over the weekend that have been in Camden. I think the Camden Comic-Con we went to, and a couple dinners and receptions and stuff like that we've participated in.
Rutgers is the state university. As part of that, there's events that only a state university can really do. And it really transcends geography. So those things occur in Camden, they occur in New Brunswick. So we'll go to museum showings in Camden. We'll go to other events inside Camden at Rutgers Camden. Likewise, we're also in New Brunswick an awful lot. So if we're always at Rutgers, it's just a question of which one. I've been told not to shake the table because we're just constantly.
So, and you also have the perspective now of a current student. And how was that experience for her?
Oh, she loves Rutgers. She's always, because she grew up with Rutgers, we were almost afraid that she was going to hate it. But she's always loved Rutgers. She wanted to go to Rutgers. She continued with it, which we were very happy with. She's studying German. That's her major. So we planned on her doing a semester abroad. And she came back and she's like, I can't do a semester. I can't be away from Rutgers for a whole semester. She's like, I just can't do it. So we'll have to work something else out.
But she's already been able to take advantage of opportunities. During her first year, she did a women's studies class out of Douglas, and she went and interviewed the consulate,
the German
consulate in New York. I mean, how many universities get that opportunity as a class assignment to go talk to the consulate of a different country in New York City? With that, she also then in the early summer did a 6-week abroad program in Berlin, Germany. So the opportunities are just there for her, and she loves it. Besides the fact that she's, in marching band and pep band and, repping the R constantly.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So have you, this is Giving Day. This is our first Giving Day, and we've been seeing the numbers rise, and the participation numbers are strong. And we're feeling really good about it. What's your impression of Giving Day, and how have you seen it impact the people that you're talking with today?
Well, the most obvious way, and I think some other people mentioned, is I can't find any funny cat videos on Facebook. Just being drowned out by different Rutgers stories. So that's where I'm seeing it mostly on social media, is everybody's posting where they've donated or what their cause is or what they should be donating. So that's the number one area that I see it.
It was pretty exciting at work today. I mean, the weather was kind of, but there was an excitement. I had people calling. We also put stuff out on Facebook and sent out emails today trying to get people to support the Walter Rand Institute. And it just, I had advisory board members calling me saying, okay, how can I do this? Show me how to do it. I mean, even though we gave them instructions in the email, we had to walk through certain people that are older and don't necessarily, do computers that well. But there was definitely, we had a good time. We participated in a couple of the challenges at work. And we just, we loved watching, competing against other Camden departments and seeing, oh, we're at 7%. Oh, now we're down at 6%. Oh, look, we're up to 8%. So it was exciting for us. It was a good vibe today.
Yeah. I was told that, well, our goal for social media impressions today was 100,000, and we're over 2 million now.
Wow.
Great.
Yeah.
That's a
So
win.
thank you for contributing to that. And also for your support of Giving Day too, as well. We appreciate it very much. Is there anything you would like to say to someone who might be watching about Rutgers and why it's something that is why the institution is a valued consideration for philanthropy if someone's trying to decide whether or not to make a philanthropic contribution?
If anybody is watching this, they've already been touched by Rutgers in some way. Whether you attended it, whether you have a child there, whether you're thinking about it, whether you're a resident of New Jersey, just curious. And the best way for Rutgers to make a difference in the state of New Jersey is for the state of New Jersey to make a difference at Rutgers. And then that's up to us as individuals to do what we can. If you're an alum who had a great experience, give back. If you're an alum who didn't have the best experience, give to the area that needed the help that you didn't get at the time. There's just so many ways to help and to make this a better place than it already is. And it's already a great place. So, from the spirit of philanthropy, this is the season to do it. But more importantly, find that cause. And you know what? I hope that cause is Rutgers. If it's not Rutgers, please give to something. But Rutgers is a great opportunity to be that place.
Great. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
To the students out there, Rutgers has so many opportunities, so many things going on all the time. Just get out of your dorm room and just go experience it. It's just incredible what all's out there.
Great. Thanks, you guys. We really appreciate you being with us tonight. And go RU.
Go RU.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
George Rears and Monica Rears joining us from South Jersey tonight.
Bye-bye.
Go Go ahead, Donna. Oh.
We're back. Hi, we're back, and my next guest I'm glad to welcome is Dr. Nathan Pope, who graduated from Rutgers School of the Mario, Ernest Mario School of Pharmacy in 2002. And Dr. Pope is currently the charter leader of our Rutgers Club of Austin. And welcome, Dr. Pope. It's nice to have you with us tonight.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks for agreeing to let us talk to you about what you're doing now and how Rutgers got you to where you are now. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you do now?
Sure, great. Well, I work for the competition. So I'm actually a clinical assistant professor at the University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy. So Austin is a college town, and so we hear Longhorns everywhere you go. So
right.
That's what I do. So I teach pharmacy. I've been in community pharmacy my entire career. So what everyone may know of as I started out at Walgreens. So I've been in the community retail. And so that's what I teach at the college. I teach how do you be a community pharmacist? How do you give immunizations? How do you dispense medications, counsel? And then I'm the director of a residency program. So here in Texas, we have HEB pharmacy or HEB grocery stores. So kind of like in New Jersey, Wegmans, I think would be a similar thing to HEB. And so it's a regional Texas grocery store chain. And I have 5 residents in that grocery store chain. And we do a lot of cool stuff with pharmacy. So that's what I've been doing.
Like what? So tell us, what's the cool stuff you're doing with pharmacy?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What is the cool stuff you're doing with pharmacy?
Oh, well, we push the envelope as far as we can up to the law. So we're doing, we started out back in 1999 was when immunization started in Texas, and we've been doing it as much as we can there. What we are kind of pushing the envelope trying to do now is more clinical services in a community pharmacy setting. So primary care physicians are really overwhelmed, and there's a lot of opportunity to help the underserved and fit in niches where patients really need care. So we do a lot of disease state management, talking with people about their diabetes, blood pressure, asthma, medication therapy management, MTM is a large component of what community pharmacists are doing. And so with the Medicare patients, with the Medicare Part D law, once a year, Medicare beneficiaries need to get a comprehensive medication review of all of their meds. And so we do a lot of that in the community pharmacy as well. So our patients that get the medications from our local pharmacies, we do those reviews. And so me being in the education side of things, I'm teaching our students on how do you do those extra services. Well, that, they were extra. Now they are kind of ingrained in what community pharmacy is. So immunizations, medication therapy management, and we're trying to push the envelope to do things like do a rapid flu test or a rapid strep test in your pharmacy. So you can just walk into the pharmacy, get that. If you test positive, maybe get dispensed a medication. So across the country, some states allow that, some don't. Texas doesn't quite allow that yet. So we're working towards being able to do that to help out our comrades, the physicians, so that we can take away some of that stressful load.
Sure. How did Rutgers prepare you for what you're doing now? Obviously you got the degree, but what did you draw from your Rutgers education that helped you achieve what you're achieving now?
Sure, yeah. The degree was definitely the basis of everything. So I got both my bachelor's in pharmacy and my doctorate of pharmacy from Rutgers. Rutgers Pharmacy is a very rigorous program, and so it was very difficult to get through, and they tested my limits, but I proceeded, succeeded, and it's a multifaceted as far as like the degree side of things. The education, the curriculum at pharmacy really prepared me for what I'm doing today. The faculty there had the biggest impact, and I think that may be why I really fell in love with wanting to be faculty as well. Is that they mentored me, they guided me, especially my last year of of school at pharmacy, you're out in the field every 6 weeks. You go somewhere different to confirm your skills and learn. And the faculty along the way there really helped me figure out what I really wanted to do. And I liked the community ambulatory side of pharmacy. And so one of them really stood out, Dr. Rin, who I still am in touch with today, because he had such an impact on me, where he pushed me to do a community pharmacy residency program. And that's how I ended up in Texas. So really that mentorship, that guidance, and the education as far as the pharmacy curriculum goes. And then of course, just Rutgers in general, the college experience. I spent 6 years there. So a lot of people just do the 4, but I spent 6 years to get all the degrees I needed. And being able to use the resources that Rutgers has to be able to experience living on campus and all that it has to offer really helped me get to where I am today.
So part of where you are today also is that you're a volunteer for the Rutgers Club of Austin. And what motivated you to become involved as a volunteer, and what kinds of things are you doing with the Rutgers Club of Austin?
Well, sure. Well, Rutgers, I bleed scarlet. Like, Rutgers became a part of me. My sister went to Rutgers 4 years before I did. So really 10 years in a row, because she graduated and then I came in as a freshman. 10 years in a row, I was doing Rutgers things. Everything from Ag Field Day to going to football games. And so I never lost that love. And then I moved to Texas, but then I spent a couple years actually in San Francisco as well, in that Bay Area. And it was there where I had some friends who I graduated Rutgers with lived there. So I got back together with them and then got to know the Rutgers Club of San Francisco. So shout out to them. And saw what a local component could do, and that it was fun to go hang out and reminisce with fellow alum and watch football games, watch other sporting events, or just have networking events. So when I came back to Austin, when I got my position with the university here, a couple years went by, I got to get settled, and I was like, I watch all these football games for Rutgers as much as they're televised, and so I should do something, formal about that. So one day I just Googled, gotta love the Google, Rutgers Austin, and I found that an alumni group had been formed just a year prior, and so I got in touch with Golda there and got involved and started to host football watching parties as well. And then she had to actually move back to New Jersey. And so all of a sudden I took over and was kind of running it. So it's a lot of fun just to meet fellow alum of all generations. What was Rutgers like when you went there? What's it like? They hear when I went there. And it was amazing to discover how many of us are here in Texas. Like in Texas generally, there's a huge group in Dallas and Houston and San Antonio and even in Austin, and people that, like, apparently there's a lot of Rutgers alum at Dell, and Dell is based in Austin. So to be able to discover that I wasn't alone was a lot of fun. And I tell you, it's great when you're driving in, middle of Texas and you see one of those red magnet R's on the back of a car. It's just a warm feeling you get.
Whenever I travel, if I see one of those block R's, I leave my business card underneath the windshield wiper to let someone know I found them.
That's fantastic. And yeah, I wore a Rutgers sweatshirt to the grocery store last weekend, and I had 2 people comment, "Go Rutgers." I'm like, hey. So actually I was thinking then, I'm like, I need to create a little business card for our Rutgers Club of Austin so that I can always have
pass it
out.
Great idea. So since you were here, there's been a big structural change in Rutgers with regards to the merger with the former UMD&J and everything. How do you think that has impacted the School of Pharmacy and maybe even perhaps your degree as a graduate of Rutgers?
I've been following it a little bit, not in depth, but I see the dean of the College of Pharmacy at conferences, so we catch up when we're there. And I really was excited for the combination to be able to, merge together the education of all healthcare providers, nurses, medicine, physicians and pharmacy all together, and to bolster the resources for both the education side of things and the research as well. excites me for the future of any medical profession coming out of Rutgers. So, I mean, I have to say, I don't feel like, I feel like my degree always has a prestige behind it coming from Rutgers. So I can't say that it bolstered it even more, because I feel like it always has had a huge, reputation behind it. But it's funny, I get all the time, oh, so you went to University of Texas? No, I didn't. So I get to say I went to Rutgers a lot, because people always assume I went to the University of Texas. So it's fun. But I'm very excited for the future. Knowing and working here for the college in Texas, in Austin, we haven't had a medical school combined with us as well. So we have nursing, social work, and we're just starting a medical school next year. And so I am feeling those same feelings that the faculty and students at Rutgers must be feeling must have felt when that combination was made, and the resources and excitement behind it all. So I mean, really moving forward in medicine, in any healthcare profession, it's all about interdisciplinary care and teams. So we need to educate the students when they are going through school that you're in a team with nursing, with physicians, with pharmacists, with social work. And so to be able to provide an opportunity for Rutgers to be able to provide that opportunity for the students to be educated in that setting is just fantastic. And that excites me for the healthcare profession in the future to come.
That's it's very exciting to be here and to witness the transformation that is happening around it. Have you been back to the on the banks in a while?
I was able to go back. I think it's been 2 years now, 2 or 3 years ago. I had a college friend who was getting married, and she still lives in the area, so I was able to get back. Unfortunately, so I grew up in New Jersey, but most of my family moved out. So when we go back to visit, it's not New Jersey much anymore. However, I do have one sister still living there, and both she and her husband went to Rutgers. And so I'm able to get back for Christmas this year, Clinton, New Jersey. Shout out to Clinton, New Jersey. So I'm able to get back. So yeah, when I went back, it was, I took a trip down memory lane. We drove around the campuses, and especially I drove over to Bush campus because that's where I spent most of my time. And I lived on Livingston campus for a year. So I drove over there, and it's amazing how different it is now with all the new structures and buildings on Livingston. I didn't recognize it at all. If the Lewis Brown Athletic Center wasn't there, I would think that I wasn't, on a Rutgers campus at all. Right. So it was great to go back. The bookstore made a lot of money from me with all the Rutgers, shirts and paraphernalia.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Absolutely. I love to give back. So.
So we've been celebrating Giving Day, and I don't know if you were able to get updated on our numbers, but we've exceeded all of our goals, and we're really excited about the opportunity to be able to talk to alums around the world and share in the excitement of Rutgers. Have you been able to be on social media at all? I'm sure with your busy schedule that might not be the case.
Well, thanks. No, yeah, I have been able to be on social media. I saw some of the goals, and I've been trying to promote and repost things to the Rutgers Club of Austin Facebook groups and stuff. So yeah, it's exciting the amount of generosity and giving that's happening today. So it's a great thing.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you are retweeting. We had a goal of 100,000 social media impressions, and we're over 2 million now. So we've met that goal.
I'd say you have, yes.
So if there's a prospective pharmacy student or a current pharmacy student listening in on our conversation tonight, what advice would you give them about approaching their education at Rutgers and the experience that they should try to attain while they're here?
Well, great. That's a great question. So if it's a current pharmacy student that's in school there, I always say learn as much as you can while you're there in every aspect as much as possible. And so that's, as far as go to class, soak in as much from those professors as you can, because you don't realize how important it is later on. And then go beyond that. So don't just learn what's in the books and the content that they're giving you. Get to know the professors, get to know how they got to where they are, learn from them, because that can help you decide what you want to do with your degree when you graduate, because there's so many things that you can do with a pharmacy degree that it can be overwhelming. And I counsel a lot of students going through, you know, the University of Texas College of Pharmacy about that. And so I can imagine at Rutgers, you know, the same thing. So explore your options as well. Get involved with the student organizations. So there's a lot of pharmacy student organizations, so you can explore that. You can gain experience by volunteering through them and get to know leaders in the field. So, and I have to admit, that's something I didn't do as a student, and I do regret. So I feel like I'm really involved in the pharmacy profession now, and I realize, oh, back when I was in school, I should have explored more. Obviously, I got to where I want to be anyway. So I always give that advice, though. So be more involved in that, and that can really round out your education that you're learning in the classroom. And then, of course, do stuff outside of pharmacy. So go, you know, I remember Fridays going to the golf course and golfing on the golf course, and going to football games, going to basketball games, getting the college experience. You know, I studied a lot, and the pharmacy curriculum was very rigorous. We spent a lot of time studying the material, but we still left time to experience Rutgers as a place to live and hang out. And I recommend, like, don't just get bogged into the curriculum. Go out and explore and have fun too.
Oh, that's great advice, because certainly taking advantage of everything rounds out your not only your college career, but sets such a good tone for the rest of your life and being a well-rounded person. I've heard a lot of alumni say that if you can maneuver Rutgers and the bus system and some of the other things, you know, it prepares them for the real world. And so I suspect that was true for you too.
Yeah, to be able to navigate the buses, you know, when I, you know, came from an area where we didn't really utilize a bus system, so to figure that out, go across campuses, to be able to participate in other organizations. My first couple years, I was a member of the Kirkpatrick Chapel Choir. Music went through a reorganization, so that choir is not there anymore, but I still have my closest friends from Rutgers are from that choir. So get involved in groups and create lifelong friends. It was a fantastic experience.
That's wonderful. Well, Dr. Pope, thank you very much for your time this evening and for sharing your story with us about Rutgers and about your career. And hopefully I'll get to Austin sometime, and maybe we'll have an opportunity to meet the rest of the club members.
Please do. Austin's a great city. So it's not in New Jersey, but it's fun and it's great. So
it is a great city. I've been there before.
I appreciate, yeah, definitely look us up, and I could talk about Rutgers for days. So 15 minutes. So I appreciate had the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Donna Thornton. I'm Vice President for Alumni Relations, Annual Giving, and Communications at Rutgers University. And my next guest this evening is Jennifer Sneed. Jen is a Rutgers College class of 2003 and School of Communication and Library Sciences class of 2003. She's a former member of the Rutgers University Alumni Association Board of Directors and has chaired many committees
Yes,
for us,
yes.
and also very active in the Skills Alumni Association and a class leader. So really excited to have Jen with us. I haven't seen her for a long time. It's been a while.
Thank you.
I'd like to chit chat and catch up. But Jen, why don't you share a little bit about what your Rutgers experience was and what it has meant to you in your career path and how you've become where you are.
Sure. Thank you for the very nice introduction. And of course, it's always great to see you. Rutgers has been a huge part of, my life. It was very life-changing to go to Rutgers University, to have the opportunity to go to a college and get a double major and a minor. So for me, it was a really good foundation for a lot of what I did thereafter, which followed into my career path, which right out of college was initially working for the United States Senate and working for Senator Frank Lautenberg. So I did that for 10 years. And it actually started here at Rutgers. While I was an intern, I worked at the campaign that was right here on George Street. And so, I did a good job, and my supervisor reached out, and there was another internship opportunity, which led to me getting a full-time position. And so the skill set that I learned here at Rutgers, was absolutely used every single day there. And now what I'm doing for the past couple of years has been focused more in the nonprofit world, but doing various different projects and sort of moving a little bit away from the public affairs per se for politics, and been doing more public relations, communications, and getting even more involved in event planning for a number of nonprofits, one of which is the Gateway Project in downtown Newark right now that I'm at. So
that's great.
So it's been fantastic.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
And you live in Newark, so you've got. We just talked with George Rears and Monica Rears, and they live in South Jersey, and they're New Brunswick people. But and now you live in Newark, and you're very engaged with that community.
Yes, and I would love to speak to that. One of the unique things, I guess, for myself, anyhow, working in New Jersey and now also living in downtown Newark, is that everywhere I go, Rutgers is also in those big cities. I started working initially in Camden City, and so Rutgers was just a few blocks away. And it's completely different when you're in one part of the city and then you step foot onto Rutgers area, that you're there, and it always felt like home. And so New Brunswick, to me, even though I went to New Brunswick campus, is very special and near and dear. Being on the Camden campus or being in the Newark campus, which is just a couple blocks away from where I live in my apartment, it's amazing. And I was just at the opening of the 15 Washington Law School there in Newark, and it's been fantastic. So to see all the progression and all of the campuses has been wonderful.
Well, we're celebrating, as you know, Giving Day today, and we've been very energized by the response that we've had. What have been your impressions of how we've been able to galvanize the entire Rutgers community today?
Oh, sure. I think it's been wonderful. I think that from whether you're in Camden, Newark, New Brunswick, all of the different charter groups are also participating and getting engaged with their members. As you know, I sit on the School of Communication and Information Alumni Association. And so we've started, to make sure that our members knew that it was coming up, putting it into our blasts earlier on to make sure that, hey, a reminder that this is a great way to give back on Giving Tuesday and to give back to the university that did so much for you.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've said this a lot to anyone who's been watching since 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, but we had a goal of 100,000 social media impressions, and we've exceeded 2 million. And I know that your alumni association is a very key part of that.
Oh, we have, and a lot of retweeting and favoriting. But people get all excited, when they want to be a part of a campaign and they see it's happening and this person's doing it, and then it continues to share, and people get excited to see that. So it's been fantastic that it's doubled so much since it started, since the campaign. So I think that I've at least seen a lot of the excitement, and I know from the numbers and what we're seeing today that it's been very impactful.
It has been very, very exciting for us all. One of the things I thought it would be interesting to talk to you about was your leadership in your alumni association, and what led you to the decision to endow the scholarship that you endowed with the school.
Oh, absolutely. So at the time, there was different shifts going on at Rutgers and within how the funding structure and the Alumni Association would operate, and we gave a lot to our students annually. However, under the structure that we had, we weren't going to be able to continue to do that unless we set up an endowed scholarship. So through discussions with the foundation, through discussions obviously with our board, it was either we continue to operate this way and we can't sustain it, or we shift over and create this endowment and then continue to encourage our alumni, the folks within our association, to give back and to give to that scholarship so it would continue indefinitely.
Right.
So we were successful and able, to do it. And that was really the catalyst, some of those changes then. But we wanted to make sure that we were fulfilling one of our missions, which was to be very supportive to current and future students. And if we didn't set that scholarship up, we have other programming and things that we do, but that's a huge, huge, huge help to a lot of students. And if we didn't have that route, and if our alumni members didn't contribute to that now, that would be a really remiss. It would be remiss for us, and it would be a loss for students coming forward.
Absolutely, yeah. It's great that that's the direction you decided to take,
Yes.
and it has made a big difference, and so we really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, what if you were able to talk to a prospective student or a current student about their Rutgers experience and what they should do to, what advice would you give them?
Oh, sure. So one of the big things I would say is get as much as you possibly can out of your time at Rutgers University and to not waste it. Like, for example, I was just talking with some students a few weeks ago. I instruct down in Red Bank, sort of an etiquette and modeling and personal development school. And one of the questions actually came up about college, and people were making decisions and, oh, we went to Rutgers, and so they wanted to hear about that. So one of the things I always talk about is when I was here, I tried to get the most out of my experience and, the most out of my, what I was paying for. So I made sure that I took as many credits and as many classes as I could, and got a double major. Of course, within political science, they strongly encourage you to also, couple it with another major, but they might not necessarily say, oh, and, throw in a minor. But I was like, well, why not? Why not? And so I really, I wanted, to stress to folks to try to make sure that you have a well-rounded, obviously, education, but then involve yourself in activities. I also volunteered for RUTV here, and joined things like the PRSSA, which is a journalism society for students. And so I got to kind of branch out and get more involved in other pieces, as well as trying to take as many classes as I could. But you kind of will look back and think, it can cost, what we're talking about today is, Giving Tuesday, giving back to try to help others get the education that you got. And if you kind of look back and say, oh, I could have maybe taken a couple more things, you don't want to regret that. So I don't regret it at all. And so I talk about that quite often.
That's really terrific advice, because there's so many opportunities here not to take advantage of. It is really kind of would be kind of a sad thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but there's a course that's going to be online that's open to alumni for about the 250th history of Rutgers. So there's still an opportunity for a certificate out there.
There is. I did see that pop up the other day. I have a little flag on it. So I think I may be exploring that more and sharing that with others. Yes, I
think it's in fact, Paul Clemens, Rudy Bell, who was teaching the course, was here earlier this evening.
Great.
And we talked about it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So,
wonderful.
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, so you've continued to be committed to being a volunteer, even with your busy professional life and everything. And so, in addition to the giving back in terms of philanthropy, why is it important to give back as a volunteer to you?
Oh, absolutely. So when I was here, I had such a great experience. And when I made the decision to come back and be more involved, one of the things was, individual connection with someone that I was networking at an event, and they remember, you're also Rutgers graduate. Well, have you ever thought about joining X? And so that's how I initially got more involved with the School of Communication and Information Alumni Association, and saw what an impact that you could make from that particular group, and then continued to network with other alumni and see how I could share my skill set with these other areas and continue to kind of give back, not just monetarily like perhaps we're doing today, but with time and effort and communicating, and maybe it's just simply sitting down with a student or being available at a networking event that RUAA is putting on to connect with students here, so they know what they know what they could do down the line, and they know, oh wow, I can reach out to this person who works for so and so and try to get more guidance or insight into the field that they want to go into. So there's a lot of that informational sharing that you can do on the volunteer side, and to continue to spread all the great things that I got out of Rutgers and want other people to get out of, instead of, you know, applying to another school. Why are you doing that? Apply to Rutgers. It's right here and it's amazing.
Yeah. We had some students in earlier as part of my gig here tonight, and one of the things that they talked about was that they like to, they're part of our new student alumni group, and they like the networking aspect with alumni, and they really talked about it from their perspective, opposite of what you just said, about how exciting it is to be a student and be able to interact with members of the board and other alumni at different events and things.
Yes, absolutely. There's the speed networking event that's coming up that RAA does. We continue to kind of have some but alumni that will go to that and sort of share their experience. We've done small ones as well. We have one coming up at Sky as well, the next week or following week, down at that building. And so it's sort of networking with alumni and the staff and the current students.
Yeah.
And so they continue to be good avenues to make those initial connections, and then to try to like seek down the line when someone's graduated as well.
Yeah. It's very, very impactful and very much wanted this time right now. So
absolutely.
So I want to thank you very much for being here, and Jennifer is going to take over as the host. I don't know that
So
you're
hearing
going to
more of me.
midnight, right?
I don't know if it's quite that late, but I will be here for a bit. Yeah.
Great. So Jen, thank you very much.
You're most
it was
welcome.
wonderful to see you again.
Absolutely.
And good luck with the rest of your gig here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Nice seeing you.
You're live.
Hi there, Ken. So to reiterate, this is Jennifer Sneed, who you just heard a moment ago, and you'll hear me a few more times. But I have Ken Johnson with me, who is an incredibly involved alumni and has a wealth of information that he can share. So maybe first to just start off with, I know that you head up one of our, the philanthropy committee. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that, maybe the RUAA committee that you're on, and then we'll go and I'll ask you a couple more questions.
Okay. The philanthropy committee is relatively new part of the RUAA. It was established roughly at the start of this fiscal year, this academic year. And so it's a group of people trying to answer the question, how do we increase the level of philanthropy among alumni? Very aware of the fact that not all alumni respond to the same messages and the same appeals.
Sure.
So we're working very closely with our counterparts at the foundation and trying to come up with ways to appeal to alumni in their various decades, so to
Right.
speak.
Right.
So we see a huge opportunity in some more recent decades, and but we don't want to lose,
Sure,
older
No.
decades either. So that's the challenge. We have about 15 people on the committee, and it's very active, and
right.
that's what I was doing before I came over here.
Wonderful. and so speaking a bit, tell us, what year you graduated, and tell us what your focus of study was here and
Okay.
what you did thereafter. What did you do with your degree?
Okay, well, I graduated in 1966. I finished my degree requirements in 66, and I studied mechanical engineering as an undergraduate. I got an advanced degree later on, but it wasn't at Rutgers. So I started working. I'd like to tell you a little story.
I would love to hear.
When I
the
was
story.
here, I worked in a laboratory trying to figure out how to reduce automotive pollution from the exhaust
Wow.
by modifying the performance of an Oldsmobile engine
Wow.
in the lab.
Wow.
That was my senior design project. So you would think I would go into a career of automotive engineering. And,
One may think that would be a
and
logical
working on,
next step, right?
No, I didn't. I had an internship while I was here in aerospace, and I worked for Lockheed Electronics, and I really caught that bug. So, excuse the pun, my career was launched.
I love it.
When I got to RCA Space Center, and I worked for 35 years in aerospace, and so I started as a junior engineer and progressed through the ranks. So that was 1967. And in 1997, I was the general manager of the same facility. I never changed my work address.
Wow.
In 35 years. It turns out that company was one of the most prolific spacecraft satellite companies in the world, certainly in the U.S.
Sure.
And it was that time we went from, if the launch worked, was probably due to prayer as much as it was
Wow.
application of scientific
Yeah,
principles.
yeah.
And then later on, near the end of my career, everything was expected to work perfectly every time, the first time and every time. And so living through that,
Yeah.
that was just so cool.
That
And,
sounds fascinating.
And I learned during that time that my Rutgers education set me at least on par with, and I would say a level above, a lot of other schools that my peers had attended when they were in school.
Absolutely.
So I felt really lucky about being a Rutgers grad as well.
Wonderful to hear. Getting to Rutgers and some of the experiences that you had at Rutgers, is there one or are there a couple of significant things that sort of pop out that you remember about your experience being back on the banks?
As a student.
As a student, sorry.
Yeah. So I was a commuter, and so the ledge figured very heavily. Now we don't have a ledge anymore, but there was a facility now where it's like a transportation center. It's between the river dorms. We used to call that the ledge because it kind of hung out over the river.
Sure.
And that I hung out there a lot. Later on, I played there as a bass guitarist in a rock band.
Oh wow.
That was really fun.
Wow. Now, had you always lived in New Jersey, or was
Yeah.
coming? Okay, so Rutgers was something that you knew kind of was a part of what you heard about in this state, right?
Yeah. So I was born and raised in in Middlesex County. So
So
this
you
was really close to home.
Absolutely. What were can you point to some big differences that you see now on campus versus when you went before that kind of stand out, that you think, oh, this should still be here, or wow, this is really enhanced?
I actually brought a list of those.
This is fantastic.
So I think when I was in school, New Brunswick was not as cosmopolitan as it is now.
Mhm.
It was Now, I don't think rough and tumble, but it was a different place than
Yeah.
it is now. There was no Hyatt. There was no Johnson & Johnson World
Sure.
Headquarters. The Heldrich was, well, there was another name on the building, and it wasn't the kind of place it is now.
Right.
There was no Old Man Rafferty's. Of course, there were still a lot of bars.
See, Old Man Rafferty's is something that was always there when I was there.
So, I mean, it was a real simple, a much simpler place. And so was Rutgers. I mean, the School of Engineering building, which is now 50 years old, didn't exist when I started. It was being constructed then. So a lot of my courses were back on the College Avenue campus,
Right.
although, you know, we transitioned
Right.
over time. It was a smaller experience, or a smaller college experience than it is today. But, you know, there was no Livingston College
Wow.
when I was in school. It was an Army base. So a lot of things have changed.
Right.
So Rutgers has grown a lot.
Sure.
Not just physically in size, but in reputation. Became an AAU university since then. Joined the Big Ten since then. Joined the CIC since then. Reintegrated. Well, there was a Rutgers Medical School essentially back then, but now we have RBHS. So we have the fully integrated medical school within the university. So this sets us up to be a world-class institution.
Absolutely.
And I would argue that we were then, but we are even more now.
Yeah. When you decided to come to Rutgers, was there something very specific that made you decide upon Rutgers, or how did you choose to come here to get your degree?
Well, it was so Rutgers had a really good reputation, still does. I mean, obviously, but even back then, a really strong reputation for engineering. I knew that's what I wanted to do. And so I only applied to 3 schools. All were all had a component in engineering: Stevens Institute, University of Virginia, and Rutgers. But I really wanted to come here because of the reputation and because of the value to cost ratio.
Right.
Rutgers was
Right.
high value. So that was my decision.
I definitely would agree with you that that was something, even for me, that came into play. But also, second, for me, was the diversity, because the campus was so diverse. When I came, I thought, wow, this is just an amazing place to be, versus other ones that I had toured.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
When you think back, in your degree and all the things that you did at Rutgers, can you talk about maybe any particular class or particular group of people maybe that had more influence on you than others as to why you chose your career path? And you'd mentioned one of the projects that you did here, and then kind of you went a different direction with it. Are there a couple or something that kind of points out?
Well, there's a few things that I could talk about, but none of them were as profound as that. For example, freshman English, tough.
Yeah.
Especially for a technical major like engineering.
Yeah.
It was English composition, but it was really studying literature and then writing about
The way
it.
they write, right.
So a difficult course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Difficult course. So
Absolutely.
that's one. Sleeping through the chemistry exam final in my sophomore year, that
Definitely.
was an interesting.
That sounds
It's
it.
a learning experience.
That sounds it.
But I think if we don't ever fall down, we don't really learn how to walk. If we don't fail, we don't know how to succeed.
Sure.
So that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. So
do you have specific advice for
I do.
students that are studying now about Rutgers? Like what are some tidbits that you could share?
I do. So I think this is just an unbelievable place. The breadth and depth of knowledge here and the opportunities that provide are just sort of overwhelming. So my advice to the students is kind of understand that as much as you can and capture it, but exploit it. Make it work for you. Get from Rutgers everything that you can while you're here.
Yeah.
Part of the excellence of the university has to do with the support that alumni provide. And it includes things like mentoring and coaching and maybe helping people find career starts when graduation occurs. But it also includes financial support.
Right.
So I think alumni do a lot of work with and support for the university and for alma mater and for her students, and are donors. And students ought to think about becoming that as well.
Right.
In fact, could even start right now with that. When I was in school, we paid for 15% of our education. Students now are paying for 2/3.
Wow, right.
And that's just a fact.
Right.
So
part of the message in trying to connect to current students to think about these things now while you're still here, not
right
just after you leave.
Don't leave here with, oh my gosh, I wish I had.
Right.
Do it now.
Start getting
Do it
involved
now.
and start sharing what you're starting to learn with maybe some of your other peers while you're here, and kind of have that mentality and start thinking, how can I give back while I'm even still here? In what ways? Even if it's not monetary.
And
as
it's
you
an
said.
easy start when you're still a student. It's harder, the longer you don't get involved, the harder, the bigger the hurdle.
Sure.
Get involved now. It's really easy and pleasant and fun. And a lot of people want you to succeed and help. So yeah.
Sure.
That's what I would say.
Okay. I know we talked a bit about the philanthropy committee. Can you share some other ways that you volunteer for Rutgers University now, or have, between your time of, leaving and up to this point?
Well, that would take a lot longer
than time we
we
have. Maybe a truncated version, or share why you think it's important to do some of the volunteering that you've done.
I didn't volunteer much until 1990. But then I started with the School of Engineering, and then the Academic Challenge, and then some alumni associations, which brought me to the Rutgers University Alumni Association in a volunteer role, doing just whatever needed to be done.
Right.
And I'm kind of happy to do that.
Right.
So yeah, that's a quick synopsis.
Got it.
Synopsis of that.
Well, Ken, we really, really want to thank you for all of the efforts that you put in, volunteering your time, and for taking part and sharing, Giving Tuesday. It's folks like you that help make a really huge difference. So we really appreciate your
You're
time.
welcome.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Wonderful. Oh, okay. Hi,
guys hear us?
Oh, I'll slide, or I can slide down. Okay. It's your Jade, right? Yes. Okay.
No hard.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Beautiful.
So go for it.
Okay, so we have some more guests with us today. It keeps getting better and better. We've got 3 people today. So we've got a couple on the phone. We've got Joshua and Sam. Hello.
Hello. Hi, how's it going?
How are you? And I have also here with me Jade McLean. So why don't we just start, if you share a little bit, I'll start with Jade. She's here with us here in the room. If you could just share a little bit about when you graduated, what year, and kind of what led to your, career path, what you've been doing. And I'll ask the same of you following, if that's good.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, like she said, my name's Jade McLean. I graduated from Rutgers, New Brunswick in 2012 from the School of Communication and Information.
Me too.
Awesome. Fellow Sky people.
At the time, yep.
And it had just become Sky. It was skills.
Sky, I was skills, right.
And so since then, I've bounced around in a bunch of writing and public affairs positions. I worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Public Affairs Department. I worked for the Heldrick Center right here at New Brunswick, which was great.
Yeah.
And now I currently work for Rutgers University, New Brunswick in the Office of Communications. So I'm using my degree.
Absolutely.
My Sky professors.
In all of your avenues, all your areas, you've been using them. And Joshua and Sam Epstein, could you please share what it is that you're doing when you graduated, and we'd love to hear about that.
Sure.
Sure, you go first.
Okay. So again, my name is Josh Epstein. I graduated from Rutgers, New Brunswick in the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences in May of 2013. And since then, I'm really into aquatic ecology. I majored in biological sciences, but I've done a lot of aquatic ecology work and research experience. For a year after graduating, I worked on an oyster farm down in Cape May, New Jersey, where I did a lot of work on the farm, and I actually operated the oyster nursery there. And they grow oysters for consumption. And I'm currently down at the University of Florida doing my master's in wildlife ecology and conservation on fish ecology across the southeastern United States.
Excellent.
Cool, so I guess I'll go.
And Sam?
Yeah, so I also graduated in May of 2013 from the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences. I was an animal science major, so I had an interest in animals and just getting to work with animals. But by the time I graduated, I had more of an interest in ecology and working with wildlife specifically. So right after graduating, I spent a season working with endangered shorebirds that was close to Cape May, New Jersey as well. After that, I did another seasonal position working with migrating monarch butterflies, which kind of set in stone, I think, what I wanted to do as far as my career path. When the two of us moved down to Florida for Josh to get his master's degree, I wound up getting a job at the Museum of Natural History, which is affiliated with the University of Florida, and I'm a research assistant helping with a variety of research projects down here as well.
Wonderful. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. One of the next things I want to ask is if you can remember back to when you were at Rutgers. Is there maybe we'll choose one because we have so many of us today. If there's one memory or something that sort of stands out to you from your experience here at Rutgers University.
For me, and I'm using this one because Josh is on the call, we were RAs together, and we had a program called Chris Mahana Kwanzaa, which won an award, and it was this huge thing with all these people packed in our apartment, which was probably beyond capacity because there were so many people. And it was a really exciting time because it's not something, we were apartment assistants. And so at the time, we said, oh, well, what if we're beyond capacity? And our supervisor said, oh, that won't happen. And so it was a really good example of just fun at Rutgers, diversity, and what a wonderful place it was, and the kinds of things that can happen at the university.
Absolutely.
So,
all those friends and all those connections and everyone sort of coming together with shared interest.
It was the talk of the town.
Got
So
it.
That stands out.
Got it. Sam, Josh, what about the two of you?
Sure. So I think just in general, I definitely miss the community of living on campus at Rutgers, living in the on-campus housing and on-campus apartments, and just having close relationships with my roommate at the time. And, you know, a lot of people know Rutgers for having the bus system that goes into New Brunswick, and you know, there's a lot of parties and things happening at night, and just the accessibility, I think, to be able to get on and off campus just for the social scene was definitely something I really miss, and, you know, something Rutgers is known for. So I definitely miss that a lot.
Absolutely. Yes, I can relate to recalling the bus system, which I was often on. And Josh?
So I definitely agree, you know, with both of those things. Those were super memorable for me as well. To take a little different route, I think something super memorable for me was just being able to access the dining halls all the time. And I feel like the dining halls were had their own sense of community, and you can just always go there with your friends and meet up, and it was kind of just the place to be. I used the dining hall a lot just for studying. I would kind of just sit there all day and study, as well as meeting up with friends throughout the day. And I really enjoyed all of the different themed events they had, like the Boardwalk Bonanza and all of the holiday events. They were really great. I think we can all say that we missed the dining halls.
You know, you did bring up a very good point that I had kind of forgotten about for a moment. I don't often think of that, but yes, that's a huge part of your life, eating, right? At Rutgers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just keeping with you, Sam, and Josh for a moment. Had you always been living in New Jersey, or was it, coming to Rutgers something that was kind of new and different, or was this something that you knew about, from where you had originally lived?
We're both from New Jersey, different parts of New Jersey, but it definitely, at least for me, was a school of choice because it was close to home, but not super close. I was about an hour south of Rutgers, my hometown.
Okay. And you, Josh?
Same for me. I'm about 45 minutes from Rutgers, where I grew up, and I think I didn't really take many trips to Rutgers before being accepted, so it was new for me in that sense. But I wasn't very far from home.
Right. And Jade, what about you?
I'm a Jersey girl as
Jersey
well.
girl.
And I'm from North Jersey, so I'm from Bloomfield.
Okay.
Same thing, about 40 minutes away.
Okay.
And so it was still far enough that as a high school student, I didn't really know about Rutgers, and it was a completely new world for me.
Versus from, kind of where you were in your parts of the state.
Yes.
Right. What can you think back to, you mentioned diversity earlier. Can you think back to what the community was like when you were here at Rutgers, and maybe how do you think that even now it's changed?
I'll start with how it was when I went, and I was on Cook, which I think I'm going to go ahead and say it's the most intimate campus. Maybe other people would disagree, but it's so small, and it's very intimate. It's such a family. And it was the type of community where if you're lost, someone walks you to that location. And it was the same thing that I ended up doing for people, because that's what they did for me. They said, "Oh, where's Lori Hall?" And you walked into Lori Hall.
Wow, yeah.
And it was a family environment.
So the hospitality,
Definitely.
it was just very prominent when you were on campus. Do you think that that's increased now, or have you not gone back as much to sort of have that feel, or you would hope that it's grown?
I hope that it's grown. When I've gone back, it's been I haven't really had a chance to interact with people, so it's difficult for me to say what the community is like now.
Right.
But in terms of the things I see as an employee on social media and the wonderful things Rutgers is doing, I would say it's grown.
Absolutely. How about the two of you, Sam and Josh? What do you recall from your days within the community, what your sense of community here was, and how do you think Rutgers, or maybe it doesn't have to, something specific, buildings, areas, how they've changed, or you believe they've changed?
So what I remember, I agree with Jade. We both also lived on Cook Douglas, and super tight-knit community, always seeing the same people. Even if you didn't know the people that you were seeing, you always recognized the people, and everybody was super friendly. And I can even say the same for other campuses. Even when I ventured out to College Avenue or Bush, I would always see similar people, even though Rutgers is huge. And I think, even though it was so huge, there were these smaller, tight-knit communities that made it a really great place. And agreeing with Jade, seeing social media posts and seeing all that's been going on at Rutgers, celebrating their birthday every single saw. There's been a lot going on, and a lot of community development initiatives, and I think it's definitely increased.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely noticed a lot of, from being from Cook Douglas as well, a lot more of that tight-knit community and familiarity with seeing different faces. a lot through, like, I guess my department and my major. Being an animal science major, I would, have most of the same people in most of my classes, see the same faces on campus, even if I didn't know everyone by name. You just feel comfortable and feel like you know everyone. And then I guess just within SEBS itself and the, science department, environmental majors, you kind of got similar people in some of your more broad scale classes. But what's nice about Rutgers is you had that sense of being on a small campus, but choosing to venture out onto the other campus, similar to what Josh says. You realize the campus is huge, and I felt that a lot of my classes I had on a different campus. I definitely didn't know a lot of the people in my classes, so you kind of have that good combination of being able to venture out if you want to be, just somebody at a huge college, but also feel like you know everyone in your classes when you're closer to home on your own campus.
Absolutely would agree with that. And let me stick with you two for just another moment. And can you think back one point that sort of sold you on Rutgers, and then why was the diversity was?
Sure. I think for me it was probably the affordability,
right?
But also in combination with that, the really great education that is provided by Rutgers. So I think those two combined kind of sold me on Rutgers.
And Sam?
For me, it's actually funny. I remember back when I was applying to colleges, I had no idea what I wanted to do, and I also had no idea about, I guess, the application process. I kind of applied to Rutgers on a whim because my best friend was applying to go to Rutgers as well, and I was just hoping we would get to know campus together and go to school. It turns out she didn't get in, and I did, and it had been the only school I applied to, and I was kind of torn between, at the time, tree vet and kind of the animal science route, or actually going to an art school. The other schools I decided not to apply to all had really good art programs, but solely art programs. And what I liked about Rutgers was that I did have the option if I wanted to do a major and do two completely different things, since they have so many different programs. So I kind of just stuck with that and wound up really lucky with my situation.
That's fantastic. So before we're kind of running out of time here, this has been great, and I would love to continue to ask you more questions. I do understand, Jade, that you were helping us a lot earlier today on our I believe it was the Newark campus.
Yes.
With Giving Tuesday Live, and so we really appreciate all of the efforts that you put in earlier today, and we really want to. Yeah. So and Sam and Josh, thank you so much for sharing your experience and kind of what it meant to you to be a student here at Rutgers, and what your decision making was and what you thought and remembered. So for everyone's contributions today, with your time and your monetary contributions, we really appreciate that and sharing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My pleasure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And let's see.
Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Deb, I believe that you can hear me. This is Jennifer Sneed. Okay, no problem. Hold a moment.
She's muted.
Oh, okay. We're unmuting you.
No, she needs that herself.
Oh, Deb, just unmute yourself, I think.
And her video is, she has an image.
Okay. If you can hear me, Deb, we just your button might be on mute. Hold a moment. Oh no. So we are going to try to get Deb where we can hear her. Otherwise, it will be a one-sided conversation. So bear with us a moment.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay.
We can hear you, but I think we're having trouble with the visual feed. So if there's a way that you can try while we're chatting to pop your video, that'd be super.
Oop, I think we're back on.
We see you. We see. I love the R. I love the R's. I love it. It looks fantastic. And
my husband and my daughter were insisting, so I said okay.
Fantastic. we want to just make an announcement that so far we have the total amount raised $1,057,209 with total gifts of over 5,000 so far to the university. So this is fantastic. A great announcement we want to make. Thank you so much for everyone that's listening. So for those that maybe just sort of popped in, I'm Jennifer Sneed. I'm doing some interviews this evening, and we have Deborah O'Neill. I know Deb, so I normally call you Deb, if that's okay. First, if you can just sort of share when you graduated, the year, what you studied, and sort of what career path you took, share with our listeners would be wonderful.
Okay. I'm a Livingston College class of 1987 graduate. I graduated with a degree in social work with a certificate in criminology. And when I started in Rutgers, I actually started as a pharmacy major. I really enjoyed science, but the math took another toll on me. So I opted to change majors.
I would be with you in that.
And went into social work. But it was a great program. I really enjoyed my education there, and the professors that were part of the undergraduate major was part of Livingston College at that time. So I was really excited about that. But following graduation, I started work in the social work field in the area of developmental disabilities in New Jersey. And shortly after graduation, I went to graduate school and received my master's degree, and subsequently left New Jersey to move to Delaware and continued my social work profession in Delaware. I've worked in the field of developmental disabilities. I worked with adults in the adult correction arena. And lastly, I spent most of my career working for the state of Delaware with the Delaware Children's Department, doing case management and supervision with the juvenile population, as well as now doing training and development for child welfare and behavioral health and juvenile justice staff.
Wow. You've done a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of great stuff and very impactful in those areas. Thinking back when you were here at Rutgers, is there something or a few things that sort of stand out to you that were quite memorable, whether it be in the classroom or with your friends, that you fondly remember, or that made some significant impact for you?
Wow, there were several.
Sure.
My move-in day was interesting. When I first arrived on campus, I had 2 roommates, so it was interesting meeting my roommates, and Marilyn and I, which was one of the 2, got along really well. Our families were very similar. We got along. We liked similar things, and it really made the transition onto campus memorable. We both arrived with bags and bags of stuff, like we were leaving forever from home. And our families with us. We had the whole crowd of people. So that was one of the things I remember moving in. But subsequent to that, the friends I made in the quads, I lived in quad 3, and I had a great group of friends. Many were from New Jersey and not far from where I grew up in Bergen County. So it was really nice knowing people and who were from a similar area. I also got involved with the Liberated Gospel Choir, which became an extended on-campus family, and rehearsals and events that we would do. We were just a great knit group. And lastly, just my involvement with, I was an Alpha Angel, so I'm partial to the Alphas. I love all my frats, but I have had friends who were online, and we had a great relationship with the gentleman who pledged, plus the women that were part of the Alpha Angel group there. So those are some of the memories I have.
Right. Was there, you mentioned, I believe, that you were always living in New Jersey? Is that right?
Yes, I grew up in New Jersey in Bergen County, and I chose Rutgers.
And was there anything that sort of was shocking to you or that surprised you when you came to Rutgers that was different maybe from where you had grown up or that you knew?
No, I was really interested in having an opportunity to just kind of grow, and Rutgers was far enough from home to be distant, but close enough as a safety net.
Right.
And I picked Livingston College. Looking at the 5 campuses, there was just there seemed to be a fit for me in regard to the kind of the community and grassroots perspective of the college, the majors that they were offering.
Sure. Was there something?
Well, it seemed to be.
Sorry.
I think the biggest challenge I had was some of my African American peers thought I was a little affluent coming from Bergen County, but I had to remind them my parents were working class too.
Was there something specific that made you choose Rutgers as the school that you would go to?
Probably the biggest thing was distance. When I applied, as I said, I started out as a pharmacy major, so I looked at several schools in the region, and I think I had come down to 2 choices: was a school in Boston and a school in Rutgers. And after looking at the major live, the different
We lost you just a moment. I think it froze just a sec, Deb.
Jen, I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
Okay, I can hear you now, if you can hear me, but we lost part of what you were saying there.
I didn't hear it.
We just had a breakup in the communication, so I didn't quite catch. I know that you were talking about how you had the school in Boston and you had this one you were trying to decide between the 2, but we missed a bit of the chunk there, the point that you were trying to make.
I didn't. I'm having trouble hearing your question. It's coming across
garbled. Oh no, so sorry. Sorry, we've lost Deb a moment. We might try to get her back for a couple of minutes to. Okay, so let's see if we can get her back, and then we'll continue to ask her some questions. But while we're waiting for her, we really want to thank all of you that are listening and participating in Giving Tuesday today. It's really fantastic, and as we just read, some of the numbers and the updates on the donations and the giving has really been quite successful, and so you're helping a number of students. So you have a lot to feel good about this Giving Tuesday. We want to make sure we, thank you and thank others that you've shared this message with. We really appreciate it.
She's back.
And we've got Deb again. So let's see if we can get what she was trying to say there. Deb, can you hear me? Can you hear me again? Just try to unmute yourself again.
There we go.
This is the fun. Oh, perfect. We can hear you. If you can just try to reiterate the point you were trying to make as to why you had chosen Rutgers. I know you were in between the Boston and Rutgers, and we just had missed that point.
Okay. Yeah, I had applied to a couple of schools, and it was down to Rutgers and a school in Boston. And I was really torn, but I really liked liked what I saw here in New Brunswick, especially with Livingston College. I liked some of the activities that were going on campus. It felt very like a community for me, for the things that I was looking for. It was a co-ed community, and the majors that they were offering at the college at the time. And it was close enough, yet far enough from home, that I thought this was the best place for me.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that. So looking back at Rutgers, can you point to one or 2 things that were really a positive influence for you on your career that you got out of your experience here at Rutgers?
The first one I would have to say has to do with the director of the social work program at the time. Ike Okono was really key at pulling out those strengths that you have, sometimes when you didn't even know you had them. She would have you volunteering for something or doing a presentation, things that you just wouldn't have thought yourself that I would say, hey, I'll do that. And next thing you know, she had you in that project. She had you doing very well and really helping you flourish. And I think that was, I remember that vividly. And I think that was one of the best things that could have happened. Besides the academics and besides, you know, some of the other things, it's really having someone support you and identify those true strengths that you have that you may not have realized.
Wonderful. With that, do you have anything specific or a few things that you'd like to share with current students now, advice that you have about your experience or what you think would help them in their career path and in what they're doing here?
I would say get connected. Rutgers, New Brunswick, you know, is a big place, but there's hundreds of organizations, clubs, groups, academic, social, athletic, that provide a sense of community. And I think that was one of the biggest things that helped me, is having, in a big place, having that sense of community.
Sure.
Secondly, being involved with the Alumni Association and recently some of the activities with the students, it's been wonderful to meet students. And we have such a large network of living alums in New Jersey and around the country that we're a network. And my kids and family know all I have to do is see a block R and I get excited. I could have a conversation with you right away.
Yeah, that you do. That you do. So Deb, those are great takeaways for students. And just to point out and reiterate for those that are listening and watching, you are an incredible alum and are super involved and give back. Not only, you know, today on Giving Tuesday, but at numerous events and numerous committees at the university. And so on behalf of Rutgers, we thank you for everything that you're doing. And, you know, we really do appreciate it.
Great, thank you. It's been exciting. Rutgers I'm Scarlet through and through, so I really want to support Rutgers and support the success of the university and anyone that's attending.
Thank you. Hello, we are back. Sorry for our little break there. We just had to take a moment. I have now with us in the studio 2 honors college students. I have Paul Musso, is that correct? And I have Maggie Woodruff. So why don't we start? I'm Jennifer Sneed, for those that are maybe just popping in now, and I'm an alum. And why don't we just start with telling us a little bit about what year you started here, and kind of your experience, what's going on at Rutgers for the 2 of you. And either one of you start.
Okay, I'll start. So I'm a 5th year senior.
Okay.
I came in 2011. I'm a philosophy major and a classics minor. And I came to Rutgers for the philosophy program, which is, I found out was ranked #2 in North America. And I heard about it by chance. So I was very lucky to find out about Rutgers, and it was the only college I applied to.
So that was really what, not to interrupt you, but that was really what drove you to choose Rutgers, was, wow, this is going on here. And then you were kind of sold once.
And then once I got here, I loved my major, and I'm going to be applying to PhD programs.
Here also at Rutgers?
I will be applying to Rutgers, yeah.
Okay.
So it was I did not see it coming, and I couldn't predict what would happen, but I've enjoyed every moment of it.
Fantastic. Thank you. And what is it that you're studying, and what drew you? Oh, sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So we just had Catherine join. She's also a class of 16 member.
Okay.
She's not an honors college.
Sure.
She's going to be in this last segment.
Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. So for those that maybe aren't seeing exactly what's happening, we're adding Catherine Leo also onto this discussion.
She needs to show her screen.
And we just need Catherine, when you get a moment, to pop your video on for us, because we see a blue circle right now. We'd love to see you. And just double check that you can hear us as well, and make sure you're not on mute. And then we'll be right back with you, Maggie, too. And so,
Hi.
We can see you and we can hear you, Catherine.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. If you could just hold a moment, I'm going to let Maggie finish a bit about why, what she's doing, what she's studying here at Rutgers, and why she chose Rutgers, and then I'll pop it over to you, okay?
Okay.
I am a junior in the SAS honors program. I'm actually the honors program, not the honors college, which is different.
Okay.
But I love the honors program. Unlike Paul, I came to Rutgers not really knowing what I wanted to do at all. And it was one of 9 schools I applied to, but I am very glad I ended up coming here, because I think the experience of Rutgers with the diversity and having to make this large school small in a lot of ways has really influenced me as a person, and also my connections here. So I'm now majoring in cultural anthropology, which is really cool. We have a great program here. I'm also minoring in criminology, environmental studies, and I'm doing a certificate in digital filmmaking, which we now actually have a BFA for, but I was here too early. So I'm doing the certificate program, but it's very cool.
Wow, that is fantastic, what you're doing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, of course.
So we would like to hear from you, Catherine, what it is that you're focused on right now, and what drew you to choose Rutgers.
So I am a senior in biomedical engineering right now. Sorry, I'm really sorry.
Sure. What it is you're studying, and why did you choose Rutgers? What made you think that this would be the best school for you?
Okay, so like I said, I was a senior in biomedical engineering. I actually live in Las Vegas, so I'm an out-of-state student all the way from the West Coast. I applied to 13 different colleges when I was in high school, everywhere from the Midwest to the West Coast to the East Coast. And out of all the colleges that I applied to, Rutgers is one I chose, because on a beautiful spring day of my junior year in high school, I took a bus tour, got to see the Livingston campus, which was beautiful. Everything was brand new and shiny. And Rutgers just had this persona that when I was traveling to different campuses that I felt like I could really fit into. I could find my little niche in the campus and really get my big school experience with the big football team, but also get a small school experience in the School of Engineering, which I see the same couple hundred kids every day rather than a couple thousand kids. So I woke up one day and I knew I wanted to be a Scarlet Knight, and I really never looked back.
Wonderful, wonderful. And sticking with you, Catherine, for a moment, was there, coming from Las Vegas, right, to New Jersey, into New Brunswick, is there something that sort of shocked you about that move, or that was surprising to you about Rutgers here itself and the area in New Brunswick and New Jersey?
Definitely snow. We really don't get snow at all in Las Vegas. It does snow on the odd chance that we get maybe like an eighth of an inch and melts within the hour sort of thing. So snow on our first snow day at Rutgers was very, very exciting to me. I ran outside and I played in the snow for like a couple hours. And then just the city feel and the suburb feel, like living on Bush and Livingston, you get a lot of the suburbs feel, which I'm used to. But going into College Avenue for classes and Cook Douglas, you really get both sides in such a close proximity, which I wasn't really used to.
Thank you for sharing that. I absolutely can imagine a huge difference. And what about the two of you? Are you both from New Jersey, or you're both from New Jersey? Yes. So was there something that surprised you though? I mean, I also was from New Jersey. I mainly grew up in the Toms River area. But was there something that kind of stood out for you as to, the difference that New Brunswick was versus where you mainly had grown up?
Sure. Do you want to take
it? Yeah. Well, I think New Brunswick does have an interesting mix of different kinds of communities. So I live on College Ave now. I have for the last 2 years because I love it. And you get the downtown New Brunswick area, which I've been really taking advantage of this year, and you get the urban feel. But freshman year, I lived on Livingston, and it was much more relaxing. I could focus more on school, just, and build a community on Livingston as like an isolated community. But now, I've been to every campus, and there's something for everyone on each campus. And I think, between being near New York and Philadelphia, people are intimidated by the amount of options at Rutgers. But I think most people end up finding, their niche at Rutgers, whether it's in a club or, with their major, because that's also a community too.
Absolutely.
So I just think that Rutgers gives you the ability to do whatever you want. And if you really embrace that, you'll get a lot out of it.
I 100% agree with you. And you?
Yeah, I've grown up in New Jersey pretty much my whole life. I love the environment. I love the views. I love the culture. I went to a high school too that was also pretty diverse.
Right.
So I thought I was like pretty open-minded, pretty used to like seeing different types of people and living with different types of people, being friends with different types of people.
Sure.
But then I got to Rutgers and I was like, there's even more diversity, which I loved because I thrive in it. And I think that's what surprised me about Rutgers is the ability to learn more about myself and learn more about people than I had before, which I cherish and I love because I think that's so important.
Absolutely.
And I also relate to the different campuses too. I spent the first 2 years on Douglas with Women's College, and that was great. It's like a small, quiet bubble away from the noise. Now I live on College Ave, where there's a lot of noise.
It's a lot more.
But it's great.
Yeah. I definitely agree with all the perspectives that you shared, and really the diversity, which was huge for me, and that sort of both living on Piscataway, and then 5 minutes later you're in the hustle and bustle of a nice mini city, which has been fantastic. Sticking with the two of you for a moment, is there something that has stood out that's been a really positive influence besides all the things that you've already mentioned, or maybe you want to reiterate something that really has stood out for you and been a really positive influence, either in the direction of your study or where you want to continue to go after you've completed your studies?
Well, there's a lot. A lot of answers.
I can't think of one.
Okay.
I think one, I want to kind of build off what we were just talking about. I was surprised at how many international students were at Rutgers.
Sure.
And my roommate sophomore year was from France. And I met at least 30% of the people I met were international students. And then at least 75% of the people I met were first generation or second generation Americans. So just being exposed to people with totally different cultures, experiences, that was surprising. And I'm sure it's helped me grow as a person in ways that I haven't yet realized.
Absolutely. Did you want to expand?
I guess, yeah, just the variety, not only in people, but in activities and professors. I mean, there's nothing really you can't find at Rutgers, I think.
Right. I agree. And Catherine, if we can just hop over to you, would love to hear if there's something that you would like to share that's stood out as something that's quite positive influence for you while you're here studying, or kind of in what you're going to choose to do after.
Definitely the diversity on campus, the way that you get to network with everyone on campus, how we might be five different campuses, but we're all integrated with each other. So that definitely is going to help me in the future, knowing that being in engineering, but I can also go to the biology department or the chemistry department and just network with those professors and help me get a job in the future or further myself in grad school or something like that. So it's just the community feel of Rutgers is very important, and it stood out when I came.
Great. And Catherine, I'd like to ask another question for you, and I'll come back to the two of you. Do you have any advice as a student now in talking to incoming students or maybe freshmen or people that are thinking about Rutgers, what it is, any type of advice, what you think that they should be doing, or something that you've kind of learned from to not do that you may want to share with others?
Your agenda is your best friend. I definitely learned that freshman year. Like your first couple weeks of freshman year, it's like, yay, I'm away from my parents. Like, oh my gosh, we get to do all these fun activities, go to class, wake up whenever you ever want to, eat on your own time, blah, 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 blah. But after a while, it kind of catches up with you. So like the transition from high school to college is definitely an exciting time, but also keeping in mind, like, this will impact you into the future. So my agenda was my best friend after the first couple of weeks of freshman year, because college is very exciting and it's a very new experience, but there is a lot of responsibility that does come with your first year. So that would be my little tidbit of advice is your agenda is your best friend.
That is great advice, Catherine. Thank you so much. Paul, Maggie, what pieces of advice would you like to point out?
I felt pretty prepared coming to college, and I only live like 45 minutes away, but I think it still was a bigger change than I was expecting, because it's just a completely new life.
Sure.
You're on your own for the first time, maybe for the first time.
Sure.
And so there's a lot of adjusting. So I'd advise that you be aware of that and just take it one day at a time and really listen to yourself, your body, your mind, focus on your health.
Because that you
Yeah.
can forget about quickly. You know, if someone isn't telling you, right?
Yeah.
Now you gotta kind
Yeah.
of make sure you're doing it. On your own.
Like take your vitamins.
Maybe
Maybe
get some sleep, possibly.
Yeah, try to stay. Try to devise an eating schedule. So you actually remember to eat.
Right.
Paul?
Yeah. Couple of things. I think
Get your notebooks out.
Yeah. I think Rutgers is a place where you have to actively seize opportunities.
Yeah.
You come here and you can end up going deeply into your major, finding out you want to pursue a future career in something. You can do whatever you want here. The opportunities are all available to you, and it's up to you to try new things out and then see what you want to do with your life, because I've seen many people achieve their dreams. I know a friend who's wanted to learn Japanese and go live in Japan, and he spent 4 years studying Japanese, and now he lives full-time teaching English in Japan. Everyone I know has ended up successful because they invested some energy into finding out what they want to do with their time. And to build on that, I think you should come here and hit the ground running. Don't underestimate how challenging Rutgers can be, because I think a lot of people have underestimated Rutgers because it's just a state school. They think, okay, they hear about it so much, they don't realize that this is an elite institution if you want it to be, because everything is available to you, and they're going to challenge you freshman year. It's a big jump from high school to college. So if you work hard in the classroom, you can also still have plenty of time freshman year to enjoy yourself. So I think that you can do both things, and you shouldn't think like, if I work hard in the classroom I can't have fun, because I think you can do both.
Right. We really don't have that much time at all for more questions. You have all, Catherine, Paul, Maggie, thank you so much, have been really incredible with the discussion. And I do want to point out that all of these folks are current students and helping to give back, whether it is, monetarily today with Giving Tuesday, but also with their time and their involvement and their encouragement of other students that are here and other students that might be coming here. So it's invaluable to Rutgers and your peers. So we thank you very, very, very much.
Of course. Yeah.
And we're back. We now have some guests, current students, also from the Formula One Race Car Project, if I'm saying that correctly.
Just the Formula Racing team.
Formula Racing team. Thank you. So what I would like us to sort of start out with first, we have Eli Nazar and we have Martin Albanza.
Yep.
Maybe just start out with what year you came to Rutgers, what it is you're studying, and what made you decide on Rutgers?
Eli,
why don't you start us off? He's like, thanks a lot.
You make me do math. I started at Rutgers in 2006. I graduated in 2010 with my first degree in cell biology and neuroscience. My original plan was to be a doctor, and then I decided I really don't want to be a doctor. So
no, not for you.
I did some shadowing and stuff, and it just wasn't for me.
No.
So in 2013, let's say.
Okay.
I re-enrolled in the School of Engineering as a mechanical engineer, and I'm now in my senior year, or my super senior year, however you look at it. So.
Gotcha. And was there something that made you decide upon Rutgers initially back in 2006? Did you apply to other schools? Was there something that drew you? No, it's got to be Rutgers.
I mean, I wasn't really dead set on Rutgers, but what I did know about Rutgers was that it had a great, had a great science program and engineering program. So at the time when I wanted to be a doctor,
they had all of those pieces.
Yeah,
that
there was
you
a lot
needed.
of research opportunities here. There were a lot of big laboratories with money and good equipment and everything. And now that I'm in engineering, Rutgers has a fantastic
Absolutely.
School of Engineering. So.
Absolutely. One of my friends also studied engineering as well. So absolutely agree. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
And what about yourself?
So I am a fourth year at Rutgers. I am in the School of Engineering, but as opposed to like a lot of the other people in the Formula Racing team who are mechanical aerospace engineers or electrical even, I myself am a biomedical engineer.
Okay.
So basically, like what I learned in class, it's not really too relevant on the car. It's more of my inclination for mechanical design and just putting things together that drew me to the Formula Race team. And I joined my freshman year. This is my fourth year on the team, and I can't say there's been any regrets.
That's fantastic. I remember going to, and this is maybe one of the fairs years ago, and I got to sit in one of the race cars because I think you all, every division, every charter, et cetera, participates in, what can you do on campus and how can you get involved? And I clearly remember I have this picture and it's still down at my mother's house of me sitting in like the race car. It was kind of cool. It was right here at Rutgers, over in Voorhees Mall area.
So
this was like a while ago.
Was this the involvement fair?
It likely was, because it was, I believe, the fair that is encouraging you to participate in all these different activities, and I clearly remember it. It like it's popped there. I love it. I love it. I want to ask, is there something from the years that you've been studying here that really in particular stands out to you, that's been very memorable and that's been very that's helped sort of shape your direction and what you're doing, but that it was rooted here at Rutgers?
I'd say that the alumni base that we formed from Rutgers Formula Racing has really helped us get to where we want to be in terms of organization, management. I mean, throughout the years, our membership numbers have just kept on increasing, and there's a handful of like alumni that I can personally like recall helping us like lay down the infrastructure and get everything well organized.
So the alumni has been quite instrumental in continuing to help and help grow the group.
Yeah, both in like a personal sense, working with them closely, and also in previous documentation.
Okay.
I agree with them. Our alumni base is fantastic. We couldn't do what we do without them. They're also a bunch of really cool people, so it's fun to hang out with them and just talk to them. Shoot the breeze with them.
Shoot the breeze with them,
so to speak.
Is there something specific that you would say to students that have graduated? You're talking about the alumni. Can you elaborate a little bit more about how important it is to continue to stay involved with Rutgers once you've graduated from Rutgers? And I know that the two of you haven't, but
I did once.
Okay, well, yes, I apologize. You're like, but it's so great. I'm coming back. So not only did I graduate, I'm coming back and sharing. But really, to speak to why, I'm an alum and I come back and I volunteer all the time. And to really hear that you say how instrumental it is to what it is that you're doing. I think that's fantastic. So I don't know if there's something more specific you want to make sure that any alumni that are listening make sure that this is why you should continue to stay involved in the university.
When you come to Rutgers, when you graduate, you're no longer. It's not that you're no longer a part of the Rutgers community. You stay a part of the Rutgers community
forever.
And I mean, it really helped. Like we said, it really helps us, and we're not the only ones that would benefit from something like that.
Sure.
Come back, share your experiences, help out however you can. Make this a better place for the future generations.
Sure.
One example in particular is the 2005 Rutgers Formula Racing team actually kept their old car running. Usually we design and build a new car every year. This 2005 team kept all their components and it's still running to this day. So
wow.
That's 10 years. 10 years in the
So
past.
they continue to maintain it and do whatever. I'm sorry, I don't really do cars, but I would assume that it takes a lot of maintenance. I just send my car to like the maintenance people and they do whatever.
They take care of everything on it and they bring it out, and we reserve the lot over by the stadium, and
wow.
We'll go out there on a Saturday or Sunday and just rip up the pavement there. It's great.
That's awesome. Now, were you both residing in New Jersey before coming to Rutgers?
Yeah.
Were you right here in Middlesex County, or what parts of the state were you?
I live right down Riders Lane. I'm from East Brunswick, so Rutgers has always been in my backyard, and that's what really drew me to the university. I've always been exposed to it, even from like a young age.
So there wasn't something necessarily that stood out for you, but because it's always been a thread for you within where you grew up.
Yeah, I'd say it's always felt like home.
Got it. How about yourself?
I think I'm from Middlesex County. I grew up. I went to high school in Freehold. I think that's.
I believe that's Monmouth County. Yeah, right on the border. Yep.
Yeah. Before that, I grew up in Nutley, up in Essex County. So I've been all over the state.
So for Rutgers, was there anything surprising or kind of different or that struck you when you came here in comparison to where you lived? Like I mainly grew up in Toms River, the Shore area. It's very suburban. You got to drive everywhere. You can't walk really anywhere. If you're walking, people are like, "Why are you walking?" So when I came to Rutgers, New Brunswick, it was amazing because not only could I have a little bit of suburbia over on the Livingston and the Bush campus, but when I came into College Avenue, it was, I'm on buses, there's trains, I can go to the city, like it was amazing. So I don't know if you kind of had that same like
like you said, it's a nice
Wow.
it's a nice mix. If you want to go see trees, you go over to Livingston. If you want to go enjoy the nightlife, or
Right.
just walk around the city,
Right.
you have New Brunswick right here.
Right. Do you have any particular advice that you would want to share with either current students that might be below your grade or incoming students that are deciding, should I go to Rutgers? Why should I go? Any advice for them on what they should be doing at Rutgers or what not to do that maybe you've done and realized maybe that wasn't the best thing to do?
I mean, Rutgers is just such a big university, such a big community that there really is something to always find. There's always something new to find, something that you've never seen before. I'd say my advice would be, just get out and walk around, go out and explore, try something new.
Okay.
Don't waste your time. I mean, time is very precious, and you don't have a lot of it. So when you come here, don't spend all your time partying or sleeping or whatever is that normal people do. Join a club like us and spend all your time working. But on a serious note, I mean, there's so many clubs here. Find something that suits your interest, because I guarantee you it exists here. Get involved and have fun and learn something while you're here. Make the most of your time.
Absolutely. I would definitely agree with you. I tried to not waste my time when I was here and, double majored as well as minored. I have not yet gone back to the university to study more. There is still more time, and there's little courses that pop up, and I've been incredibly busy with some of the things I'm doing, and I'm always like, I should go back. So I might be, doing a route down the line as you are. I would also like to ask, what is it that you are planning to do after you leave Rutgers University?
So as a biomedical engineer, I really want to work in the prosthetic industry.
Okay.
I really want to help people on a personal level and get them back to, restore their value of life.
That's very important, and thank you. What about you?
So one of the cool things about mechanical engineering is everyone needs a mechanical engineer. So there's no company that doesn't really need a mechanical engineer. So I'm kind of free as to what I want to do. And it's good because I don't really have my heart set on anything specific. I'd be okay working for the auto industry. I would love to go work for designing jet engines for the aerospace industry and space industry. But other than that, I mean, I just like mechanical engineering. I like designing parts. I like going through the whole process. So I'm open.
Okay. And what about, you've mentioned how alumni have been very influential in what you're doing in your club. I assume that the two of you would also intend to stay quite involved with Rutgers once you graduate. Am I making a correct assumption?
They can't get rid of me.
And maybe just elaborate a little bit more as to what it means to you to volunteer, whether it be on this particular the race car club or maybe other areas of the university that you're thinking about giving back and volunteering for.
So the race car is a huge project. I don't know many other clubs on campus that go to the scope that we do, where you actually build a fully functioning vehicle that you then sit inside and then drive very quickly. It can be dangerous if something's designed incorrectly, and it's a huge time investment on top of everything else that you're doing during your regular engineering course, which is quite a handful already. So well, the one big thing that we don't have is experience. So that's what alumni bring to the table. They've been out in the world. They have real world engineering experience. They can tell you when to do it this way, when to do it that way. And coming back, that's what we can bring back. We can bring back all the knowledge and experience that we've had with the team, as well as all the knowledge and experience we gain while working.
Absolutely. Did you want to elaborate on that at all?
No, I just, if you guys are watching, thank you again for Umer, Adriel, Ryan. You guys are awesome.
Jamie,
thank you.
Jamie, Jeff, Scott.
And if someone that's listening wants to get involved with the club, how do they do that? Would they reach out? Is there an email? Is there a website?
Yeah, our official website is rfr.rutgers.edu.
Okay.
You can learn more about the team, who we are, and what we do. You can also learn more about our crowdfunding campaign, which is a little donation period that we're opening to the public sector. If you guys are interested in helping out the team at all, there's a nice little donation button that you can hit.
every dollar counts. And just as the two of you are here today and sharing all of your expertise, your knowledge, and what it means to you to have Rutgers alumni giving back, we want to thank you for all of the efforts that you've done, whether it be volunteering, being here with us today, and any contributions that you've made today on Giving Tuesday and throughout the year. It really means a lot, and it goes, as we've all been discussing, a really long way. So thank you, guys.
You're very welcome.
You're gonna have to ask her. She
Sure.
can
Elaborate. Okay, so Allison, this is Jennifer Sneed. I can't hear you though, so if you can unmute your end, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. And so for those that are tuning in, I'm Jennifer Sneed. I'm an alumni here, and it's great to have you. If you could elaborate a little bit more for our listeners and viewers. It's Allison Wisniewski, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And if you could tell us a little bit about your current student at Camden Student Life with Community, and talk a little bit more about what it is that you're doing.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much. We're so excited to be part of Giving Day. It's really exciting. So I'm down at the Rutgers Camden campus. I'm Associate Dean of Students there, and I have the great opportunity to work with our students in various different capacities. So helping students get their clubs and organizations off the ground, working to mentor our Greek organizations, assisting new students in the transition, that kind of thing. But at Rutgers Camden, we have 40+ student organizations that are really contributing to all the extracurricular activities, working with our professors to do programming. We have a growing Greek community on our campus that's raising tons of money for their own philanthropies, but we're really involved today, which we're excited about. So there's a lot going on.
That sounds like it. So all of the work that you do with the students is fantastic. And are you also a Rutgers graduate? Or
no, not yet.
Okay, but what made you choose Rutgers as a place to work and help the school grow?
Right. So I've been at Rutgers Camden for 18 years, and it is a wonderful place. I think that our small community allows us to connect in different ways. And a lot of our students have opportunities really early on to start doing research, to kind of any idea that they may have as far as forming an organization, getting involved, writing for our paper. They're doing that really early on to develop their skill sets so that when they move on, they're really at the top of their class. It's really an amazing experience.
Now, have you yourself always been residing here in New Jersey?
Yes, I have. Yep.
So was Rutgers something that you heard a lot about, either A, when you were growing up, but then also B, when you were in the professional world?
Oh, yeah. I think, and even when traveling, I think Rutgers has this name of, graduating very successful students that are creating a great landscape. So.
Absolutely. Is there something that when you came to Rutgers to work that stood out from other places that you were working at previously?
Yeah,
if you
sure.
come from another university?
Yeah, so sure. So again, I'm going to speak a lot about Rutgers Camden, and I think that all the alums that are watching will kind of get this, is that you step on our campus and you're part of a family. And that is a very different feel, to be able to talk to one another across campuses, working with our faculty of the different departments and collaborating, bringing alumni back to help as far as talking with our students on the skill set that they may need has been a real joy. And just over the years that I've been there, just watching students kind of grow from their first year to now being successful in different fields. I'm thinking a whole bunch of different alums now that are really successful, and it's because of the work that they did starting out at Rutgers Camden. So it's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolutely. I do want to mention to you that when I first started working, I was working for the U.S. Senate, and Senator Lautenberg's office was right there in Camden.
Yep.
And I would often be on the Rutgers Camden campus, though I had graduated from New Brunswick. But I'd mentioned to Donna earlier this evening, you know, that it was just always incredible, no matter what campus that you're on, whether it's Camden, New Brunswick, or Newark. It's just this awesome feel and sense of pride, and you literally know you're on Rutgers ground, like from the minute you step on the sidewalk. And so I have fond memories of walking around Rutgers Camden as an alum.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sticking. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sticking with the alum for a moment, I believe that the Alumni House on Cooper Street opened
yep.
recently.
Yeah, we're in the process. It looks amazing. There's a lot of things going on. We're definitely growing. About 2 weeks ago, also the Writers House had their opening, which is the building that was next to our Chancellor's office for some time, and it's a gorgeous building. I'm really looking forward to the things that our English department is going to be able to do there, and readings and that kind of thing. It's actually going to have a nice place to do that instead of in a little room somewhere else. So we're really excited about all the developments down in Camden as well.
Wonderful. I know that you go with and work with students very often. Are there pieces of advice or one piece that you like to kind of focus on and tell students that are either maybe new and coming into the university, that are just started, or perhaps you also engage with or answer questions of those that haven't yet made their decision to be Rutgers? Are there pieces of advice that you like to share with these students?
Yeah, sure. So one of my roles is that I get the pleasure to talk to all of our new students coming in through the orientation programs. And there's two things that I always say to them, is that this is a journey, and journeys often take different roads, and be open to the different experiences. We have so many different opportunities for our students, whether it's through the research like I talked about, or the newspapers, or the radio stations, or the different student organizations. But if there's something that they don't see, we have the ability to create that. And so to be open to whatever that is that they're looking for is one piece of advice. And the other is to just slow down a little bit and talk to the person next to you. Making those personal connections right off the bat is so key. And we really encourage our students to do that as well.
Wonderful advice. I know that there's a lot of changes on all of the campuses, but probably maybe even more so growth at Rutgers Camden recently. Do you want to speak to maybe when you first came to the university and what it was like, and the now and the new opportunities, the more growth that Rutgers Camden has had for the students there?
Sure. So our student population has grown. We've added a brand new residence hall a couple years ago. So we have 3 residence halls now. So that's a change in the infrastructure. And then all of the development that has happened on Cooper Street as well has been a big change. So there was a time where you came down Cooper Street and you didn't really see a whole lot of Rutgers. And now the minute you turn on Cooper Street, we're there, which is really amazing. It's very nice in the morning to sort of as a welcome for those of us commuting in. And then just the landscape of the campus. Our chancellor has done a great job in ensuring that it's green and we have tons of trees and grass, and a lot of people that aren't familiar are like, wow, you're in the city and this is great. And it's like, yeah, but our alum and the people who work there, we know that, and that's what makes it such an amazing place. Our students have asked for more lounge areas, so the campus center has definitely changed. If folks haven't been there for a while, there's a lot more seating, places for students to gather. The library has also had a renovation for that purpose as well, and it's just a beautiful, it's beautiful. Second floor library is one of those key places that you want to go. I'm sure you heard that tonight already. But I think the one thing that has stayed consistent through all these years is that family feel, and you know, from people wanting to share and help each other, and also coming together to create new ideas and opportunities, and that has remained consistent, and that's really the thing that's keeping us all together. It's
That's
really
fantastic.
a blessing.
And I understand there's even more collaboration now with the two law schools. Rutgers Camden Law has now merged as one, as I understand, with Rutgers Newark Law.
Yeah.
So that's created a much more, many more opportunities for those students than previously, and more access to resources and alumni, as I understand.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. And I think with each of these decisions, it broadens the opportunity to network and to bring alum back so they can experience what's going on with our students, and our students to learn from them. And it creates a lot of, you know, I use the term opportunity a lot, but that's what it is. We're creating opportunities for people to grow.
Absolutely. And so you see a lot of alumni giving back to Rutgers Camden. Maybe you want to just speak to or elaborate a little bit more on how important that is for a current student to be connected with an active alumni that can share their experience.
Yeah, so there's a few stories I can tell you, and a lot of times when, if you, even for yourself, you think back to your freshman year, like what am I going to do? You know, I made it here, I'm home at Rutgers, but what's my next step? And it's connecting those students to successful alum that have been able to kind of articulate what it has been for them, what their journey has been, what some pitfalls, the roadblocks, and how they've overcome that, and share that knowledge with our students so that they can be successful as well. Students that are able to hear those stories and kind of move in those directions it's really an incredible thing. The other thing that is really great for some of our programming that we do is that our alums will work hand in hand. So they're there at the first day for our orientation program at Raptor Welcome, and little gestures of just like, okay, handing out a pretzel, it might be a little thing, but what they're doing is actually making that connection with the students, and our students remember that, and they're always looking for the alumni 10, hey, I was thirsty, where did I go? But then it's opening that conversation to, hey, what do you do? And, oh, I'm a major in this, and you know, that type of thing. So it's been great in that way. Working with them on some art programs in the theater. I know they come back for a lot of things like that. And again, it's just making those opportunities available. I don't think we could be as successful with our students when they graduate and move on without our alumni base, and I'm really grateful for that. There's been a lot of times where I've called our director and say, hey, I need somebody, and like that, they have a person to sort of mentor our students, which is really amazing.
That is fantastic. So for a day like today, you know, Giving Tuesday, can you talk about really what it means? I mean, we've been getting updates on how much people have been contributing back to the university. Can you speak from your perspective about how important, you know, we've been speaking about the alumni involvement in the volunteerism, but also speak to, you know, how important it is, you know, the dollar amounts also that are given back, and kind of what they can then continue to do for students, current students and future students.
Yeah, so it was something that we kept hearing throughout the day, and the excitement, and our students were getting into it, and our faculty staff were also talking about it and making their contributions. And I think one of the things is that we know that, you know, college can be expensive, and this is a way where we can put money to scholarships, but it also can allow for some of those innovative ideas to get funding outside the box, which is really an exciting thing. So I think some of the ideas that are being kicked around, it's going to allow for students to sort of take hold and have some ownership there, and that's the exciting part of this day. Yeah, I think that it's great. I don't even know what the last number is. I didn't check before I got on here, but it's amazing. Can you give us an update maybe?
We will check on that update. We'll give you an update. We're going to pull that up. But it was pretty high, and we've had over 5,000 people at the last point that were contributing, and it was well over $1 million. But let's just see if we can get an. Here we go. So for you, it's $1,081,995 that we're up to, which is just incredible. That has jumped thousands since we last gave the last update. So it's just been an incredible day for Rutgers. Absolutely agree with you on the giving back and to expand just beyond the scholarships, but also the innovative programs they can do. So we want to thank you very, very much for your time tonight, and thank you for sharing all of what you do and how wonderful this is contributing to the university.
Well, thank you. And for all the folks that are watching and listening, think back to those days at Rutgers that, changed your life, and take a minute and make another donation. It's going to really go a long way to helping to shape the future. And we really appreciate everything. Thank you
So much, Allison.
How are we doing?
We're doing fabulous. Okay, we are on. This again, for those that might be just tuning in, I'm Jennifer Sneed, an alum here. I have with us too. We're going to switch gears a bit. We're kind of going into some faculty here to get some different perspectives. I have from Alumni Relations, Tom Hammond, and we also have from the sort of accounting finance piece of Rutgers, we have Steve Dekovitz. Sorry.
He's the fun accountant.
So I'm not sure if one of you in particular wants to start or have determined who wanted to kind of kick us off. But maybe Tom, do you want to kind of head us off and share some of your perspective on what's going on today, Giving Tuesday, and from the alumni perspective?
First of all, what a day, right?
It is incredible.
What a day, over $1 million.
Incredible.
The number of donors, absolutely incredible.
We just gave the last update was 1,081,000 and change. Well over 5,000 people have contributed today. The number is incredibly high, and we were just talking with Allison and just the benefit to the students with not only scholarships but others. But please.
Yeah, and I think it's the benefit to the students and scholarship and student activities. You can go through the list of the importance of Giving Day, but it also shows you and demonstrates the power of a strong alumni network, which 470,000 strong, 130 different charter groups out there helping us do our work. Pretty incredible sort of infrastructure to lean on to pull off an initiative like this.
Absolutely.
And, those numbers that you talk about, we kick it over to Steve, and his crew is responsible for sort of
reconciling all that activity.
Reconciling all
of it. Should be a fantastic December.
So tell us a little bit about this, right? So someone makes a donation, and then what happens? It goes to the world of accounting and kind of show us a little sneak peek of what happens, a little behind the scenes, if you will.
Well, it goes through, it could come in many ways: cash, check, credit card through Kimbia.
Okay.
Through our giving site, which is fantastic. Gifts of stock, but they all come in, and we partner with our gift processing group to get that all accounted for, allocated properly, receipted.
And so by receipted, you mean, so if something kind of comes in a donation, whether any avenue, then does a letter of, thank you for giving, so that people have this for their tax purposes and such. And so that all goes through you.
It goes through us, and again, we partner with the gift processing department who kind of keys that into our database system.
Got it. And so do you see, have you seen, either of you, but I think a little bit more maybe to accounting, obviously today has been phenomenal, maybe one of the most historic kind of one-day fundraising initiatives that the university has done.
Absolutely.
Would you say?
Yeah, by far. This is going to blow away anything that we've done over a 24-hour period.
That is fantastic.
So it's a lot.
it is.
And
And
it's
so
great.
at least from my experience, I thought that this was pretty incredible. And the momentum that the university and the alumni and the current students helped to contribute before we got to Giving Tuesday, I think really helped to make this day so successful. And it's not even over yet.
Yep.
I mean, we still have a couple hours left on this, and this is just fantastic. So one of the other questions that sometimes comes up through alumni and people that are giving back, they say, well, I want to give back, but how do I know that it's really going to where I say? So can you walk us through that process? As an alumni wants to give, does it really go to where they want it to go?
Absolutely.
How does that work?
Donor intent drives everything that we do. And we partner with the university to make sure that we are allocating every gift to a viable account that follows the purpose of the donor. And then the spending occurs at the university.
So if I'm an alum and I want to give, like I did earlier, walk me through maybe something, perhaps the online way. So it's maybe someone tuning in now, they didn't give yet. They're trying to figure out, should I give? Should I talk to someone else? Is it really that easy? How, explain how easy is this process?
Sure, it's easy. Once they make the gift, it's very easy to do.
So
follow through
is
the
there
process.
is there
We'll
like
take care of the
is there
rest.
like a list for people, right? Is there
Yes.
okay.
Many options, whether they want to give towards an academic excellence fund.
Okay.
If they want to support scholarships or fellowships, student programming,
Okay.
athletics, whatever.
So
it may
maybe
be.
they first pick which, because there's the three campuses, Camden, New Brunswick, and Newark. So I assume they would sort of pick first which campus they want to donate to, and then from there, maybe what
They
area.
can drill down into those different categories and then even drill down to specific schools.
Wonderful.
So once they've made their choice.
Wonderful. And from your perspective, Tom, on the alumni side, can you speak a little bit more to how important, whether it be $5 or $500, really how much that helps current students in different programming?
Absolutely. So we often hear, my gift can't make a difference. And that's absolutely false. I think you give what you can. You give what you're comfortable with. You give to what matters to you. I gave today as well. I gave to the RUA Excellence Fund because I believe in the work that the Alumni Association is doing. I gave what I could.
Right.
And I gave what I thought was meaningful to me. So every gift matters. We have 470,000 alumni.
Right.
Many more friends and contributors beyond that as
world,
well.
Yeah.
So $5, $10, it makes a difference. It makes a difference in the lives of our students and scholarship and student life. Just across the board, I can go through 100 different ways and it's even more than 100 when you sort of log on and see the different areas you can support. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so speaking to that, I think that sometimes there's this misconception that if I can't contribute something quite significant or what one might consider significant, well, why should I donate at all? But really, when your experience, you maybe
participation matters.
Yeah.
Participation matters. Not necessarily the size of the gift, but just making a gift. It demonstrates to fellow Rutgers alumni, it demonstrates to our students and our leadership that you believe in this institution, that you want to see the momentum continue. And it doesn't stop today, right? This is a great sort of combination of a couple weeks and months of work that went into this one day sort of culminating to where we are today, but it doesn't stop today.
Yep.
You can continue to be involved, whether it's through philanthropy, whether it's through volunteering for one of our 130 charter groups, whether it's volunteering to be a mentor through an academic unit, whether it's just reading Rutgers Magazine or reading the emails that come through or sporting your Rutgers gear, displaying your diploma on your wall.
Right.
There are so many different things that you can do to support alma mater. Participation is a critical piece of that.
Right.
But amount doesn't matter.
Right. And I'd like to just speak to the fact, when I was a student here at the university, for me, it was really expensive to go to this university. And so from my perspective, the ability to get, I had work study program and I worked several different jobs and I had federal, loans, et cetera, that I was able, our family was able to apply for, but not every family is able to get maybe those federal loans. Some of them can get a scholarship, some of them cannot. But if you're donating whether it be $5, right? That is helpful to someone who maybe needs to apply for something, maybe to get, books, maybe there's a loan program, et cetera, that they have here at this university, but that every one of those pieces actually, adds up and matters at the end of the day. I know that it did for me.
It does.
And so that's a large part of why I give back, because I know that it was afforded, to me.
Yeah, what I would add to that is I was a first generation student myself, and philanthropy mattered to me. If it wasn't for philanthropy, I would not have been able to get through college. And Rutgers is a land grant state institution, and philanthropy helps us fulfill that mission of that land grant state institution,
right,
of creating access to all of New Jersey's best and brightest and beyond. It's a pretty incredible mission to have, and philanthropy is going to help us do that.
Absolutely. And so want to go back to you for a moment as well, Steve. Walk us through kind of what's been going on for the past couple of weeks to get people ready and to get your department and the staff and the team ready to handle a day like today, Giving Tuesday.
A lot of planning.
A lot
of planning.
Coffee?
Just a little bit of organization, perhaps.
Don't drink coffee. Don't drink coffee. I'm sorry.
Tea?
I stay this naturally high.
Oh, maybe it's orange juice. I like my orange juice in the morning.
It's all natural, all natural, Steve.
But
Right.
it's a lot of planning. There are a lot of moving parts that have to come together, figure out how to deploy resources, and it's a long day.
It is.
I think what was pulled together in a short amount of time for our first Giving Day was absolutely incredible.
Not
And
bad.
Next year, to have a full year and have one of these under our belt should get us much, much further along.
Pretty amazing. Now, from your perspective, have there been, tell us, are there a number of students that are also involved today? Are they volunteering, or does that not work at this level? I'm not positive about that.
There are plenty of students around at community events. The telethon group here is a bunch of callers that are reaching out.
And they're next door to us where we're located?
Same office.
Okay.
Yeah, right
Okay.
down the hall. But also you have Tag Team, which
Okay.
is the annual giving, teaching annual giving, the student component of our annual giving shop. We had the Scarlet Council involved from the RUAA.
Okay.
And Student Affairs has been extremely involved with the project this year. So.
And a lot of them came live today, to be honest.
Oh, and correct. And so a lot of these folks, we've been interviewing, et cetera, through.
Yeah, not just interviewing. I was monitoring social media a little bit earlier,
Okay.
and it was pretty incredible to see how engaged the students were around this initiative. It's really
on the
exciting.
various campuses.
Everywhere across, whether it's Camden, Newark, RBHS here in New Brunswick. They were all extremely excited and really jazzed to see this happening. And that's important. It's important for the students to see that philanthropy
Sure.
matters. Philanthropy is part of being what we call sort of Scarlet Forever. It's what does it mean to be Scarlet Forever?
Mhm.
It's being philanthropic, it's volunteering, it's being engaged with alma mater. It's all these different pieces coming together. So
Absolutely, I would agree with you. So you feel quite comfortable that you have a good system in place then for next year to continue to build upon the success that we are having already this year.
Absolutely.
So-
Without a doubt.
So now it'll be easy peasy.
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
will.
this, right?
Yeah, we got it.
But I think also what not just the fact that so much funds have been raised in one day, but that the spirit of Rutgers has really, I believe, shown through quite well today, whether it be at the staff level, right?
You should see how
Student level.
loud and crazy these accountants are getting over
It's-
two doors over. It's pretty
It's a
insane.
big day for us. We don't get out too much. So this was good. This was good.
You're like, wow, it's kind of like a carnival.
Real people.
This is fun. No, and have you mainly been hubbed here in the New Brunswick office as overseeing, or have you popped to other campuses today?
Our central accounting group has pretty much
Has been here,
all
and so you've been kind of connected via phone and electronically with the other campuses. And I know that
we have Lisa English and her crew up in Newark. We have Scott Owens and his crew down in Camden doing great work for us, and Susan Dalbert, our chief fundraiser and partner in RBHS, really helping us out. So We've got boots on the ground everywhere.
Been checking in
Yeah.
from time to time. I
Yep.
didn't get over to either campus besides New Brunswick today, but obviously Newark is quite close to me, and I just did see Lisa and them a few days ago, and know that they were continuing to get ready. And I think we've been talking about also with some other folks is that there's so much growth at Rutgers University right now, and that really something like today, Giving Tuesday, continues to help that mission and continues to help each campus grow its programming for the students. Is that fair to say?
Rutgers is ever changing.
Yes. The momentum is
great way.
fantastic. Yeah.
And what did you say?
In a great way.
In a-
It's just
Now, I believe, and I didn't participate in all of these, but that there were some competitions going on today with Giving Tuesday. So if X group can you walk me through some examples if you recall which ones were out there about like if you did this, this would double or do
in terms of the
challenges.
the challenges today?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of the school and unit areas were competing. I don't know.
Yeah, there were some fun things like
competitions with the social media as well.
singing the alma mater.
I missed that one.
You know, demonstrating,
You
what
have
makes
an
Rutgers
opportunity
special.
right now.
I know,
Let's go.
I
Ready?
know.
The mic
Ready?
is yours.
I'm not the best singer though. I'm not the best singer.
He's just wanted to sing. This whole time he's like, we're going in and we're singing. Maybe lip sync.
I'm a dancer.
So we're gonna turn into
No,
a
we're not
disco
gonna do that
here.
either, no.
Wait, I don't know if we have enough room. We have like this
No.
table, but there's things like sing offs. Was there a dance off anywhere? Or we don't.
I didn't see a dance
Not
off,
this
no.
year. I
Not
think that's
that
a
I was
competition
invited
for
to.
next year.
Making notes.
Yeah, absolutely. And but this is a great day and a great way for not only if you're an alum or a student, but for different faculty and then friends of alumni and students that see what fantastic things are going on at Rutgers, for them to then also say, hey, you know what? I've got an extra $5. I got an extra $25.
1,000.
Or 1,000, and I can contribute, or maybe different companies that perhaps want to take this opportunity to join in Giving Tuesday and to contribute from their end as well. And I think that we are seeing a lot of that happen.
Yeah, I think we've seen the range of donations. And again, it's give what you can, right? We've
Mhm.
seen partners in RBHS, I saw, had a commitment of a $50,000 gift today.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And we've seen $5 gifts, $10 gifts. So 1,000, it's whatever you can bring to the table.
So I think that everyone has, in whatever capacity that they've had today, has really helped make it an incredible day. Still continuing, we have a couple more hours left for us to reach an even higher number before the end of Giving Tuesday.
And it doesn't stop today.
No, giving hopefully will continue throughout the year, whether it be with more donations and with folks' time and advice back.
There's never been a more exciting time to be engaged with Rutgers,
I would
period.
agree.
So
agree.
if you're not engaged, get
Get
engaged.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights into how this is very impactful for the university and all the time and effort that you've put into running this Giving Tuesday.
Thank you for your time.
Most welcome.
Thanks, Jen.
Welcome. You are on mute.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Gina Fiorello. I am Douglas, class of 97, and I'm here today with
Lauren Redfern, Assistant Director of Student Philanthropy.
Dylan Gonzalez, student and also a part of Tag Team.
So I wanted to talk to you guys today about what exactly is Tag Team.
Awesome. So I'll talk about the professional side of Tag Team, and Dylan can give you the student perspective. So Tag Team is a student group that we have at all of our Rutgers University locations, and they educate our students about philanthropy. They plan fun events, they have text message trivia, they're out and about talking about philanthropy at Rutgers.
So what Tag Team stands for also is Teaching Annual Giving. So and I like being a part of it too, just because as a student and to talk to other students about teaching annual giving, it's something that they should really realize and know about because it's like an ongoing cycle. So when alumni give, and then as a student, they'll learn to give because of how it benefits both of us.
That's great. And we're definitely learning a lot about how giving impacts students today with the money that we're raising for programs that are happening all through Rutgers University, all through all of our schools and units.
Yeah, especially today, like with students, a bunch of students didn't really know what was going on today. Like, oh, Rutgers is raising money. And they thought that, oh, Rutgers is just using money. But then they realized that of how it's going to all these different departments. And then realized, oh, wait, I'm a part of this department. This is indirectly going to me, how it benefits them.
So you talked a little bit about how you have some events. Tell me about some of the events that Tag Team does and how you kind of raise this awareness around the university.
So our biggest event of the year is Tag Day. It happens every April at every single Rutgers University. We place these giant red tags all around that have great facts about what donors do for students. How can we bring donor dollars to a level that students can understand and realize that it's really important that donors are believing in them and giving back to Rutgers to ensure that they have some really great opportunities here. We have a student event, we have prizes and a prize wheel, and we really have a really fun time. Last year was our first Tag Day, and our next Tag Day is happening this coming April.
Dylan, did you get to participate in Tag Day last year? What was your favorite part?
Yes, so actually, Tag Day is the reason why I'm actually a part of Tag Team. When I first came down my residence hall, I've noticed a whole bunch of like these red, large tag signs that just gave a whole bunch of different facts. And there were, I'm talking hundreds everywhere. And then I think you were there, right? Yes. And then you're like, oh, welcome. This is what Tag Team is. And I didn't really realize what like about the awareness, and I was like, wow, I'm really interested in this. And after that day on, I got involved with Tag Team, and here I am.
That sounds great. What is your favorite part about being involved in Tag Team?
Being on a level of a student-student connection and spreading that awareness. It's more than a higher figure talking to a student. It's you have the connection. That's what I really like.
Great. And Lauren, so what's kind of drawn you to this idea of student philanthropy and really kind of engaging with the students here at the university?
Yeah, well, I think student philanthropy education is so important to the future of our university. If we don't teach our students about why donors support them and what donor dollars do for them, while they're a captive audience here at Rutgers, we're kind of missing an opportunity. And I think especially at a place like Rutgers, there are so many opportunities that donors give us. And so we want to make sure that we talk to students about it. There are a lot of myths out there. I mean, it's easy to buy into those myths. Yeah. And so with Tag Team, we're able to educate students about those myths and what is really important, especially today out on Giving Day, while we were passing out boxes and teaching students about Giving Day. It was really great to hear students say, oh, wow, I didn't know that, or I didn't realize that the foundation did that, or they raised money for student organizations or programs.
So today, the work that you were doing with Tag Team and the work that you were doing, I understand there was a challenge with the Honors College.
Yeah, so the deans of the Honors College challenged their students all to give at least $1 to the Honors College to support the great opportunity that they have, and to really, say thank you to all of those donors that made that experience possible. I think it's a really powerful message to people that students that are in their first year in a new honors college are supporting them within their first semester and giving back. So the deans had each pledged to give $250 also to the Honors College in honor of the Rutgers 250th. And they had some really fun events. They were, if you gave, I think it was a $5 minimum gift, you got to pie one of your peer leaders in the face. So they had a lot of fun at the Honors College this morning.
And I think we got some pictures of that, and there might be some on the feed on the Giving Day site that shows some footage of that happening. So you can, I know everybody probably wished they could pie a professor at some point in time during their Rutgers career. So you can live vicariously through today's students who got a chance to do that. You talked a little bit before about some of the myths that you see happening in student philanthropy, or that when you talk to a student and actually start engaging with them about philanthropy, you see the change happen. What do you think are some of the biggest myths that you're trying to combat?
I think the two biggest myths are, students think that donors only give scholarships. And if you don't get a scholarship, donors are not supporting you at Rutgers. And that is very far from the truth. I think, there are tons, I think any student at Rutgers can say, I don't have enough, I need more. And so donors support Rutgers in so many ways, and students don't realize that every part of their experience is touched by donor support and our alumni support.
Yeah, exactly literally what Lauren said. As a fellow student, I'm not gonna lie, when I first went on tag day, I thought that, I have a scholarship, but it was all because of this donor. And like my fellow friends, they were just like, oh yeah, well, we don't support this because we don't have scholarships. So that means, we just pay our tuition. That's how life works on. But as of today, and students realizing that how the donors it affects them and how they use it, for example, all these clubs or different programs that they're in.
And so today we had a perfect example of how we were doing that. So we had gift boxes around campus. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about the community events that were happening and what was going on there?
Yeah, so I'll chat a little bit about what happened at the other universities not in New Brunswick. So we had community engagement events anywhere and everywhere in Camden and Newark, at our RBHS locations. And we really wanted to talk to students about all of our goals and what we hoped for Giving Day. And with that thought, we thought of a really great idea of these small red gift boxes that you can see on our hashtag, on social media, on the Giving Day website. Lots of students really embraced the excitement. And so we had 1,500 boxes at each location. And that was to represent our goal of 1,500 donors on Giving Day. And I'll let Dylan talk a little bit about how he experienced students. He was out there, giving out those boxes and really got to
that was really interesting and fun to do, yes. So most students would be like, oh, I see a red box, but I saw a catalyst for growth and bringing our community together. For example, just a student studying and just plopping a little red box on their table and saying, Happy Giving Day. Rutgers supports you and is there for you. And their facial expression was just so shocked. And it was just it was so warming. And even though it wasn't much, but it was a lot to them. Mm-hmm. And for example, I know all over Instagram, we saw just a random person just plopped a little Hershey Kiss and little motivational quote. And they were like, that just made my week. And that, I think that's what the goal that we want to do. It was, and all the reactions were perfect. And it was just rewarding.
It's great. And it's really great to understand and see how the students react to things like this. It's so easy to sometimes be lost and removed from the students when you're alum, and to forget about your experience as a student, or you kind of, selective memory, remembering, certain things about what it's like to be a student. So I know as an alum, being on campus and walking the halls and walking through events like this really reminds me about the good and the bad of being a student, of those hard days when you're studying and you're feeling that it's getting close to finals and you're never going to be able to
Finals week
get
is
through.
approaching,
And
yeah.
all of a sudden, you know, somebody comes by and just is like, here's just a little something to help you through the day. And it changes your outlook, and it can change so many other things for you.
What I liked about this little box, people took it to heart when we were encouraging everyone. It contained 2 Hershey Kisses, and we were saying, okay, 1 for you and 1 to be in the spirit to give it to someone. And surprisingly, I saw a random person was like, here you go, happy giving day. And like, that's the purpose we want to get through, which is nice.
And I think students really embraced what Giving Day was. You know, it was really great to see students out there saying, oh, wow, I didn't realize that I could support things that I love about Rutgers directly. I want to make a gift today. Here's $5.
Exactly.
You know, and I really wish that all of our alumni could kind of be at those events with us and really see the passion in students' eyes and know that they really are grateful for all of the amazing things that our donors give them.
Usually students would follow up when I was going around today. They'd be like, oh, wow, this is so interesting. I didn't know this. And be like, can I donate? Be like, of course you can. You can actually even donate to the organizations you are part of. A lot of students are doing that.
Yeah, and I know that we've seen that as we've been looking at the gifts coming in.
Yeah.
A lot of student organizations are getting supported today.
It's really nice.
So it's really exciting to see.
How's about the hugs? I heard there were hugs on campus.
Were there? So
Oh, yes, I received a lot of hugs and high fives,
hugs and high
fist bumps.
fives.
One person offered to buy another girl coffee, right?
Yes, I did hear that. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
People were offering our volunteers who were out there giving the boxes, you know, they were like, let me buy you a coffee.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was
This
such-
is so great. It was just, it was really a great day to be Scarlet. It was a day that we joined together as a community, and knowing that we're all in this together and that we all live in our bubbles every day, and that today students kind of broke down some walls with each other and said, you know, thank you to each other, and really spread some kindness, whether they were, you know, making a gift through Giving Day or just doing something nice for someone else. And I think that was a really great way to see Giving Day morph into the student population.
That's great. What do you have hopes for, thinking about the tag team and the work that you're doing and kind of how this started today? What do you envision happening over the rest of the year when there's not Giving Day happening? What types of activities do you want to encourage the students to connect with?
Yeah. Well, I hope students will come out and join us on Tag
Yes.
Day. I know that we have some really great plans in the spring to do some donor thank youing. So writing some thank yous to those donors who really do support us day in and day out. I also think that, you know, we have a great text message trivia program that goes out bi-weekly. And so we want students to hear from us every other week on their cell phone, and they can play a little game and win a prize. And it's really all about philanthropy education. So how can we break some of those myths in a way that students want to hear from us? You know, they don't want to look at a poster. They're sitting on the bus on their phone. And so it's really exciting for them to get that message right into their cell phone.
Dylan, what was the most surprising thing when you started getting involved with annual giving and understanding philanthropy? What was the thing that surprised you the most about giving back to Rutgers, or how people give back to Rutgers?
I think the most surprising thing is how come I didn't realize this earlier? Just because it was just so out there and so known, and just my thoughts of what I had and what I thought was actually going on, which is completely wrong. And I think that now, just like that, I'm a part of it. It's just so empowering, and I love it. And that's why I am passionate for tag team. And I encourage everyone just saying of teaching annual giving, this is what's actually going on, and getting that message across as a fellow student, and just establishing that connection with them. And for example, it pays off today, students saying, can I support my friend's group? I'll support your group. It's we're connecting with our student body, self-sustaining, and also creating a better connection with Rutgers too. So
I love that. I think that's wonderful. And I think it really instills the Rutgers pride that we
Yes.
want out there.
Yeah.
You know, this is a great university. It's a great place to be. There are a lot of good things that are happening in every corner of this university every day.
yeah, fostering a safe, healthy, and fun environment. That was a goal.
And to bounce off your question, Gina, you know, I think for us as staff members, you know, and especially me working with the tag team and students day in and day out, you know, I get to see why we do this. And it's really exciting to and fulfilling to interact with students every day and say, this is why I work here. I work at Rutgers to make sure that we have a future for students like Dylan and the rest of our students. So it's really rewarding in that way too.
It is. And I know just from what I've seen from the students around, there are amazing students here that are doing amazing work. I really am very impressed by all the work that you have been doing. I'm impressed with all of the members of your tag team. I know also Scarlet Council, we have a lot of student groups that have been starting here. And it's just really wonderful to see being so passionate about the work that happens for the students, connecting to alumni, really building this legacy from generation to generation to generation about what it means to be truly Scarlet. And, you know, I love the tagline of Scarlet Forever. It's something that I
you're
think
not
really
just Scarlet
resonates.
for 4 years. It's a lifetime name.
It is. You're
Absolutely.
never going to have another opportunity for that. So, all right. Well, I want to thank both of you for coming in and chatting with us today. I know we're getting really excited. We've got about 2 hours left. If you haven't made your gift yet, you can support student programs. You can support your college or university or programs that you were involved in. There's plenty of opportunities. So I hope everyone out there is excited and as jazzed about Giving Day as we are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Ready to go. Hi, so I am back again, Gina Fiorello here as the Director of Annual Giving, and I have with us on our via web Keith Norton and Chris Norton, who are both Rutgers alums, and we're going to talk to them a little bit about their experience here today. Hi, Keith and Chris. Thanks for taking the time this evening to chat with us.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi. So why don't we start off first with what year did you guys graduate from? Oh, or take a moment to introduce yourselves a little bit.
I'll always defer to my brother. He can start off and answer every question that's in group.
Yeah, I was going to say age before beauty, right? So Chris Norton, class of 95-ish. I stuck around a little while longer after that. Played a few years of lacrosse while I was here. Was involved in Army ROTC as well, and somehow or another talked Keith to come join me from Connecticut.
Great.
I'm Keith. I was class of 1999. In addition to my brother making a wonderful pitch, I was recruited to play soccer for Rutgers. Did that for my first year, and then ended up playing lacrosse for the duration of my time at the university. And I'll also add our father went to Rutgers back in the 60s, and obviously that played a pretty big role in us being interested in the university.
Yeah,
well, we should have brought him on the hangout.
What's that?
We should have brought him on this hangout.
Yeah, not a bad idea. He's probably in bed by now.
Yeah, siblings definitely have an influence. I have an older sister that also convinced me to come here, even though I swore I was not going to go to the same school as her, but I did. So thanks for telling me about that. So why don't you tell me a little bit about what you've been doing since you've graduated?
I'll tell you what, Keith, you go first because apparently somebody's calling me in the hotel here. Stand by.
Understood. Well, when I graduated from Rutgers, I shortly thereafter actually started working for the university at the Rutgers Foundation, and was raising money for the athletic department for a number of years, then shifted over to the Rutgers Business School for a number of years. After a brief hop into finance working at UBS, the gears of the financial machine clearly were coming to a grinding halt, so I went back into university life and worked at Fordham University for 5 or 6 years. And then 4 years ago, I made a pretty significant move and moved out to California and began working for Stanford University, also as a fundraiser, where I continue to this very day. And in an odd twist, as I see your microphone right there, in the past year I have embarked on a voice acting career. And I actually have the same exact microphone that you have right in front of you right now.
Very fun. So Keith, Chris, you're back?
I am back, yes.
All right, perfect. So do you want to tell me a little bit about what you've been doing since you've graduated?
Yeah, sure. You know, kind of like Keith, it's been somewhat varied. So when I graduated in '96, I was actually commissioned into the Army Reserve as a transportation officer. As part of my military commitment, Army ROTC paid for my college, and I had a 8-year commitment post graduation to pay back for what you find people paid me to go to school for. I concurrently found a career initially, interestingly enough, in tree service, which going back to our father, his post-Rutgers career involved number of years as an educator, teaching among other things forestry. So it was funny that I ended up working for a tree service company. Long and short of it is it got too cold out. I hated working outside in the winter in New Jersey. I went and got myself a job in an office working like Keith in finance. I worked for a deferred compensation company that's now part of, it's been absorbed by Citigroup and spun off to State Street Bank. Learned there that I really didn't enjoy finance. So following that, I had picked up a number of opportunities to learn about the call center and customer care businesses while I was working for that company, and I moved over from that role into a number of sequentially different roles at AT&T. long and short of it is I spent the majority of my career since, at least my private sector career, and I've done some active duty time since post 9/11 overseas and as well as in the U.S. But most of my private sector career experience has been in telecom in one shape or another. I've done some stints in supply chain related to it, analytics and auditing, as well as some human resources roles. I actually built and then ran AT&T's military recruiting program for a while. Left AT&T after a little more than a decade to help start a new company based up in Connecticut called Defense Mobile. And there's kind of this telco and military tie-in that I've brought into the whole Chris Norton world since. I'm actually on a business trip right now. We sell wireless service to the military community, kind of like USAA sells banking and insurance products. We just launched in a couple of different bases out, throughout the U.S. And so I'm doing some site visits to inspect there right now. So it's kind of run the whole range of what you do in the wireless space, except for climbing towers. And I was learning how to climb trees at the beginning of my career. So kind of come full circle in a number of different areas.
You've got the climbing covered.
Another thing I know I don't enjoy.
Well, so, both of you have kind of talked a little bit about how you found things that you don't enjoy. And I think that's one of those great discoveries that happen when you're in college, is you do things and you realize, nope, I don't want to do that ever again. So if you think back to your Rutgers experience, what are some of the lessons or things that you learned while you were here that either helped prepare you for what you're doing, or might have helped you avoid something that you didn't want to do?
It's funny you asked that question. So I'm out here in the West Coast today, and I had an opportunity this morning to go visit Don Kessler, who used to be the head athletic trainer for Rutgers Athletics. Seems like just yesterday, but it was a while ago now. But Don, since his retirement, ended up getting a job supporting the Navy SEALs, and he's rehabilitating the BUDS trainees and SEALs when they get hurt. And I spent about an hour and a half with him early this morning, just watching him work. When I was at Rutgers, I was an exercise science major with a focus on human physiology. I was thinking I wanted to be a physical therapist. So another thing I decided I didn't have. But it was just interesting time with the question. But I think the biggest thing I learned at Rutgers was how to interact effectively with people from many different walks of life. Keith and I came from a very homogenous background. I like to joke that our high school mascot should have been the Wasps. It was pretty monochromatic, and we had coming into college, we had a very limited exposure. Fortunately, because where my dad taught, we got a little outside exposure, but it's pretty much one flavor, if you will. Rutgers couldn't be further from that experience, and it was just a very eye-opening and positive experience learning to interact with folks of different backgrounds, different walks of life. And I think that prepared me very well for my entry into the Army, and certainly with what I'm doing now. The diversity that you find on campus, I don't think you can place a value on that. We're living a very rapidly globalized society, and having those experiences is very, very valuable to our growth as individuals and as a culture.
Great. How about you, Keith? Any great life lessons that you learned while you were here that helped prepare you for the work that you're doing?
I'd say there are two things that I would add on to what Chris said. As he mentioned, where we grew up was very sleepy. It was a farm town. It took 5 towns to get 400 kids in a high school. I mean, there was really not much going on. And God bless our father, being in the school system he was, we did get some exposure to an urban community. But by and large, when I got to Rutgers, I remember my first class was environmental design analysis. It was named EZA, and I got a C. So I challenged that theory. But there were more kids in that classroom than there were in our hometown. I mean, there were 600 kids in that class. So to get the opportunity to to evolve was probably the first thing that I learned. Not that I was some sort of shrinking violet when I was growing up and some bashful introvert, but I found that when I was at Rutgers, I had a chance to test out my own personality and see who I really was, and find new kinds of friends that I never thought I would come in contact with, and learn how to challenge myself, learn how to challenge others. To kind of tack on to that, excuse me, the experience of being an athlete at Rutgers was absolutely critical. The ability to manage myself, to motivate myself, to pick myself up when I got popped in the mouth, for lack of sometimes in not a figurative term, but to be able to continue on in the face of adversity was the number one lesson that I got out of Rutgers. Part of it was from being an athlete, certainly. Part of it is just kind of the nature of the beast at Rutgers, where you're plopped in the middle of this gigantic city. I mean, it's a huge school, and to navigate myself and to find my space, as opposed to having a coddled, sheltered environment where everything is kind of mapped out for you. The best class I had was failure as a result, and I learned every single day.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and we hear that a lot from people that, being at Rutgers is not always easy. And so sometimes that's good.
It definitely prepares you for life.
Yeah. Life ain't easy.
It
also teaches you to pay your parking tickets.
Yes. Or sometimes other people get their license taken away. Not that ever happened to me or anyone in my family. So yes. So I've heard. So as volunteers and as people who've stayed connected and involved with Rutgers, what are some of the ways that you've stayed engaged and stayed connected?
Well, Keith obviously, I think, with a lot of his career roles, it was probably a little easier early on than certainly has been the last couple of years. Time and distance has been probably a challenge for him. I think my early hurdles were, frankly, I got disengaged early on. Mid 2000s, and this is tied to this, the success of the football program. I got pulled back in mainly through Keith, but started to reconnect with a number of mutual classmates and folks that we shared interests with. A lot of former athletes, but folks kind of connected through that bubble. And one thing led to another. And to be fair, I did work with a number of classmates who I became great friends with over time. But one thing led to another, and all of a sudden, Raylene Rivera, who's a classmate of mine, and she may be listening to this, I don't know, but one thing led to another, and she and Keith kind of tag teamed getting me involved with the Alumni Association. I got pulled into being a class correspondent at the last reunion. I helped doing some fundraising for the reunion this time around. One thing led to another. I just started getting more and more engaged with the university again, and it's a big part of who I am, certainly how our household is. My 10-year-old daughter, she bleeds scarlet. She's already decided where she's going. I don't know that she knows that there's anywhere else. So it's really become a big part of who I am as a person and who we are as a family. While deployed, I was known as the guy from Rutgers. That's the kind of dialogue it brings up, and it's a real. When you get outside of the tri-state, it's actually one heck of a conversation starter. People know the name. They know the university. In fact, if you get out of New Jersey, New York, you go as far as Connecticut. Keith, I don't know if you've had this experience, but a lot of my high school classmates think I went to an Ivy. I haven't corrected, and it's been 20 years, and I'm not going to change their perception. They think I'm really smart. So, but yeah, it just kind of came naturally through some introductions, and it's a big part of who I am and what I do at this point.
Yeah. Great.
Chris alluded to it that by virtue of me working at the university, my understanding of the process was taught to me very early. I had wonderful mentors at Rutgers: Brian Crockett, Pat Tevlin, Mike Carroll, and then some board members. Bob Herring, in particular, comes to mind. So I had wonderful mentors in terms of people that I saw leading by example. When I left Rutgers and started doing other things in my career, I certainly made an effort in terms of serving in a variety of capacities with the RAA, within the athletic department and the development office. And Chris pointed out that when I moved, there was certainly a very easy hurdle to identify with distance and time zones and all of that. The good fortune that I have is that my job takes me back to the East Coast a lot. So that excuse really didn't seem to hold any water for a while, or after a while for that matter. So I want to say it was 2013 I was approached by Melissa Halpin to serve for my class of 1999 15th reunion. And I felt like such a hypocrite that I had never once volunteered for my reunion. I'm in this business. I know the value of it. I know the importance of it. I was always giving and certainly encouraging others to give. But I was so embarrassed that I hadn't raised my own hand to volunteer for a reunion. And I did. And while it was certainly important to me to serve in my individual capacity, what I loved most about it was actually getting others to join me. It was funny. I looked at the list of my classmates. And of course, I went right towards all the people that I know, and it was it's perhaps more embarrassing to see how uninfluential I was within my friends. How many had not given? They all had a great experience at Rutgers. They met their wives, they met their husbands, they lived nearby. They're season ticket holders. Had a great experience. Had no ill feelings whatsoever, and they had never made a gift. So I simply just reached out to all of them one by one and asked them to join me. And the cost for joining me was going to be $1,000. That was actually something at this point in our lives that made a lot of sense. They could package it however they wanted to. And the number of people that actually said thank you for getting me involved was actually worth that was worth doing it alone. But then there were some other additions that came to it. I think our class did a wonderful job of certainly making a mark in terms of how much we raised that year for the university. It was a pretty significant amount. I think it was about $300 and some odd thousand. And then we had a very specific project that, obviously, with my brother having served our country as long as and effectively as he had or has, we picked the Veterans House to make that as our class target. And the response that I got from my classmates when I approached them for that project in particular was awesome. They all realized that it wasn't just that they were helping out Rutgers, which was important to them, but they could do something that really plucked at the heartstrings, that made them feel like they were making a difference in the lives of young men and women who were going to university. So this new version of my volunteerism has just been awesome. It really has been. It's made a dramatic shift in my relationship with the university, and I've seen it also have a dramatic shift with my classmates and closest friends.
Yeah. So as you may have seen, as of about 10:30, we were at $1,094,876. We had 5,554 gifts. So as we wrap it up today, what do you think about all the efforts that we've been making around Giving Day and kind of encouraging this to raise this amount of money for Rutgers and the programs here?
No, I think it's really cool. I think it's a great way to move forward. You know, at one point in my career, half a decade ago at this point, I started to get involved in leveraging social for various aspects, and certainly I use it now, you know, helping build a business. But you know, with what do we have, 350,000 living alumni or somewhere in that neighborhood, it may be north of that. You know, it's a fantastic way to reach out to a very decentralized group of people. You know, it's something that doesn't take a lot of time and energy, although admittedly you can get sucked into it. My wife, who by the way is also a Rutgers grad, she's Douglas class of '96, and definitely supports my habit, if you want to call it that. she's commented that, hey, you got to take your face away from the computer once in a while. But the fact of the matter is that's how we communicate as a society, for good or bad. And I'm for one, am real excited to see the university starting to use it as a tool for outreach. I think it's a great way to build dialogue and focus people on a given goal or objective very, very effectively. I'm excited to see Rutgers starting to leverage it more than it has historically. I think it's a fantastic tool and a great way to mobilize, to this point, maybe less engaged alumni base than we want collectively to be. I know we can, with this Big Ten tie-in. I'm a big fan of peer pressure. I think it's a great behavior modifier. Let's use it.
Great.
I'll say what he said. And I would add on, I think one of the challenges that a lot of alums have is understanding that they can actually have an impact on the institution, no matter where they are and what station they are in life. The sheer act of giving, whether it be as a volunteer, as a donor, it does have an impact. So let's take it from the individual perspective. If you give to something that is super duper important to you, whether it be the university or a particular program within it that represents a larger philanthropic goal, that is fantastic, and this project has certainly motivated people to explore those ideas. And then simply the sheer act of participation. We have so many alums. When we get our percentage of participation up to the level that is our aspirant level, that's a lot of donors. That is a lot of people that are engaged. And when people look at Rutgers, whether it be the various ranking services that use this as a criteria to measure how good the university is and how engaged their alums are, whether it be from companies considering making an investment, a philanthropic investment in the school, whether it be faculty that are considering coming here to be the great leaders and thought leaders and help shape our students' minds as they go out into the world. Those are all critical. That number, that percentage of participation, comes into play. And this kind of activity can go and get people in at a very at a nice entry point. And the more we can talk about it, and it's not just today, it's tomorrow, it's the next day, it's the several times a year that people decide to make a gift. But if this is the first time they can make a gift and they thought about it this time, it can move into something else.
Just something to add here too. A selfless act, giving of your time, being engaged, giving of your treasure, it can also be a little self-serving too. To Keith's point, and I think we may be more aware of it than in-state students and alumni. That prestige value with having the Rutgers name on your CV. It can be very valuable, and so as an organization, if we're able to affect even a small change that raises the overall prestige value of the university, it's a positive for you as an alumnus as well. So even if you're looking at it just from the standpoint of the WIFM, the what's in it for me, there is some what's in it for you on top of it. So I think that's something we probably don't talk about ever, but it's out there as a reality.
Great. Well, I want to thank both of you for taking time tonight and for chatting with me. I'm going to sign off for a moment here, and we're going to kind of get our next group set up. So Keith, Chris, thank you again. Hope everything is wonderful and sunny California, and as you travel safe home.
The funny thing is Keith is normally based out here. I'm normally on the other coast. We just kind of did this, so.
I don't like the cold weather anymore.
I don't blame you.
Well, we've got a nice rainy day today here in New Jersey, so that's good. All right, thank you both.
Great stuff. All right, thank you. Good night.
Good night.
还是爸爸？
这是谁？等一下，我先把我的 link 课程请入的，先退出。
I'm unmuted, but hold on. Giving people, I've got gadgets. I gotta chime in.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, how are you? Who would that be?
You.
Is this Tim Chang from
This morning?
from China, from Shanghai?
Yes, yes. I guess it would be Tim Chang from last night for me.
That's right, exactly. So we're down. So this is great. So it's Ken Carmichael. I'm back in, and just a few minutes ago to finish off the last hour and 5 minutes or so of our Giving Day Live here at Rutgers. Real quick, I'll update the numbers for you. When we first talked, we were well under. We're just about 60 or 75 givers, and maybe at about $5,000 this morning. Tim, we're now at 5,648 total gifts, totaling over $1,370. So we've been busy. We've been busy while you've been able to take a slight nap, go back to work, and wake up with us. So I'm glad that our systems are up. How have you been? We want to learn more about you from 1985. I actually been telling your story throughout the hours about the experience, and it was both the academic experience, but then also the social experience and what you learned, and where you felt the most, sort of growth of what was happening. And I'm glad you've been on all. I think you've been on and off all day watching us. So that's been great. So since then, share with us a couple of other experiences, and tell us a little bit about your company as well. What you've gone on to do.
Yeah, surely. I'm working with a company called Nu Skin. Probably many of you are familiar. We are in the skincare and health supplement industry. I am currently based out of Greater China, and my responsibilities will involve something called business platform, and that would have technologies, will have digital solutions, and then I work very closely with the business. Currently, my title is the vice president that would handle these areas of responsibilities.
Great. And so we talked earlier, we have a growing alumni in China, and we have increased programs, student exchanges, faculty exchanges. How important is it for alumni to sort of explore, beyond New Jersey, beyond what we do here on campus?
Yeah, I think that's a great question because, the company that, at least Nu Skin, we are a global company. And just like many other global companies, as the market expands to other parts of the world, other than just the United States in this case, for our company that we have a tremendous growth specifically in the Greater China area. We are in desperate need, and we're looking at the needs of people that have been educated in the American schools with American systems that can join our company in this part of the world and deliver our services and the way that a professional can handle a business.
Wonderful. I mean, one of the things that we've experienced today, and as we explore sort of the impact and the wonderful contributions people have been giving all day, is to see our makeup of those who are from Rutgers currently, who are students, those who are recent alums, young alums, those who have been out and been working for a number of years like yourself. it's going to be interesting. And then just general Rutgers supporters, people who are interested in what Rutgers has been able to do with them. Earlier, I did an interview with Larry Katz, Dr. Katz, who's the director of the Cooperative Extension Service, and they're in all 21 counties, and so this has been an amazing time to see our global reach, as we've often said at times. And what would you, so for the some students are just getting up right now, right? I had thought they were getting up at 6:30 this morning to go to class, but some are up, and we learned about our cyber learning center in programs. What would you say to maybe a junior? We've talked a little bit about first year students that feel like they know it all and they try to do too many things. But a junior that's at Rutgers right now, and is sort of heading down the path where they believe is going to be their passion, what are some of the suggestions and recommendations you would have for that person?
Well, I think it is very important, regardless of your major, I think it's very important that, whatever you choose of doing, it is something that you actually enjoy doing. Don't do it for the sake of degree. Don't do it for the sake of being able to find a job, because the real world works in the way that if you're good at what you do, you will always find a good job. So, yes.
And so with that, and so there's the content expertise, the confidence expertise, but then I think you also mentioned earlier and shared with me the importance of relationships and getting to, you talked about how labs, the actual lab time was more critical than maybe some of the lectures, and how you sort of got to not only know yourself, but you got to know others. So talk about relationships in industry.
Sure. Relationship is something that it's very, very important. I am not saying that academics is not. And then I guess the example that I've used earlier regarding the lab is the fact that it's not only doing the lab and doing it in a correct way of saving you time and ultimately learning something from it. But the advantage of I learned that is that, if you know the people who have had experienced through certain occasions of things, you want to learn from them, because as you learn from them, it will certainly make your life easier as you go forward. So I think in simple words, if you don't have the relationship, if you don't have a good connection with people, then, your work will be much harder. And ultimately, you may not have good results. So communication is the key.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then it makes me think about, and so at your level and your experience with both recruiting and hiring individuals, right? Not specific jobs themselves, but to what extent, how does one stand out? How does one stand out? We've got the resumes, we've got career services, but is there something that you see often that you may say you would suggest for again a junior or senior that may be interested in a field or an industry, may not know enough people, but is somewhat doing it through the traditional routes of the upload, the resume upload to the web at different industries? Is there anything that you've seen or would suggest or recommend on how to sort of stand out a little bit?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, how we have been hiring within my group is that, frankly, most of the resumes that do come in from a skill set and experience point of view, they're all very similar. However, depending upon on the position that you apply for, there's specific areas of expertise that, as a company we look for. Now, assuming that out of the many resumes, and you happen to be one of the 5 that qualifies from a skill set point of view, then you're brought in for an interview. Now, during the interview process is really what makes you win or get the job or the opportunity or not. And personally, my group, we have a tendency to look at communication skills. How well can you communicate your thoughts, and how well can you understand what people are communicating to you with? So in other words, if you cannot communicate both ways, I think to me, it becomes you won't be able to score so highly as far as, our interview scoring process is concerned.
Yeah, and that's been a consistent concern is, some of those, what are those soft skills, and how are you able to sort of articulate your understanding and articulate your statements so that you can send out. And it's one of those things. And the reason I asked that is since in the last few hours, I've talked to a couple of undergraduates that are working in our office. And I had a lens of thinking and seeing them as if I was to sort of critique and see how they're operating. There's some distinctions. There's some distinctions on whether you're asking questions, versus just carrying out tasks. And so with the few minutes or so we have left, I'm thinking, what would you tell a new student? So someone that's in high school, they're thinking about Rutgers, right? And they're thinking about higher education, but maybe indecisive on majors and things like that. What are some of the recommendations or thoughts you would share with an incoming first year student, high school grad that's looking to find their passion?
Okay, well, I think if you're a high school student and you're at a point of making decision which school to choose, personally, I would look at Rutgers being one of the school of choice. I guess
Good answer, Tim.
I'm being a little bit biased on that. Yeah, but the truth of the matter is that I'm looking at a school that is not only from a branding perspective, but also from a student body. I think with the diversity of students that Rutgers has had throughout the years, to me, that's a big plus. Because if you compare to today's world, that's what this world is, full of diversity. So if you go into a school where it's very exclusive to a specific group of type of students or people, then to me, when you get out to the real world, your social skills might be in question at times, I would think. So I think if I were a high school student today, I would pick a school that would give me these type of choices, because academically, most schools are very similar. And frankly, tell the truth, if you get a 4.0 or not, is really up to you. School is not going to say, well, we do these things, we'll make sure you get 4.0, because any school you go to, if you don't get up, and don't go to class in time, and don't do your studies, I will guarantee you will not have good grades. So if you put that as a common denominator, Rutgers, from a diversity perspective, this is a school of choice.
Great. And I agree. I've double undergraduate. I double majored in computer science and exercise science. I had both parts of the campus from Bush, traveling through College Ave to get to Cook and Douglas, and then 20 years later, I finished all the tasks and challenges and tribulations to complete my master's over in education over at the Graduate School of Education here, and it's been a fun couple decades, or 2.5 decades, and often we ask when we interview each of our guests is what shocks you, what was sort of the most profound experiences on that during your time here. I want to kind of change that question to you is well, two parts. One, we know you were mechanical engineering, but what was your minor? Do you remember what your minor was?
Yeah, actually, my minor was in economics. I kind of like business type of a stuff. So I figured I would have that kind of exposure. And then to tell the truth, today for what I do, I don't know how much of real engineering, I use, but certainly, adding numbers from a financial perspective is very, very critical. If I may add, I also have a master's in international business. I got my MBA from Mercer University in Atlanta, and certainly that with that, the combination of engineering has been extremely helpful to progress my career to where I am today.
So well-rounded, as we're talking, as you're suggesting to our current students and pending students. So it sounds like you've had a pleasant journey, a wonderful journey yourself. Plans or the next time you think you'll be back in New Jersey, maybe back on campus at Rutgers? Any thoughts on that, when you may be back?
I don't have any plans at this point, but I certainly, once I have an opportunity to land in the East Coast somewhere, I will certainly like to make a stop at Rutgers and, bring some of the wonderful memories that I've had there throughout my years at Rutgers.
That'd be great, and we'd be welcome to. I personally be welcome to host you and kind of spend some time with you. Keeping in mind that the entire 2016 is our 250th anniversary. Hashtag RU250 for those of you chiming in and following us. We are in the final hour here in Giving Day. RU Giving Day, givingday.rutgers.edu. On the line with us from Shanghai, China, is Tim Chang, a 1985 graduate in mechanical engineering, minor in economics, master's in international business. I can't thank you enough for taking time with us and sharing your thoughts, sharing your experiences, and really sharing your Scarlet Pride. We thank you with gratitude and wish to stay in touch.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ken, and I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to share some of these things with with you and with the rest of the people that are listening in. And if you are Rutgers students today, hey, please work hard and enjoy while you can. And also for those that haven't, still trying to make a decision, Rutgers is the right choice for you.
Wonderful, and absolutely, I agree. And again, Tim Chang, 1985 mechanical engineering grad, executive at Nu Skin. Global across Rutgers, our alumni reach is this is Shanghai, China, and we thank you. And we'll sign off, and then we have follow us online. We have the last 45 minutes. I may get creative on how we close this out. We get a couple of local alumni and staff on the last two or three interviews. So we look forward to following that. Thanks,
okay.
Tim.
Thank you very much. Have a good night for you guys. Bye.
All right, enjoy. All right, so we're in 45 minutes, 31 seconds, 30 seconds. We're in the final hour, almost in the final half hour of Rutgers Giving Day Live. Let me refresh the screen here. Again, my name is Ken Carmichael, over at the Office of Continuing Professional Education on the Cook campus. We talked a lot about extension earlier today. We talked a lot about Rutgers Team Gateway, the Yes Center. If you go onto Twitter, the Yes Center, and continue to donate there. We're giving prizes out all evening for another 45 minutes and 10 seconds. But over at the Office of Continuing Professional Education, it's a self-supporting unit in which we host professional courses. We are the one of the largest adult continuing ed providers for the university. There's many of them across under the Office of Continuing Studies, and we work with the environmental, horticulture, landscape, water, wastewater, environmental public health programs. So I want to give a shout out to our team over at the OCPE and our other leaders there, Kathleen Mars, Kyle Broccoli, all of our senior staff leading our marketing units and division there, and our media units, Jeff Heckman. Without the support of them, our office really wouldn't be able to develop and host over 400 classes and programs a year. And these are places where non-undergraduates or graduates actually get to, so non-traditional. Some of these are graduates and alumni, but non-traditional education, professional certificate programs. One of the world's most pristine golf turf management school, the Rutgers Turfgrass Management School, 2-year program. We have graduates from, again, across the globe. And as a growing golf enthusiast, I'm looking to visit each and every one of our golf course graduates and golf program graduates. Invite me, I'll come out. I'll tell you how Rutgers is doing nowadays. But we have a great staff over there on 102 Riders Lane, just across Route 1 from ASB building. The other person will sneak in a little bit later. I'm going to try to pull in these final minutes and final 45 minutes. We have a lot of people to say hi to. We may also sneak in a representative for the Rutgers Guardians a little bit later. But I got some individuals I got some high energy ladies here in the room. So jump on in, get in here. I might be scared of this, but that's okay. Look at these wonderful shirts. So let's look. 42 minutes, 34 seconds.
Wow.
I'm going to reset this.
Final set.
The final countdown here at Giving Day. I think earlier in the day I said Rutgers Giving Day 2016, and then I stated the date 12/1/15. It was early. It was early. This was almost 18 hours ago.
Oh my God.
We're having a wonderful time. I'm getting the violin playing in the background of the birthday girl who's been here for like 39 hours. Let me see. I'm getting come on, numbers reset. If not, I'll go to our executive producer in the back there. Barbara will tell us what's our current numbers. Barbara, scream them out.
Oh, seriously.
Hit reset. Let's see where we are. It's been so long that even our Wi-Fi is getting exhausted. I know we're over 1.1 million. I think we're almost at 1.2.
We need to interrupt for a second.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
We've got a live birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Barbara. Happy birthday to you.
We've given her a new title, executive producer. Over 150 individual interviews across the entire day. We're winding down into the last half hour. I see at least 20, 25 people here. If you calculated all the number of cups of coffee and all the caffeine, we could have populated a coffee shop ourselves.
Gotcha.
Show the team. Show us. For those of you online, are you giving us? Exactly. What you just experienced is the feeling of wear those glasses. Throw me a pair of those glasses. What you just experienced is wearing these glasses for 18 hours. Just give to Rutgers. Give. Look, we're giving out glasses all day today. If you want to come to 303 George Street at midnight, 12:05. Students, I'll be walking out of the building. I will have about a dozen sunglasses. This won't help you on your exams. There's no secret how to get the grades. They're actually a little tricky. But keep it going. We've far exceeded our expectations on our benchmarks of 1,500 individual gifts. I'm gonna say that there's 5,721 people that are celebrating your birthday today. All right, 5,000, the biggest birthday party ever. Sadly, though, the birthday gift, the birthday envelope is not the amount raised of $1,102,804. that goes to the university, that goes to scholarships, that goes to endowments, that goes to athletics, that goes to student groups. There was an amazing challenge between the different campuses today, right? And it's in the stats are on there, off the charts. Challenges between the campuses. We had challenges between chancellors. We had challenges between academic units. It was exciting. It's exhausting, but it was exciting. It still is exciting, right? So we have. Let me reset this because I'm looking at. I may do a special thing. I may throw out a special challenge gift to the actual the final donor, right? And so you don't know when that's going to happen. But here's the thing. Let me change that. I'm going to do something to the final 5 donors because this isn't like online bidding where you're going to wait to the last second and miss out. We don't want you to miss out. So we've got over a half hour left. I'm not going to rush it. Let me slow it down. Got over a half hour left. But we're going to give out some extra gifts. I wasn't kidding. Students, if you're on campus and you want to come out, 303 George Street. It's right across the street from the Heldridge. We've got glasses. We will give these out. We will do not drive with these glasses, though. These are poor to drive with. But they're solid. They're Oakley-like. They're solid. So, ladies, tell us who do we have here? We have a couple of high energetic. There's some, I think, performers. I think I'm not sure if there's a debate challenge between the two or something. But so I know we have. I think it's Cassie.
Cassie.
Cassie. Where's my notes? Let's see if I have this.
I can say who I am.
Tell us who you are. No, that's it. But I want to make sure that I have Kingsbury.
Make sure you
All right.
ask about leading the choir.
Yeah, so you lead the choir. So you're a young alum.
Yes, I am.
So
Yeah.
tell us what you do here now at Rutgers. Tell us what your major was. I know 2011 was your graduation year.
Yes. Oh, you have good information.
Yes, I
Um.
executive producer, Bob.
Oh, thank you, Barbara.
No, it was Gina.
Thank
Ah,
you,
okay.
Gina. My name is Cassie Kingsbury, and I am currently the Assistant Director of Volunteer Engagement for the Rutgers University Alumni Association.
Nice.
Today I've been helping out in the Giving Day office with all these wonderful people, which has been a lot of fun. What else am I supposed to say? I did graduate in 2011 from the School of Arts and Sciences here in New Brunswick.
What was your major?
English and Medieval Studies.
English and Medieval Studies.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the part you were trying to get me.
Well, it's
worried
funny. So my name is Gina Fiorello. I am a class of 97. I was English and I was going to do medieval studies, but I was too intimidated by the Latin. And
Really? I took 3 semesters of Latin. It wasn't that bad.
But ask people here. I will go toe to toe on Arthur literature and Renaissance and medieval
really?
literature. So
really?
we can.
No, please don't. Please don't quiz me in front of people.
But I was an English and theater major.
Oh, nice. My English too.
For my undergrad.
In 97, my decade.
Yes.
That's nice. That was 95. That's
97.
great. So the closest I got to medieval studies was it wasn't even a real official heavy metal armor protected thing, but I was a knight.
You were?
I was a knight here at Rutgers. I was
Oh
the
my
Scarlet Knight
gosh, that's
back in
incredible.
'95. So that's as close as I got to medieval studies. And in fact, we had a couple of good colleagues back then were performed up at medieval times, and the sword I actually had to try to replicate the sort of time period was given to me from them, and I actually still have that. I still have that.
Wow.
Although my wife thinks it was silly and it doesn't look as solid as the mascot today, but. So tell us about your experience at Rutgers. So you're the youngest one in the crowd here, I think. We may have another one in the background.
No,
What year were you in it?
Oh, 212.
212. She's got you by a year.
Yeah.
You coming in here? You coming in? Pull a chair up.
Please join us.
Join us. I'm never going to argue with a table full of ladies around me. We're here at Rutgers. And my wife in the room. We're going to hear from her shortly. We'll bring her in. So share with us in these final minutes and final half hour what they often say is the back end or the tail end of the hour is one of your fondest memories as a student. And so this shouldn't be hard. It's only a few years.
It is hard because there's like a million things I could say to answer that question. So
Okay.
I feel like I need to sit here and ponder it.
So you ponder,
spot.
and so
Okay.
think of it as the lens I want you to think of is You can share an academic one. You can share your favorite experience with one of your professors that you're fond of, or it can be an experience with one of the clubs. So you're doing volunteer now, but one of your clubs, or even just what did you live on campus?
Mhm.
What was your resident? What hall?
I lived in Loop Hall, which was actually the French and German living and learning community dormitory. I have so many fond memories from living in that dorm. I lived there for 3 years. One of the years I was the peer mentor for the French program in the dormitory, which means I got to run programs like making crepes in the morning and watching the French news together. We had a little class we took where we played
Making
games.
crepes in the morning.
Yeah. Educational
And-
though, because we watched the news in French, en français.
We're in the final hours. I'm okay without the academic part. I'm just wondering if we're going to have that for breakfast tomorrow.
Oh, maybe.
There is a griddle in my office if you would like to make us crepes.
Okay, now this is turning into a salad plan.
I don't want to be
Je m'appelle hungry, so I'm okay.
Okay, that's close. All right.
Well, I am hungry, so just call me. But sounds like an awesome opportunity. Sounds like an awesome location. So we now have, so you fast forward a few more years. We have the honors college and the honors dorm and that, and so there's another community. We have these sub communities, right? Sub communities of student engagement and activity. You have it within the campuses. You have it within sort of the regions of dorms, like the suites, the apartments and areas, the Newells and things like that. But then you also have it within the building, right? And so where were you on campus?
I was on Cook Campus in Nicholas Hall, which is the Gryffindor of Cook Campus.
The
if I do say
Gryffindor
so
of
myself.
So what does that mean?
We just considered ourselves. I won't call out the Slytherins, but but we just.
But they know who you know who you are.
Know who you are. But we just thought we were the best, and we were the most Gryffindor-like, and everyone loved us, and and so we identified the different halls, and it was agreed by Cook that we were the
You were
Gryffindor. Yes.
endorsed.
And I lived on the 3rd floor, and for me, one of my fondest memories, and I have a million just like everybody else, but I would say Rutgers Throwdown, the freshman Throwdown.
Rutgers Throwdown. So go back. Did we introduce who are you again?
Jade McLean. I graduated from the School of Communication Information and SEBS, Environmental and Biological Sciences, in 2012.
Nice.
And
Jade rocked the Newark Giving Day Live.
Did you? Awesome.
Great guest. She hosted every.
You were the host extraordinaire.
I
Great.
was the behind the scenes extraordinaire, but thank you so much. It's been such a privilege to be involved with Giving Day and work with all of you.
We thank you for your time. We thank you for the energy. We look forward for each of you to reset and be ready for the rest of this week. That we're not done. But so go back to, so you've got that dorm experience, but your other major so School of Communications.
Yes,
Okay.
that was.
So we had I think who did we have early this morning? It was Steve Miller was here. Professor Miller was here, and in fact, the craziness about it is somehow he pulled out one of his files. He had his 1992 student file of my class with him, and it was public speaking. And he said, "God, you did really well then." I'm like, "Well, how did I do today, Doc?"
I had your phone number on it.
And and he still had my phone number. This was, I kid you not, and on that list inside there. So if you take public speaking, you've got to do like a demonstration speech, and then you have to do like an informational speech, all these different like sort of themes. And one of the themes I had was giving back, and talking about how to volunteer and all these things. And he said, I don't know if you saved it. He probably has every student at this point. I don't think I was that special. But we brought him on. So I did club baseball, and we brought him out. And actually, Steve Miller was I think either a third baseman or a shortstop for one of our games. So that was kind of a cool interact and get our students. But throwdown. So describe what that was. So freshman throwdown.
It's an event for freshmen, and you compete against other freshmen on campus in different random events, looping the hula hoop through your arm and relays. And it's such a
Physics.
great-
These are all physics types of questions.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And it's just such a great introduction to Rutgers with regard to meeting other people, school spirit. And our RA, he was great, and he got us really into it. And we were so disappointed when we lost. And you felt like you disappointed him, and he wasn't. And it was just such a wonderful experience in terms of meeting these people. When you've bonded at 11 p.m. painting someone's back red and white, you form, you're going to be friends for life. And it was such an immersion into the Rutgers culture, and that's why I'll never forget it.
Great. And I remember, so I was on Cook also, and actually I was a resident director of Hellier House for a period of time.
That's probably where I know you from, because I spent a lot of time at Hellier House.
So this is when we Hellier House was initially all male, and then it converted over to co-ed, and that's when I came in. I was the RD to help that transition into co-ed. And it was awesome. And it's for those of you who don't know, and or maybe chiming in now and saying, hey, I'm hearing about this Giving Day, and I'm a parent or a relative or even a student saying, hey, what's going on at Rutgers? There's so many different housing opportunities just in the last 5 years that are amazing. And Hellier is a cooperative living opportunity where you have assignments. So there's a crew chief for cooking, there's a crew chief for cleaning, there's a crew chief for volunteer and community service stuff, and you rotate those. So over your years there, you get to sort of strengthen and learn those skills. And it's one of my fondest memories. And I didn't attend there. I was the RD there, and to this day. And to this week, I'm still in touch with students over a decade ago. Some who have come back and worked at the university, and others who have gone on and done some really great things. And a couple of musicians. Is a lead singer of a popular Jersey band. So that's it's been fun with doing those things. But so you think it's Hellier how we know each other? But tell us about your talk to me.
So when I think back to my Rutgers experience, definitely I had two very good friends who lived in Hellier House, and I can remember many nights sitting there talking to him about, how
great their RD was.
How great their RD was. And just how nice it was to be able to be a little, kind of a little away. I think, Cook campus was lovely. I was involved in cabaret theater. So shout out to all those cabaret theater alums out there who kind of made my college experience the awesome one that it was.
And the ever-changing sign that got painted with all the new events.
Yes.
It's
all those
a very
people who helped
popular.
paint the lobby. You guys know who you are. Who painted the lobby with us, built our little box office with us. But if I have to think of like a kind of a really micro favorite moment of Rutgers, I am the younger sister. Spent a long time being the baby sister, and my sister always doing lots of great things. And so we took a class together my freshman year, and I got an A and she got a B. So that was definitely a high point.
This is how we get you 25 years later, sis. It's on the record. We'll live live on YouTube and on the Rutgers Giving site archive that she got the A. So we're talking a lot about experience, right? We're talking a lot about the culture of the environment of the campuses and of the communities. I also get the privilege to work up at Rutgers Newark and then down at Rutgers Camden. So I actually get to experience and see how those sub cultures and activities go on. And I'll tell you, they're absolutely, replace Hellier House and insert one of the Newark dorms, and it's that type of experience. And another former mascot, I'll do a shout out to Kenny Kalanka. Kenny Kalanka, who was a mascot here, is actually up in Newark now, and he's a resident advisor or regional supervisor. I get the phrase or the title wrong, but he's up there and has brought some of the energy or types of energy we have down here in New Brunswick up in Newark and back and forth. And so if you haven't been to the other campuses up in Newark or down in Camden, visit them as well. I mean, we're asking you to give today, but we want you to go and visit these locations. Come see what Rutgers has to offer. Come see the changes. We've got so many transitions. Some of these transitions are needed. Some are expanding. Some some like my wife who when you see a new building is like the old setup and the old style, and the one thing that she says, okay, if you're going to bring up if you're going to build a new building, plant trees, plant many more trees. Don't just let's not just hardscape. Let's not do a Joni Mitchell paved paradise. Let's have a series of trees, shrubs, and greening as well. And we're doing that. But that's just a plug to horticulture across New Jersey. We are the Garden State, and so it's been amazing. I know each of you have talked or interviewed or may have worked with others, and we ask people, what's the most shocking transformation, or does anything shock you, right? And so what they think, I ask you, what was anything that majorly shocked you in sort of these new transitions? But my response is that. It's in Jersey. There's not much to shock you. If you can drive up and down the turnpike, if you can get off exit 9 now with all the construction, the rest is just transition and opportunity. So anything shock you, ladies?
Nothing that shocks me, but I will say that besides still getting lost trying to get over to Bush and Livingston because of the reconstruction on 18, probably 10 years ago at this point, the Livingston campus transformation has been amazing. It's amazing over there.
Going to Livingston. Remember the lovely 1-lane road?
Yeah,
and
you would cross 18 and you would either turn left to go to Livingston or right to go to Bush. Now I get lost every time.
Yeah.
And I've been here for like 4 years now. And I still get lost. Still have to use my GPS.
If you're going to a football game, just follow the posted signs. Don't go with logic and GPS. Just the signs are the best way for you.
The buildings are beautiful. The buildings are beautiful. The students.
We have a diner. We have a diner.
There's a diner. There is a movie theater. It's a nice walking campus. So it's not super sprawling where you feel like there's a building over here and a building over there. It's compact and people really feel like it's building a community, and it's a great place to be. I feel like a lot of our campuses here in New Brunswick are building that. I feel like a lot of our campuses a lot of the campus in Newark is building that. Trying to build community within the locations has been definitely something that I've seen and something that is great to watch. And you see it in the students, and you see it when they're coming, and you see it when they're choosing where they want to live and where they want to be, and feeling a part of this broader Rutgers community while still living. We all know Rutgers is huge. Nobody's ever gonna say that coming to Rutgers is like going to a small private liberal arts college with 100 people and everyone. We know it's huge, and we like that it's huge because we like the resources that can give us, and we like the opportunities that can give us. But watching the way the university is developing these kind of communities within, you can feel that you are part of a community and have this small, tight-knit experience while still having all of these resources from a public research university and really understanding what that means. I mean, I don't think I knew when I came to college what going to a public research university would mean for me in my career and my understanding of the world. And it really is amazing.
Yeah, there's sort of subcultures of learning that exist here, and in fact, so you talk about the other campuses, and I know Chancellor Cantor up in Newark is doing that, is creating that subculture, creating that feeling of community. She often will say it's an anchor institution, and to be the anchor institution, it's being among and within and throughout the community, and so. From her very first day and the first time I met her, and so I'm expecting her to be on right now. How are you, Chancellor? We're doing really well for Newark, Camden, New Brunswick. We're in our final half hour here with some lovely ladies of Rutgers, and it's nice growth on that part. But so one of the things. You're going to shift out, and we're going to ask Monica. Monica, you're going to come in and join us. Come on over here. We're going to swap in. I can't have an empty chair. Doesn't look good on the camera. So are you giving, right? So the aspect is, and I mentioned earlier today, it's not just about philanthropy or become a leader in your industry, become really successful, get really big at what you do, and then think about giving back, right? So giving can happen at all levels. And giving today is about mobilizing people to come on and social media. And this is our first annual. We'll do it again next year. This is one of those things that we're growing together, right? Rutgers is growing together, and each and every one of you who have contributed today, we thank you. This is, you know, we've had a little early birthday celebration a few moments ago. This whole year, just a few weeks back and into 2016, we have another birthday, right? It's Rutgers' 250th birthday. But so I want to shift back to you again for a second. We're talking about the culture of giving, the culture of you know, community. And so with that means community, you know, the formal words might be community service or giving. So let's go back to your role of sort of managing it and talking about volunteers and what does that entail, and then what are some of the sort of broad opportunities that both existing students, young alumni, and faculty and staff can participate in?
Sure. Well, one of my primary roles with the Rutgers University Alumni Association is working with some of our many and various alumni groups that have chartered with the RUAA. These are led by just incredibly passionate and dedicated and fun volunteers who love Rutgers and you know, wanted to form the sorts of communities you were just talking about to help engage more people in their love of Rutgers too. So, you know, we have groups for different schools and programs. There's an engineering alumni group.
Perfect. I'm just getting our new numbers. Great. I have them. Thank you.
There's alumni groups for different student activities, just all sorts of things that people have felt a connection to the university with and decided that they wanted to continue that connection as alumni. And it's just really great to work with people like that. And I've been working with them for a really long time in the office. And
share a specific sort of event or activity that's happened in the last year. And if you're and so the way we do it here for thinking glasses, you put these are thinking glasses.
Oh, these are thinking glasses. Good, I need them. I'm sorry, I was like, I'm not good on the spot right now. It's like I have too many examples.
Well, it's okay. So while you're thinking, I have an example for you.
I have an example.
And she's sitting right next to me. So,
please do share.
So introduce yourself.
Yes, perfect.
Introduce yourself. Tell us what year you graduated, and then tell us this example of giving. So
Monica McLaughlin, class of actually 05. I am a non-traditional student at Rutgers, and currently,
what was your major? I'm sorry.
Environmental planning and design with plant science minor.
Nice.
Ended up moving on. I mean, what got me into that major, I should say, is I started as a volunteer at the Rutgers Gardens. I was in my former career. I saw it in a newspaper, different places looking for volunteers. Rutgers Gardens was on this list. I called. I said, "This sounds neat." I didn't know nothing about this place, but somehow, you know, really intrigued and want to go there. I went there. I became addicted. It made me want to go back to school and get my environmental degree. Wow. The person who was the director at the time was Professor Doc Hamilton.
Doc Bruce Hamilton, yeah.
And he just pulled me in and like kind of guided me right through. He's, you know, this is what you're going to take, do this major. You obviously love this. You have a passion for it. So everything as I've been listening throughout the day, as soon as I heard you say volunteer, I'm like, hey, thank you. Your group comes to the Gardens every year. The Rutgers alumni have a day where they come to the Gardens and volunteer service for us. And I mean, we need that. We survive really on things like that. Functions, volunteer groups coming out and doing big projects. You were saying that, and I'm trying to think, Gina was saying about the communities,
yes,
which I always felt on Cook campus. It was one thing that I loved, was that feel, and I'm sure you felt the same way, like a feeling of a tight community in this huge university. And as she said it, I thought, oh, isn't that funny? Because Rutgers' motto is kind of Jersey roots, global reach. Well, we could kind of, every campus now can say, you know, Cook campus, but Rutgers reach or university reach. Yeah. It's, you know, you have that small feeling, but the huge resources.
You have all these aunts and uncles and cousins across the river. So you volunteer, but let's. No, I won't add years to that and how long I can get in trouble on this one. but rest assured, Where was I going? I forgot who I was talking to. So
student.
I was about to ask you your experience and how long you've been embedded in the university and from volunteer, but trust us, trust us. This is one of those community-driven parts, and have led on to continue to.
I can say I've been involved 20 years with the Rutgers Gardens, both as a volunteer and as an employee.
That's awesome.
And
15 minutes. Oh, I got to play. 15 minutes in the final 15 minutes. Let me look at the current numbers here. This activated back. The ones I have in here is 5,786 total gifts.
We got 5,792.
It's up to 92. 5,792.
792. Come on.
Let's get up to 6,000. Let's get up to 6,000. I want 4 times. I want 4 times. Doesn't matter how much the amount is. We're looking to get 4 times our goal. 1,500. We're going to get to 6,000. I also promised the last 5 people that chime in. I won't know that till tomorrow. The last 5 people. You'll get not only glasses, but I have a separate special prize for you. A nice. I'm not even going to tell you. Just know that it's good. It's heavy, so you may have to come down. It's going to be like a radio station. You have to come down to 303 George Street to pick up your prize. Not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. But when we reach out to you, we'll have a prize for you, and it's you'll like it. It's actually it's got some history involved. Just tease, there's a little history involved in that gift. But we're over 1.1 million, 4,830 and climbing. So great job, everybody out there. Great job. I think, let me try to chime in our final 12 minutes, see if I can pull up the challenges page and give some shout outs to different departments. If it comes up, it was amazing. It was amazing how orchestrated this entire day was. And it wasn't just here in New Brunswick. It was across all four major campuses. It was across the internet. It was across the globe. And I'm having fun. I don't know how I'm physically.
5801.
5801.
Oh my gosh.
5801. Let's go. We need what? We need 100. And let's just keep going.
199.
190. Math is hard in the final hours. Math is hard.
I feel I need to say, as the elder at the table,
yes,
that I'm sure a lot of young alumni are listening, and you need to call.
Yes.
You need to become part of it. Go online.
Yep. We want you to be part of this. This is history in the making.
And certainly tomorrow isn't too late to donate, but it would be great if you could donate today.
That's right.
And more volunteering part-time at the foundation. Live here is Monica McLaughlin, pulling in your dollars after that.
To the cause you care about.
Absolutely.
And that's critical. So as we wrap up, this is a tradition we're creating here today, right? But what's unique about this is when you go online, and those who have you're able to drop down to the departments or the programs and the activities that you want. This isn't, just give to a general fund. If you had a wonderful time with the animal science program, there's scholarship funds that you can donate today. If you had a wonderful time and want to support urban youth development, Team Gateway, yes, that's a shameless plug. You can do that directly. You could support athletics. You could support our friends over at Rutgers Future Scholars, another great colleague and that is doing amazing things. But then you can also do, global and international programs and student exchanges. I mean, so this is we make it easy. We make it drop down. You get to do all these wonderful things. It's the end of the year. I made a statement. I said, now that you've calculated your Black Friday, your Small Business Saturday, and your Cyber Monday discounts, we have a great way for you to share in the savings. 10 minutes left. Log in now. Any contribution. Let's have some fun in the final 10 minutes. I'll keep uploading this. Again, we also have our tweets in our what is it? I got here from Gina Leone. Being a Rutgers nurse going into oncology makes me proud to be Scarlet. Colleges Against Cancer. #AreYouGivingDay. I have another one. I think this is, where are we? Someone just tweeted out your statement. Proud to be a Scarlet Knight because Rutgers upholds Jersey roots, global reach. And this is from the Twitter account. Constantina chiming in. Thank you for doing that. What's his dream team? We're the dreamers, our dreamers, and proud Scarlet Knights because we can encourage empowerment via RU. Then I have this wonderful picture. We did pictures today. Mm-hmm. We did pictures. We did show your pet, Scarlet Pride pet. Show your office. I saw one where we had this little cat, wonderful little kitten inside the Rutgers sweatshirt. I've got my old school sweatshirt on from the 90s. It was cool. It was fun to watch the whole day. We know that out in Shanghai, China, they were tracking us and watching us all day. Here I got from let me see what this is. Kyla Kim, teaching high schoolers at Rutgers Summer Acting Conservatory and sharing my knowledge is why I'm proud to be a Scarlet Knight. Hashtag cabaret. So somebody chimed in there. I'm proud to be this is from Sapafly. I got to read some of these. These can be tricky. Sapafly. I'm proud to be a Scarlet Knight because that's where I learned to work in a team. Nicely done. What's this other one here? This. I know we had it throughout the days, but the Rutgers libraries. Rutgers libraries have supported each of us in completing our degrees. Each of us in navigating. We talk about navigating the Rutgers system. You got to navigate the academic system. You got to navigate the research system. You got to navigate microfiche back in my day. Painful microfiche over on Livingston. But here we have Eric Di Vincenzo. I support Rutgers because the RU libraries restore rare books and a cornucopia. I could still say that at 11:55. Cornucopia of knowledge. So thanks for shouting that out, Eric. This is a nice one. This is a fun one. This is from Cat Scribbler. Cat Scribbler, 12 minutes ago, says, I'm proud to be a Scarlet Knight because I was able to meet this guy, and together we started the Rutgers Swing Dance Club, which has been the best part of my college and graduate school experience. So she met her partner at Rutgers.
That sounds familiar.
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? I think I met a volunteer that turned into a wonderful wife, and so you might have caught on to that. But Monica is also. You can only do these things for 18 to 19 hours and come back and forth if you have the support of a strong woman, and so we wrangled her in. I'll also tell you one of the wonderful great things about Rutgers. It's in New Brunswick. New Brunswick has so many great things to share. If you're thinking about bringing or sending your child, or your child's thinking about coming here and you want to explore the New Brunswick city and New Brunswick campus, I just came out of a theater to saw Sarah McLachlan live. It was amazing. It was one of the greatest. It was the greatest concert, and it was here in New Brunswick. It was here within the Rutgers campus. You two can share in some really great cultural and theater events.
58-22.
58-22 in the last 5 minutes. 54, 53, 52.
8 people. That's all.
8 more people. Let's get it up to another jump.
Come on, at least get there.
Let's see where we are. Let's see. I'm going to reset this. I'm going to go back to the live event.
A round number.
Let's round up.
5 minutes 40 seconds.
5 minutes 40 seconds. We have got over 5,800 total gifts. This is just amazing. Again, it's givingday.rutgers.edu. If you're just chiming in now, you can follow all of the streams. They're posted now. All of the streams are posted from midnight. With who was on this morning? Tassim kicked it off at midnight today, earlier, and he's a director of talent management here at the foundation. We can get to we're pushing for 5,900. 4 minutes are left, but again, you can see all the live streams. As Monica said, we're pushing for Giving Day, but you still got to the end of the calendar year to get in if you want to do a contribution that's related to giving for the tax year. The website won't go down. It's just the count for today will stop. and we want you to join that. Let's look at
I mean, want you to join that before you spend all your money for the holidays.
yes. Before you do the next round in the last few weeks, show your support to your alma mater. Show your support to the university that supports you across the counties, as we heard from Dr. Larry Katz and Rutgers Cooperative Extension. So this may not all be alumni. This may not be current students. There are residents out there from New Jersey and beyond that are just believe in the vision and the mission of what we're trying to do here at Rutgers. And so we thank you. And I know you're in that 5,800. So this is wonderful. One other quote or tweet or hashtag up the tag board thingy. Stop it. I'm proud to be a Scarlet Knight because I met a group of girls that I'm extremely happy to call my second family. So that came from Janina.
I have honestly seen, I was looking at a lot of social media today. Thank you everyone who was posting and sharing. It was awesome. And I have seen that word come up so many times. People talking about their Rutgers family, their family with their student groups, their family with their dorm, family with their classmates, family with their alumni friends. I loved seeing that. It just warmed my heart literally every time I saw that word today. So it's nice to see it again, even in these last moments.
Speaking of warming your heart, and we just got a tweet 3 minutes ago, and it's got a picture of three undergraduates, 3 lady undergraduates, which you're telling me that you're up. So if you want sunglasses, you got to get on that bus quickly. But this is from A Mills, A Mills, I Mills. I can mess these things up. But 3 minutes ago, there's a picture of 3 ladies in their dorm room, one smiling, one happy, and one sticking their tongue out. I see that. But they wrote, "What makes me proud to be a Scarlet Knight is the friendship it has brought me. Who knew I would meet such loving people in such a stressful place?" Heart. It's like smiley face, but different. And they're all unique in their own beautiful way. And these are Rutgers future scholars.
58-43.
58-43. Let's get to 58-50 in the last 2 minutes.
At least do that.
58-43. So that means we need at least 7 more, 5 of which will get a real good prize from Rutgers Team Gateway and the Yes Center. Again, hashtag the Yes Center. Sign on now. It's been a great day. It's been a great day. Our executive producer, you've got this wonderful title, and our associate producers up in Newark and the others. There was, for those of you who have been following all day, there were literally dozens, if not over 100 support staff pulling this together, believing in Rutgers, believing in the experiences that we're reading online, believing in experiences that you shared. But did you have another one? Did you took off your thinking glasses? You're okay? We're going into the final. We're going into the final minute, so we're all going to put on our soon-to-be sleeping glasses.
Oh, they can't tell if we're sleeping if we wear these.
That's right. If you could talk, well, no, some people talk in their sleep. We've got.
58-48.
I'm gonna attempt. 58-48. All right, so we've got prizes. Now again, we wanted to keep going. I'm gonna attempt to wear these super powerful X-ray, tell me the exam question glasses for the next minute and 4 seconds. I'm not actually sure I can make it, but I will try. Put on your glasses. Yes, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do the final. Get all this out of here. Don't worry about it. We'll clean it up in the morning. We're in the final 51 seconds.
Crazy blurry right now.
58-50. Look at that. There we go. 58-50.
Wow.
Keep it going. We have
Like I can't.
There are
110, 310.
1,110,310. Let me do my final recharge on this one.
in the last second.
The last seconds. I think, ladies, I think you've sparked these.
There
I think
are
you-
so many reasons
Go,
to
go,
give.
go, go,
I mean,
go.
whether it was Rutgers giving you an education, giving you a great memory, giving you,
20
your
seconds.
new family, giving you hope. A
17,
hope for tomorrow's
16.
kids.
giving you support. We heard
Children.
we heard earlier
What else
veterans
can-
giving them transitions.
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job, you online community. Giving Day.Rutgers.edu is officially over. That's a wrap.
Thank you.